when we come before him? Whose praises can we speak when we know not what your name may be? And he answers them, when you come before him you may say thus much, that I told you the knight with the lion was my name. And at the same time I must beg you to tell him from me that, if he does not recognize who I am, yet he knows me well and I know him. Now I must be gone from here, and the thing which most alarms me is that I may too long have tarried here. For before the hour of noon be past, I shall have plenty to do elsewhere, if indeed I can arrive there in time. Then, without further delay, he starts. But first his host begged him insistently that he would take with him his 4 sons, for there was none of them who would not strive to serve him if he would allow it. But it did not please or suit him that anyone should accompany him, so he left the place to them and went away alone. And as soon as he starts, riding as fast as his steed can carry him, he heads toward the chapel. The path was good and straight, and he knew well how to keep the road. But before he could reach the chapel, the damsel had been dragged out and the pyre prepared upon which she was to be placed. Clad only in a shift, she was held bound before the fire by those who wrongly attributed to her an intention she had never had. My Lord Yvain arrived, and seeing her beside the fire into which she was about to be cast, he was naturally incensed. He would be neither courteous nor sensible who had any doubt about that fact. So it is true that he was much incensed, but he cherishes within himself the hope that God and the right will be on his side. In such helpers he confides, nor does he scorn his lion's aid. Rushing quickly toward the crowd, he shouts, "Let the damsel be, you wicked folk. Having committed no crime, it is not right that she should be cast upon a pyre or into a furnace." And they draw off on either side, leaving a passageway for him. But he yearns to see with his own eyes her whom his heart beholds in whatever place she may be. His eyes seek her until he finds her, while he subdues and holds in check his heart, just as one holds in check with a strong curb a horse that pulls. Nevertheless, he gladly gazes at her and sighs the while, but he does not sigh so openly that his action is detected. Rather does he stifle his sighs, though with difficulty. And he is seized with pity at hearing, seeing, and perceiving the grief of the poor ladies who cried, "Ah God, how hast thou forgotten us? How desolate we shall now remain when we lose so kind a friend, who gave us such counsel and such aid, and interceded for us at court. It was she who prompted Madam to clothe us with her clothes of vair. Henceforth the situation will change, for there will be no one to speak for us. Cursed be he who is the cause of our loss, for we shall fare badly in all this. There will be no one to utter such advice as this. My lady, give this vair mantle, this cloak, and this garment to such and such an honest dame. Truly such charity will be well employed, for she is in very dire need of them. No such words as these shall be uttered henceforth, for there is no one else who is frank and courteous, but every one solicits for himself rather than for someone else, even though he have no need." VV 4385 to 4474. Thus they were bemoaning their fate, and my Lord Yvain, who was in their midst, heard their complaints, which were neither groundless nor assumed. He saw Lunete on her knees and stripped to her shift, having already made confession and besought God's mercy for her sins. Then he who had loved her deeply once came to her and raised her up, saying, "My damsel, where are those who blame and accuse you? Upon the spot. Unless they refuse, battle will be offered them." And she, who had neither seen nor looked at him before, said, "Sire, you come from God in this time of my great need. The men who falsely accuse me are already before me here. If you had been a little later, I should soon have been reduced to fuel and ashes. You have come here in my defense, and may God give you the power to accomplish it in proportion as I am guiltless of the accusation which is made against me." The seneschal and his 2 brothers heard these words. "Ah," they exclaim, "woman chary of uttering truth but generous with lies. He indeed is mad who for thy words assumes so great a task. The knight must be simple-minded who has come here to die for thee, for he is alone and there are 3 of us. My advice to him is that he turn back before any harm shall come to him." Then he replies, as one impatient to begin, "Whoever is afraid, let him run away. I am not so afraid of your 3 shields that I should go off defeated without a blow. I should be indeed discourteous, if, while yet unscathed and in perfect case I should leave the place and field to you, never so long as I am alive and sound will I run away before such threats. But I advise thee to set free the damsel whom thou hast unjustly accused, for she tells me, and I believe her word, and she has assured me upon the salvation of her soul, that she never committed or spoke or conceived any treason against her mistress. I believe implicitly what she has told me, and will defend her as best I can, for I consider the righteousness of her cause to be in my favor. For if the truth be known, God always sides with the righteous cause, for God and the right are one. And if they are both upon my side, then I have better company and better aid than thou. 323 Then the other responds imprudently that he may make every effort that pleases him, and is convenient to do him injury, provided that his lion shall not do him harm. And he replies that he never brought the lion to champion his cause, nor does he wish any but himself to take a hand. But if the lion attacks him, let him defend himself against him as best he can, for concerning him he will give no guarantee. Then the other answers, Whatever thou mayst say, unless thou now warn thy lion and make him stand quietly to one side, there is no use of thy longer staying here, but begone at once, and so shalt thou be wise. For throughout this country everyone is aware how this girl betrayed her lady, and it is right that she receive her due reward in fire and flame. May the Holy Spirit forbid, says he who knows the truth. May God not let me stir from here until I have delivered her. Then he tells the lion to withdraw and to lie down quietly, and he does so obediently. VV 4475 to 4532. The lion now withdrew, and the parley and quarrel being ended between them two, they all took their distance for the charge. The three together spurred toward him, and he went to meet them at a walk. He did not wish to be overturned or hurt at this first encounter, so he let them split their lances while keeping his entire, making for them a target of his shield, whereon each one broke his lance. Then he galloped off until he was separated from them by the space of an acre. But he soon returned to the business in hand, having no desire to delay. On his coming up the second time, he reached the seneschal before his two brothers, and breaking his lance upon his body, he carried him to earth in spite of himself, and he gave him such a powerful blow that for a long while he lay stunned, incapable of doing him any harm. And then the other two came at him with their swords bared, and both deal him great blows, but they receive still heavier blows from him. For a single one of the blows he deals is more than a match for two of theirs. Thus he defends himself so well that they have no advantage over him, until the seneschal gets up and does his best to injure him, in which attempt the others join until they begin to press him and get the upper hand. Then the lion, who is looking on, delays no longer to lend him aid, for it seems to him that he needs it now. And all the ladies who are devoted to the damsel beseech God repeatedly and pray to him earnestly not to allow the death or the defeat of him who has entered the fray on her account. The ladies, having no other weapons, thus assist him with their prayers, and the lion brings him such effective aid that at his first attack he strikes so fiercely the seneschal, who is now on his feet, that he makes the meshes fly from the hauberk like straw, and he drags him down with such violence that he tears the soft flesh from his shoulder and all down his side. He strips whatever he touches so that the entrails lie exposed. The other two avenge this blow. VV 4533 to 4634. Now they are all even on the field. The seneschal is marked for death as he turns and welters in the red stream of warm blood pouring from his body. The lion attacks the others, for my lord Yvain is quite unable, though he did his best by beating or by threatening him to drive him back. But the lion doubtless feels confident that his master does not dislike his aid, but rather loves him the more for it. So he fiercely attacks them, until they have reason to complain of his blows, and they wound him in turn and use him badly. When my lord Yvain sees his lion wounded, his heart is wroth within his breast, and rightly so, but he makes such efforts to avenge him and presses them so hard that he completely reduces them. They no longer resist him but surrender to him at discretion because of the lion's help, who is now in great distress, for he was wounded everywhere and had good cause to be in pain. For his part, my lord Yvain was by no means in a healthy state, for his body bore many a wound, but he is not so anxious about himself as about his lion, which is in distress. Now he has delivered the damsel exactly in accordance with his wish, and the lady has very willingly dismissed the grudge that she bore her, and those men were burned upon the pyre which had been kindled for the damsel's death. For it is right and just that he who has misjudged another should suffer the same manner of death as that to which he had condemned the other. Now Lunete is joyous and glad at being reconciled with her mistress, and together they were more happy than anyone ever was before. Without recognizing him, all present offered to him, who was their lord, their service so long as life should last. Even the lady, who possessed unknowingly his heart, begged him insistently to tarry there until his lion and he had quite recovered. And he replied, "Lady, I shall not now tarry here until my lady removes from me her displeasure and anger, then the end of all my labors will come." "Indeed," she said, "that grieves me. I think the lady cannot be very courteous who cherishes ill will against you. She ought not to close her door against so valorous a knight as you, unless he had done her some great wrong." "Lady," he replies, "however great the hardship be, I am pleased by whatever may be her will, but speak to me no more of that, for I shall say nothing of the cause or crime except to those who are informed of it." "Does anyone know it, then, beside you two?" "Yes, truly, lady." "Well, tell us at least your name, fair sir, then you will be free to go." "Quite free, my lady. No, I shall not be free. I owe more than I can pay. Yet, I ought not to conceal from you my name. You will never hear of the knight with the lion without hearing of me, for I wish to be known by that name." "For God's sake, sir, what does that name mean? For we never saw you before, nor have we ever heard mentioned this name of yours." "My lady, you may from that infer that my fame is not widespread." Then the lady says, "Once more, if it did not oppose your will, I would pray you to tarry here." "Really, my lady, I should not dare, until I knew certainly that I had regained my lady's good will." "Well then, go in God's name, fair sir, and if it be his will, may he convert your grief and sorrow into joy." "Lady," says he, "may God hear your prayer." Then he added softly under his breath, "Lady, it is you who hold the key, and though you know it not, you hold the casket in which my happiness is kept under lock." VV 4635 to 4674. Then he goes away in great distress, and there is no one who recognizes him save Lunete, who accompanied him a long distance. Lunete alone keeps him company, and he begs her insistently never to reveal the name of her champion. "Sire," says she, "I will never do so." Then he further requested her that she should not forget him, and that she should keep a place for him in his mistress' heart whenever the chance arose. She tells him to be at ease on that score, for she will never be forgetful, nor unfaithful, nor idle. Then he thanks her 1,000 times, and he departs pensive and oppressed, because of his lion that he must needs carry, being unable to follow him on foot. He makes for him a litter of moss and ferns in his shield. When he has made a bed for him there, he lays him in it as gently as he can, and carries him thus stretched out full length on the inner side of his shield. Thus in his shield he bears him off, until he arrives before the gate of a mansion strong and fair. Finding it closed, he called, and the porter opened it so promptly that he had no need to call but once. He reaches out to take his rein and greets him thus, "Come in, fair sire, I offer you the dwelling of my lord if it please you to dismount." "I accept the offer gladly," he replies, "for I stand in great need of it, and it is time to find a lodging." VV 4675 to 4702. Thereupon he passed through the gate and saw the retainers in a mass coming to meet him. They greeted him and helped him from his horse, and laid down upon the pavement his shield with the lion on it. And some, taking his horse, put it in a stable, while others very properly relieved him of his arms and took them. Then the lord of the castle heard the news, and at once came down into the courtyard and greeted him. And his lady came down too, with all her sons and daughters, and a great crowd of other people, who all rejoiced to offer him a lodging. They gave him a quiet room because they deemed that he was sick, but their good nature was put to a test when they allowed the lion to go with him. His cure was undertaken by two maidens skilled in surgery who were daughters of the Lord. I do not know how many days he stayed there until he and his lion, being cured, were compelled to proceed upon their way. VV 4703 to 4736. But within this time it came about that my lord of Noir-Espine had a struggle with death, and so fierce was death's attack that he was forced to die. After his death it happened that the elder of two daughters whom he had announced that she would possess uncontested all the estates for herself during her entire lifetime, and that she would give no share to her sister. And the other one said that she would go to King Arthur's court to seek help for the defense of her claim to the land. When the former saw that her sister would by no means concede all the estates to her without contest, she was greatly concerned, and thought that, if possible, she would get to court before her. At once she prepared and equipped herself, and without any tarrying or delay she proceeded to the court. The other followed her and made all the haste she could, but her journey was all in vain, for her Ida sister had already presented her case to my lord Gawain, and he had promised to execute her will. But there was an agreement between them that if anyone should learn of the facts from her, he would never again take arms for her, and to this arrangement she gave consent. VV 4737 to 4758. Just then the other sister arrived at court, clad in a short mantle of scarlet cloth and fresh ermine. It happened to be the third day after the queen had returned from the captivity in which Meleagant had detained her with all the other prisoners, but Lancelot had remained behind, treacherously confined within a tower. And on that very day when the damsel came to court, news was received of the cruel and wicked giant whom the knight with the lion had killed in battle. In his name, my lord Gawain was greeted by his nephews and niece, who told him in detail of all the great service and great deeds of prowess he had done for them for his sake, and how that he was well acquainted with him, though not aware of his identity. VV 4759 to 4820. All this was heard by her, who was plunged thereby into great despair and sorrow and dejection, for since the best of the knights was absent, she thought she would find no aid or counsel at the court. She had already made several loving and insistent appeals to my lord Gawain, but he had said to her, "My dear, it is useless to appeal to me, I cannot do it. I have another affair on hand, which I shall in no wise give up." Then the damsel at once left him and presented herself before the king. "O king," said she, "I have come to thee and to thy court for aid, but I find none, and I am very much mazed that I can get no counsel here. Yet it would not be right for me to go away without taking leave. My sister may know, however, that she might obtain by kindness whatever she desired of my property, but I will never surrender my heritage to her by force, if I can help it, and if I can find any aid or counsel." "You have spoken wisely," said the king. "Since she is present here, I advise, recommend, and urge her to surrender to you what is your right." Then the other, who was confident of the best knight in the world, replied, "Sire, may God confound me if ever I bestow on her from my estates any castle, town, clearing, forest, land, or anything else. But if any knight dares to take arms on her behalf and desires to defend her cause, let him step forth at once. Your offer to her is not fair. She needs more time." The king replied, "If she desires, she may have 40 days to secure a champion according to the practice of all courts." To which the elder sister replied, "Fair king, my lord, you may establish your laws as it pleases you, and as seems good, nor is it my place to gainsay you, so I must consent to the postponement if she desires it." Whereupon the other says that she does desire it, and she makes formal request for it. Then she commended the king to God, and left the court, resolving to devote her life to the search through all the land for the knight with the lion, who devotes himself to succoring women in need of aid. VV 4821 to 4928. Thus she entered upon her quest, and traversed many a country without hearing any news of him, which caused her such grief that she fell sick. But it was well for her that it happened so, for she came to the dwelling of a friend of hers by whom she was dearly loved. By this time her face showed clearly that she was not in good health. They insisted upon detaining her until she told them of her plight, whereupon another damsel took up the quest wherein she had been engaged, and continued the search on her behalf. So while the one remained in this retreat, the other rode rapidly all day long, until the darkness of night came on, and caused her great anxiety. 324 And her trouble was doubled when the rain came on with terrible violence, as if God himself were doing his worst, while she was in the depths of the forest. The night and the woods cause her great distress, but she is more tormented by the rain than by either the woods or the night. And the road was so bad that her horse was often up to the girth in mud. Any damsel might well be terrified to be in the woods without escort, in such bad weather and in such darkness that she could not see the horse she was riding. So she called on God first, and his mother next, and then on all the saints in turn, and offered up many a prayer that God would lead her out from this forest and conduct her to some lodging place. She continued in prayer until she heard a horn, at which she greatly rejoiced, for she thought now she would find shelter if she could only reach the place. So she turned in the direction of the sound and came upon a paved road which led straight toward the horn whose sound she heard, for the horn had given 3 long, loud blasts. And she made her way straight toward the sound until she came to a cross which stood on the right side of the road, and there she thought that she might find the horn and the person who had sounded it. So she spurred her horse in that direction until she drew near a bridge and descried the white walls and the barbican of a circular castle. Thus, by chance, she came upon the castle, setting her course by the sound which had led her thither. She had been attracted by the sound of the horn blown by a watchman upon the walls. As soon as the watchman caught sight of her, he called to her, then came down, and taking the key of the gate, opened it for her and said, "Welcome, damsel, where you be, you shall be well lodged this night." "I have no other desire than that," the damsel replied as he let her in. After the toil and anxiety she had endured that day, she was fortunate to find such a lodging place, for she was very comfortable there. After the meal the host addressed her, and inquired where she was going and what was her quest, whereupon she thus replied, "I am seeking one whom I never saw so far as I am aware and never knew, but he has a lion with him, and I am told that if I find him I can place great confidence in him." "I can testify to that," the other said, "for the day before yesterday God sent him here to me in my dire need. Blessed be the paths which led him to my dwelling, for he made me glad by avenging me of a mortal enemy, and killing him before my eyes. Outside yonder gate you may see tomorrow the body of a mighty giant, whom he slew with such ease that he hardly had to sweat." "For God's sake, sire," the damsel said, "tell me now the truth, if you know whither he went and where he is." "I don't know," he said, "as God sees me here, but tomorrow I will start you on the road by which he went away from here." "And may God," said she, "lead me where I may hear true news of him, for if I find him, I shall be very glad." VV 49:29 to 49:64. Thus they continued in long converse until at last they went to bed. When the day dawned, the maid arose, being in great concern to find the object of her quest. And the master of the house arose with all his companions and set her upon the road which led straight to the spring beneath the pine. And she, hastening on her way toward the town, came and asked the first men whom she met if they could tell her where she would find the lion and the knight who travelled in company. And they told her that they had seen him defeat 3 knights in that very place. Whereupon she said at once, "For God's sake, since you have said so much, do not keep back from me anything that you can add." "No," they replied, "we know nothing more than we have said, nor do we know what became of him. If she for whose sake he came here cannot give you further news, there will be no one here to enlighten you. You will not have far to go if you wish to speak with her, for she has gone to make prayer to God and to hear Mass in yonder church, and judging by the time she has been inside, her orisons have been prolonged." VV 49:65 to 51:06. While they were talking thus, Lunit came out from the church, and they said, "There she is." Then she went to meet her, and they greeted each other. She asked Lunit at once for the information she desired, and Lunit said that she would have a palfrey saddled, for she wished to accompany her and would take her to an enclosure where she had left him. The other maiden thanked her heartily. Lunit mounts the palfrey, which is brought without delay, and, as they ride, she tells her how she had been accused and charged with treason, and how the pyre was already kindled upon which she was to be laid, and how he had come to help her in just the moment of her need. While speaking thus, she escorted her to the road which led directly to the spot where my lord Yvain had parted from her. When she had accompanied her thus far, she said, "Follow this road until you come to a place where, if it please God and the Holy Spirit, you will hear more reliable news of him than I can tell. I very well remember that I left him either near here or exactly here where we are now. We have not seen each other since then, and I do not know what he has done. When he left me, he was in sore need of a plaster for his wounds, so I will send you along after him, and if it be God's will, may he grant that you find him tonight or tomorrow in good health. Now go, I commend you to God. I must not follow you any farther, lest my mistress be displeased with me." Then Lunit leaves her and turns back, while the other pushed on until she found a house where my lord Yvain had tarried until he was restored to health. She saw people gathered before the gate, knights, ladies, and men-at-arms, and the master of the house. She saluted them and asked them to tell her, if possible, news of a knight for whom she sought. "Who is he?" they ask. "I have heard it said that he is never without a lion." "Upon my word, damsel," the master says, "he has just now left us. You can come up with him tonight if you are able to keep his tracks in sight and are careful not to lose any time." "Sire," she answers, "God forbid, but tell me now in what direction I must follow him." And they tell her, "This way straight ahead," and they beg her to greet him on their behalf. But their courtesy was not of much avail, for without giving any heed, she galloped off at once. The pace seemed much too slow to her, though her palfrey made good time. So she galloped through the mud just the same as where the road was good and smooth, until she caught sight of him with the lion as his companion. Then in her gladness she exclaims, "God help me now. At last I see him whom I have so long pursued and whose trace I have long followed. But if I pursue and nothing gain, what will it profit me to come up with him? Little or nothing, upon my word. If he does not join in my enterprise, I have wasted all my pains." Thus saying, she pressed on so fast that her palfrey was all in a sweat, but she caught up with him and saluted him. He thus at once replied to her, "God save you, fair one, and deliver you from grief and woe. The same to you, sire, who, I hope, will soon be able to deliver me." Then she draws nearer to him and says, "Sire, I have long searched for you. The great fame of your merit has made me traverse many a county in my weary search for you. But I continued my quest so long, thank God, that at last I have found you here. And if I brought any anxiety with me, I am no longer concerned about it, nor do I complain or remember it now. I am entirely relieved. My worry has taken flight the moment I met with you. Moreover, the affair is none of mine. I come to you from one that is better than I, a woman who is more noble and excellent. But if she be disappointed in her hopes of you, then she has been betrayed by your fair renown, for she has no expectation of other aid. My damsel, who is deprived of her inheritance by a sister, expects with your help to win her suit. She will have none but you defend her cause. No one can make her believe that anyone else could bear her aid. By securing her share of the heritage, you will have won and acquired the love of her who is now disinherited, and you will also increase your own renown. She herself was going in search for you to secure the boon for which she hoped. No one else would have taken her place, had she not been detained by an illness which compels her to keep her bed. Now tell me, please, whether you will dare to come or whether you will decline." "No," he says, "no man can win praise in a life of ease, and I will not hold back, but will follow you gladly, my sweet friend, whithersoever it may please you. And if she for whose sake you have sought me out stands in some great need of me, have no fear that I shall not do all I can for her. Now may God grant me the happiness and grace to settle in her favor her rightful claim." VV 5107 to 5184. 325. Thus conversing, they two rode away until they approached the town of Pesmi Avantia. They had no desire to pass it by, for the day was already drawing to a close. They came riding to the castle when all the people, seeing them approach, called out to the knight, "Ill come, sire, ill come. This lodging place was pointed out to you in order that you might suffer harm and shame. An abbot might take his oath to that." "Ah," he replied, "foolish and vulgar folk, full of all mischief and devoid of honor, why have you thus assailed me? Why, you will find out soon enough if you will go a little farther. But you shall learn nothing more until you have ascended to the fortress." At once my Lord Yvain turns toward the tower, and the crowd cries out, all shouting aloud at him, A wretch with a ghost thou! If ever in thy life thou hast encountered one who worked thee shame and woe, such will be done thee there, whither thou art going, as will never be told again by thee. My Lord Yvain, who is listening, says, "Base and pitiless people, miserable and impudent, why do you assail me thus? Why do you attack me so? What do you wish of me? What do you want, that you growl this way after me?" A lady, who was somewhat advanced in years, who was courteous and sensible, said, "Thou hast no cause to be enraged. They mean no harm in what they say, but if thou understoodest them aright, they are warning thee not to spend the night up there. They dare not tell thee the reason for this, but they are warning and blaming thee because they wish to arouse thy fears. This they are accustomed to do in the case of all who come, so that they may not go inside. And the custom is such that we dare not receive in our own houses, for any reason whatsoever, any gentleman who comes here from a distance. The responsibility now is thine alone. No one will stand in thy way. If thou wishest, thou mayst go up now, but my advice is to turn back again." "Lady," he says, "doubtless it would be to my honor and advantage to follow your advice, but I do not know where I should find a lodging place tonight." "Upon my word," says she, "I'll say no more, for the concern is none of mine. Go wherever you please. Nevertheless, I should be very glad to see you return from inside without too great shame, but that could hardly be." "Lady," he says, "may God reward you for the wish. However, my wayward heart leads me on inside, and I shall do what my heart desires." Thereupon he approaches the gate, accompanied by his lion and his damsel. Then the porter calls to him and says, "Come quickly, come. You are on your way to a place where you will be securely detained, and may your visit be accursed." VV 5185 to 5346. The porter, after addressing him with this very ungracious welcome, hurried upstairs. But my Lord Yvain, without making reply, passed straight on and found a new and lofty hall. In front of it there was a yard enclosed with large, round, pointed stakes, and seated inside the stakes he saw as many as 300 maidens, working at different kinds of embroidery. Each one was sewing with golden thread and silk as best she could. But such was their poverty that many of them wore no girdle and looked slovenly because so poor, and their garments were torn about their breasts and at the elbows, and their shifts were soiled about their necks. Their necks were thin, and their faces pale with hunger and privation. They see him as he looks at them, and they weep, and are unable for some time to do anything or to raise their eyes from the ground, so bowed down they are with woe. When he had contemplated them for a while, my Lord Yvain turned about and moved toward the door, but the porter barred the way and cried, "It is no use, fair master, you shall not get out now. You would like to be outside, but by my head it is of no use. Before you escape you will have suffered such great shame that you could not easily suffer more. So you were not wise to enter here, for there is no question of escaping now." "Nor do I wish to do so, fair brother," said he. "But tell me by thy father's soul, whence came the damsels whom I saw in the yard, weaving cloths of silk and gold? I enjoy seeing the work they do, but I am much distressed to see their bodies so thin, and their faces so pale and sad. I imagine they would be fair and charming, if they had what they desire." "I will tell you nothing," was the reply. "Seek someone else to tell you. That will I do, since there is no better way." Then he searches until he finds the entrance of the yard where the damsels were at work, and coming before them he greets them all and sees tears flowing from their eyes as they weep. Then he says to them, "May it please God to remove from your hearts and turn to joy this grief, the cause of which I do not know." One of them answers, "May you be heard by God, to whom you have addressed your prayer. It shall not be concealed from you who we are and from what land. I suppose that is what you wish to know. For no other purpose came I here, says he. 326 Sire, it happened a long while ago that the king of the Isle of Damsels went seeking news through divers courts and countries, and he kept on his travels like a dunce until he encountered this perilous place. It was an unlucky hour when he first came here, for we wretched captives who are here receive all the shame and misery which we have in no wise deserved. And rest assured that you yourself may expect great shame unless a ransom for you be accepted. But at any rate, so it came about that my lord came to this town, where there are two sons of the devil, do not take it as a jest, who were born of a woman and an imp. These two were about to fight with the king, whose terror was great, for he was not yet 18 years old, and they would have been able to cleave him through like a tender lamb. So the king, in his terror, escaped his fate as best he could, by swearing that he would send hither each year as required 30 of his damsels, and with this rent he freed himself. And when he swore, it was agreed that this arrangement should remain in force as long as the two devils lived. But upon the day when they should be conquered and defeated in battle, he would be relieved from this tribute, and we should be delivered who are now shamefully given over to distress and misery. Never again shall we know what pleasure is. But I spoke folly just now in referring to our deliverance, for we shall never more leave this place. We shall spend our days weaving cloths of silk without ever being better clad. We shall always be poor and naked, and shall always suffer from hunger and thirst, for we shall never be able to earn enough to procure for ourselves any better food. Our bread supply is very scarce, a little in the morning and less at night, for none of us can gain by her handiwork more than 4pence a day for her daily bread. And with this we cannot provide ourselves with sufficient food and clothes. For though there is not one of us who does not earn as much as 20 sous 327 a week, yet we cannot live without hardship. Now you must know that there is not a single one of us who does not do 20 sous worth of work or more, and with such a sum even a duke would be considered rich. So while we are reduced to such poverty, he for whom we work is rich with the product of our toil. We sit up many nights as well as every day to earn the more, for they threaten to do us injury when we seek some rest, so we do not dare to rest ourselves. But why should I tell you more? We are so shamefully treated and insulted that I cannot tell you the fifth part of it all. But what makes us almost wild with rage is that we very often see rich and excellent knights, who fight with the two devils, lose their lives on our account. They pay dearly for the lodging they receive, as you will do tomorrow. For whether you wish to do so or not, you will have to fight single-handed and lose your fair renown. With these two devils, may God, the true and spiritual, protect me, said my lord Yvain, and give you back your honor and happiness if it be his will. I must go now and see the people inside there and find out what sort of entertainment they will offer me. Go now, sire, and may he protect you who gives and distributes all good things. VV 5347 to 5456. Then he went until he came to the hall, where he found no one, good or bad, to address him. Then he and his companion passed through the house until they came to a garden. They never spoke of or mentioned stabling their horses, but what matters it? For those who considered them already as their own had stabled them carefully. I do not know whether their expectation was wise, for the horses' owners are still perfectly hale. The horses, however, have oats and hay and stand in litter up to their belly. My lord Yvain and his company enter the garden. There he sees, reclining upon his elbow upon a silken rug, a gentleman to whom a maiden was reading from a romance about I know not whom. There had come to recline there with them and listen to the romance a lady, who was the mother of the damsel, as the gentleman was her father. They had good reason to enjoy seeing and hearing her, for they had no other children. She was not yet 16 years old, and was so fair and full of grace that the god of love would have devoted himself entirely to her service if he had seen her, and would never have made her fall in love with anybody except himself. For her sake he would have become a man and would lay aside his deity, and would smite his own body with that dart whose wound never heals unless some base physician attends to it. It is not fitting that anyone should recover until he meets with faithlessness. Anyone who is cured by other means is not honestly in love. I could tell you so much about this wound, if you were pleased to listen to it, that I would not get through my tale today. But there would be someone who would promptly say that I was telling you but an idle tale. For people don't fall in love nowadays, nor do they love as they used to do, so they do not care to hear of it. 328. But hear now in what fashion and with what manner of hospitality my Lord Yvain was received. All those who were in the garden leaped to their feet when they saw him come and cried out, "This way, fair sire, may you and all you love be blessed with all that God can do or say." I know not if they were deceiving him, but they receive him joyfully and act as if they are pleased that he should be comfortably lodged. Even the Lord's daughter serves him very honorably, as one should treat a worthy guest. She relieves him of all his arms, nor was it the least attention she bestowed on him when she herself washed his neck and face. The Lord wishes that all honor should be shown him, as indeed they do. She gets out from her wardrobe a folded shirt, white drawers, needle and thread for his sleeves, which she sews on, thus clothing him. 329. May God want now that this attention and service may not prove too costly to him. She gave him a handsome jacket to put on over his shirt, and about his neck she placed a brand new spotted mantle of scarlet stuff. She takes such pains to serve him well that he feels ashamed and embarrassed. But the damsel is so courteous and open-hearted and polite that she feels she is doing very little, and she knows well that it is her mother's will that she shall leave nothing undone for him which she thinks may win his gratitude. That night at table he was so well served with so many dishes that there were too many. The servants who brought in the dishes might well have been wearied by serving them. That night they did him all manner of honor, putting him comfortably to bed, and not once going near him again after he had retired. His lion lay at his feet as his custom was. In the morning, when God lighted his great light for the world, as early as was consistent in one who was always considerate, my Lord Yvain quickly arose, as did his damsel too. They heard Mass in a chapel where it was promptly said for them in honor of the Holy Spirit. VV 5457 to 5770. After the Mass my Lord Yvain heard bad news, when he thought the time had come for him to leave and that nothing would stand in his way. But it could not be in accordance with his wish. When he said, "Sire, if it be your will and with your permission I am going now," the master of the house replied, "Friend, I will not grant you permission yet. There is a reason why I cannot do so, for there is established in this castle a very terrible practice which I am bound to observe. I shall now cause to approach two great strong fellows of mine, against whom, whether right or wrong, you must take arms. If you can defend yourself against them, and conquer and slay them both, my daughter desires you as her lord, and the suzerainty of this town and all its dependencies awaits you." "Sire," said he, "for all this I have no desire, so may God never bestow your daughter upon me, but may she remain with you. For she is so fair and so elegant that the Emperor of Germany would be fortunate to win her as his wife." "No more, fair guest," the Lord replied. "There is no need of my listening to your refusal, for you cannot escape. He who can defeat the two who are about to attack you must by right receive my castle and all my land and my daughter as his wife. There is no way of avoiding or renouncing the battle, but I feel sure that your refusal of my daughter is due to cowardice, for you think that in this manner you can completely avoid the battle. Know, however, without fail that you must surely fight. No knight who lodges here can possibly escape. This is a settled custom and statute which will endure yet for many a year, for my daughter will never be married until I see them dead or defeated. Then I must fight them in spite of myself, but I assure you that I should very gladly give it up. In spite of my reluctance, however, I shall accept the battle since it is inevitable." Thereupon the two hideous black sons of the devil come in, both armed with a crooked club of a cornelian cherry tree which they had covered with copper and wound with brass. They were armed from the shoulders to the knees, but their head and face were bare as well as their brawny legs. Thus armed they advanced, bearing in their hands round shields, stout and light for fighting. The lion begins to quiver as soon as he sees them, for he sees the arms they have, and perceives that they come to fight his master. He is aroused and bristles up at once, and trembling with rage and bold impulse, he thrashes the earth with his tail, desiring to rescue his master before they kill him. And when they see him they say, "Vassal, remove the lion from here that he may not do us harm. Either surrender to us at once, or else, we adjure you, that lion must be put where he can take no part in aiding you or in harming us. You must come alone to enjoy our sport, for the lion would gladly help you if he could." My lord Yvain then replies to them, "Take him away yourselves if you are afraid of him, for I shall be well pleased and satisfied if he can contrive to injure you, and I shall be grateful for his aid." They answer, "Upon my word that will not do. You shall never receive any help from him. To do the best you can alone, without the help of anyone. You must fight single-handed against us too. If you were not alone, it would be 2 against 2, so you must follow our orders and remove your lion from here at once, however much you may dislike to do so." "Where do you wish him to be?" he asks, "or where do you wish me to put him?" Then they show him a small room and say, "Shut him up in there. It shall be done, since it is your will." Then he takes him and shuts him up. And now they bring him arms for his body, and lead out his horse, which they give to him, and he mounts. The 2 champions, being now assured about the lion which is shut up in the room, come at him to injure him and do him harm. They give him such blows with the maces that his shield and helmet are of little use, for when they hit him on the helmet they batter it in and break it, and the shield is broken and dissolved like ice, for they make such holes in it that one could thrust his fists through it. Their onslaught is truly terrible. And he, what does he do against these 2 devils? Urged on by shame and fear, he defends himself with all his strength. He strains every nerve and exerts himself to deal heavy and telling blows. They lost nothing by his gifts, for he returned their attentions with double measure. In his room the lion's heart is heavy and sad, for he remembers the kind deed done for him by this noble man, who now must stand in great need of his service and aid. If now he could escape from there, he would return him the kindness with full measure and full bushel, without any discount whatsoever. He looks about in all directions, but sees no way of escape. He hears the blows of the dangerous and desperate fight, and in his grief he rages and is beside himself. He investigates until he comes to the threshold, which was beginning to grow rotten, and he scratches at it until he can squeeze himself in as far as his haunches, when he sticks fast. Meanwhile my lord Yvain was hard pressed and sweating freely, for he found that the 2 fellows were very strong, fierce, and persistent. He had received many a blow and repaid it as best he could, but without doing them any harm, for they were well skilled in fencing, and their shields were not of a kind to be hacked by any sword, however sharp and well-tempered it might be. So my lord Yvain had good reason to fear his death, yet he managed to hold his own until the lion extricated himself by continued scratching beneath the threshold. If the rascals are not killed now, surely they will never be, for so long as the lion knows them to be alive, they can never obtain truce or peace with him. He seizes one of them and pulls him down to earth like a tree trunk. The wretches are terrified, and there is not a man present who does not rejoice, for he whom the lion has dragged down will never be able to rise again unless the other succors him. He runs up to bring him aid, and at the same time to protect himself lest the lion should attack him as soon as he had dispatched the one whom he had thrown down. He was more afraid of the lion than of his master. But my lord Yvain will be foolish now if he allows him longer life, when he sees him turn his back and sees his neck bare and exposed. This chance turned out well for him. When the rascal exposed to him his bare head and neck, he dealt him such a blow that he smote his head from his shoulders so quietly that the fellow never knew a word about it. Then he dismounts, wishing to help and save the other one from the lion who holds him fast. But it is of no use, for already he is in such straits that a physician can never arrive in time. For the lion, coming at him furiously, so wounded him at the first attack that he was in a dreadful state. Nevertheless, he drags the lion back and sees that he had torn his shoulder from its place. He is in no fear of the fellow now, for his club has fallen from his hand, and he lies like a dead man without action or movement. Still he has enough strength to speak, and he said as clearly as he could, "Please take your lion away, fair sire, that he may not do me further harm. Henceforth you may do with me whatever may be your desire. Whoever begs and prays for mercy ought not to have his prayer refused unless he addresses a heartless man. I will no longer defend myself, nor will I ever get up from here with my own strength, so I put myself in your hands. Speak out then," he says, "if thou dost admit that thou art conquered and defeated." "Sire," he says, "it is evident. I am defeated in spite of myself, and I surrender, I promise you. Then thou needest have no further fear of me, and my lion will leave thee alone." Then he is surrounded by all the crowd, who arrive on the scene in haste, and both the lord and his lady rejoice over him and embrace him and speak to him of their daughter, saying, "Now you will be the lord and master of us all, and our daughter will be your wife, for we bestow her upon you as your spouse. And for my part," he says, "I restore her to you. Let him who has her keep her. I have no concern with her, though I say it not in disparagement. Take it not amiss if I do not accept her, for I cannot and must not do so. But deliver to me now, if you will, the wretched maidens in your possession. The agreement, as you well know, is that they shall all go free. What you say is true," he says, "and I resign and deliver them freely to you. There will be no dispute on that score, but you will be wise to take my daughter with all my wealth, for she is fair and charming and sensible. You will never find again such a rich marriage as this." "Sire," he replies, "you do not know of my engagements and my affairs, and I do not dare to explain them to you. But you may be sure when I refuse what would never be refused by anyone who was free to devote his heart and intentions to such a fair and charming girl, that I too would willingly accept her hand if I could, or if I were free to accept her or any other maid. But I assure you that I cannot do it, so let me depart in peace. For the damsel who escorted me hither is awaiting me. She has kept me company, and I would not willingly desert her whatever the future may have in store. You wish to go, fair sire, but how? My gate will never be opened for you unless my judgment bids me give the command. Rather shall you remain here as my prisoner. You are acting haughtily and making a mistake when you disdain to take my daughter at my request." "Disdain, my lord, upon my soul, I do not disdain her. Whatever the penalty may be, I cannot marry a wife or tarry here. I shall follow the damsel who is my guide, for otherwise it cannot be. But with your consent I will pledge you my right hand, and you may take my word that just as you see me now, I will return if possible, and then will accept your daughter's hand whenever it may seem good row you. Confound anyone," he says, "who asks you for your word or promise or pledge. If my daughter pleases you, you will return quickly enough. You will not return any sooner, I think, for having given your word or sworn an oath. Begone now. I release you from all oaths and promises. If you are detained by rain or wind or by nothing at all, it is of no consequence to me. I do not hold my daughter so cheap as to bestow her upon you forcibly. Now go about your business, for it is quite the same to me whether you go or whether you stay." EV 5771 to 5871. Thereupon my lord Yvain turns away and delays no longer in the castle. He escorted the poor and ill-clad wretches who were now released from captivity and whom the lord committed to his care. These maidens feel that now they are rich as they file out in pairs before him from the castle. I do not believe that they would rejoice so much as they do now were he who created the whole world to descend to earth from heaven. Now all those people who had insulted him in every possible way come to beseech him for mercy and peace and escort him on his way. He replies that he knows nothing of what they mean. "I do not understand what you mean," he says, "but I have nothing against you. I do not remember that you ever said anything that harmed me." They are very glad for what they hear and loudly praise his courtesy, and after escorting him a long distance, they all commend him to God. Then the damsels, after asking his permission, separated from him, When they left him, they all bowed to him and prayed and expressed the wish that God might grant him joy and health, and the accomplishment of his desire wherever in the future he should go. Then he who is anxious to be gone says that he hopes God will save them all. Go, he says, and may God conduct you into your countries safe and happy. Then they continue their way joyfully, and my lord Yvain departs in the other direction. All the days of that week he never ceases to hurry on under the escort of the maid, who was well acquainted with the road, and with the retired place where she had left the unhappy and disconsolate damsel who had been deprived of her inheritance. But when she heard news of the arrival of the maiden and of the knight with the lion, there never was such joy as she felt within her heart. For now she thinks that if she insists, her sister will cede her a part of her inheritance. The damsel had long lain sick, and had just recovered from her malady. It had seriously affected her, as was apparent from her face. Straightway she went forth to meet them, greeting them and honoring them in every way she could. There is no need to speak of the happiness that prevailed that night in the house. No mention will be made of it, for the story would be too long to tell. I pass over all that until they mounted next morning and went away. They rode until they saw the town where King Arthur had been staying for a fortnight or more. And there, too, was the damsel who had deprived her sister of her heritage, for she had kept close to the court, waiting for the arrival of her sister, who now draws near. But she does not worry much, for she does not think that her sister can find any knight who can withstand my lord Gawain's attack, and only 1 day of the 40 yet remains. If this single day had passed, she would have had the reasonable and legal right to claim the heritage for herself alone. But more stands in the way than she thinks or believes. That night they spent outside the town in a small and humble house, where, in accordance with their desire, they were not recognized. At the first sign of dawn the next morning they necessarily issue forth, but ensconce themselves in hiding until broad daylight. VV 5872 to 5924. I know not how many days had passed since my lord Gawain had so completely disappeared that no one at court knew anything about him, except only the damsel in whose cause he was to fight. He had concealed himself 3 or 4 leagues from the court, and when he returned he was so equipped that even those who knew him perfectly could not recognize him by the arms he bore. The damsel, whose injustice toward her sister was evident, presented him at court in the sight of all, for she intended with his help to triumph in the dispute where she had no rights. So she said to the king, "My lord, time passes, the noon hour will soon be gone, and this is the last day. As you see, I am prepared to defend my claim. If my sister were going to return, there would be nothing to do but await her arrival. But I may praise God that she is not coming back again. It is evident that she cannot better her affairs, and that her trouble has been for naught. For my part, I have been ready all the time up to this last day to prove my claim to what is mine. I have proved my point entirely without a fight, and now I may rightfully go to accept my heritage in peace, for I shall render no accounting for it to my sister as long as I live, and she will lead a wretched and miserable existence." Then the king, who well knew that the damsel was disloyally unjust toward her sister, said to her, "My dear, upon my word, in a royal court one must wait as long as the king's justice sits and deliberates upon the verdict. It is not yet time to pack up, for it is my belief that your sister will yet arrive in time." Before the king had finished, he saw the knight with the lion and the damsel with him. They too were advancing alone, having slipped away from the lion who had stayed where they spent the night. VV 5925 to 5990. The king saw the damsel whom he did not fail to recognize, and he was greatly pleased and delighted to see her, for he was on her side of the quarrel because he had regard for what was right. Joyfully he cried out to her as soon as he could, "Come forward, fair one, may God save you." When the other sister hears these words, she turns trembling, and sees her with the knight whom she had brought to defend in her claim. Then she turned blacker than the earth. The damsel, after being kindly welcomed by all, went to where the king was sitting. When she had come before him, she spoke to him thus, "God save the king and his household." If my rights in this dispute can be settled by a champion, then it will be done by this knight who has followed me hither. This frank and courteous knight had many other things to do elsewhere, but he felt such pity for me that he cast aside all his other affairs for the sake of mine. Now, madam, my very dear sister, whom I love as much as my own heart, would do the right and courteous thing if she would let me have so much of what is mine by right that there might be peace between me and her, for I ask for nothing that is hers. Nor do I ask for anything that is thine, the other replied. For thou hast nothing, and nothing shalt thou have. Thou canst never talk so much as to gain anything by thy words. Thou mayest dry up with grief. Then the other, who was very polite and sensible and courteous, replied with the words, Certainly I am sorry that two such gentlemen as these should fight on our behalf over so small a disagreement. But I cannot disregard my claim, for I am in too great need of it. So I should be much obliged to you if you would give me what is rightly mine. Surely, the other said, anyone would be a fool to consider thy demands. May I burn in evil fire and flame if I give thee anything to ease thy life. The banks of the Seine will meet, and the hour of prime will be called noon before I refuse to carry out the fight. May God and the right which I have in this cause, and in which I trust and have trusted till the present time, aid him who in charity and courtesy has offered himself in my service, though he knows not who I am, and though we are ignorant of each other's identity. VV 5991 to 6148. So they talked until their conversation ceased, and then produced the knights in the middle of the court. Then all the people crowd about as people are wont to do when they wish to witness blows in battle or in joust. But those who were about to fight did not recognize each other, though their relations were wont to be very affectionate. Then do they not love each other now? I would answer you both yes and no, and I shall prove that each answer is correct. In truth, my Lord Gawain loves Yvain and regards him as his companion, and so does Yvain regard him wherever he may be. Even here, if he knew who he was, he would make much of him, and either one of them would lay down his head for the other before he would allow any harm to come to him. Is not that a perfect and lofty love? Yes, surely. But on the other hand, is not their hate equally manifest? Yes, for it is a certain thing that doubtless each would be glad to have broken the other's head, and so to have injured him as to cause his humiliation. Upon my word, it is a wondrous thing that love and mortal hate should dwell together. God, how can two things so opposed find lodging in the same dwelling place? It seems to me they cannot live together, for one could not dwell with the other without giving rise to noise and contention as soon as each knew of the other's presence. But upon the ground floor there may be several apartments, for there are halls and sleeping rooms. It may be the same in this case. I think love had ensconced himself in some hidden room, while hate had betaken herself to the balconies looking on the high road, because she wishes to be seen. Just now hate is in the saddle, and spurs and pricks forward as she can to get ahead of love, who is indisposed to move. Ah, love, what has become of thee? Come out now, and thou shalt see what a host has been brought up and opposed to thee by the enemies of thy friends. The enemies are these very men who love each other with such a holy love for love, which is neither false nor feigned. It is a precious and a holy thing. In this case love is completely blind, and hate too is deprived of sight. For if love had recognized these two men, he must have forbidden each to attack the other or to do anything to cause him harm. In this respect then love is blind and discomfited and beguiled. For though he sees them, he fails to recognize those who rightly belong to him. And though hate is unable to tell why one of them should hate the other, yet she tries to engage them wrongfully, so that each hates the other mortally. You know, of course, that he cannot be said to love a man who would wish to harm him and see him dead. How then does Yvain wish to kill his friend my Lord Gawain? Yes, and the desire is mutual. Would then my Lord Gawain desire to kill Yvain with his own hands, or do even worse than I have said? Nay, not really, I swear and protest. One would not wish to injure or harm the other in return for all that God has done for man, or for all the empire of Rome. But this in turn is a lie of mine, for it is plainly to be seen that, with lance raised high in rest, each is ready to attack the other, and there will be no restraint of the desire of each to wound the other with intent to injure him and work him woe. Now tell me, when one will have defeated the other, of whom can he complain who has the worst of it? For if they go so far as to come to blows, I am very much afraid that they will continue the battle and the strife until victory be definitely decided. If he is defeated, will Yvain be justified in saying that he has been harmed and wronged by a man who counts him among his friends, and who has never mentioned him but by the name of friend or companion? Or if it comes about perchance that Yvain should hurt him in turn or defeat him in any way, will Gawain have the right to complain? Nay, for he will not know whose fault it is. In ignorance of each other's identity, they both drew off and took their distance. At this first shock their lances break, though they were stout and made of ash. Not a word do they exchange, for if they had stopped to converse their meeting would have been different. In that case no blow would have been dealt with lance or sword, they would have kissed and embraced each other rather than sought each other's harm. For now they attack each other with injurious intent. The condition of the swords is not improved, nor that of the helmets and shields, which are dented and split, and the edges of the swords are nicked and dulled. For they strike each other violently, not with the fiat of the swords, but with the edge, and they deal such blows with the pommels upon the nose guards and upon the neck, forehead and cheeks, that they are all marked black and blue where the blood collects beneath the skin. And their hauberks are so torn and their shields so broken in pieces that neither one escaped without wounds. Their breath is almost exhausted with the labour of the strife. They hammer away at each other so lustily that every hyacinth and emerald set in their helmets is crushed and smashed. For they give each other such a battering with their pommels upon the helmets that they are quite stunned, as they almost beat out each other's brains. The eyes in their heads gleam like sparks, as with stout square fists and strong nerves and hard bones, they strike each other upon the mouth as long as they can grip their swords, which are of great service to them in dealing their heavy blows. VV 6149 to 6228. When they had for a long time strained themselves until the helmets were crushed, and the hauberks' meshes were torn apart with the hammering of the swords, and the shields were split and cracked, they drew apart a little to give their pulse a rest and to catch their breath again. However, they do not long delay, but run at each other again more fiercely than before, and all declare that they never saw two more courageous knights. This fight between them is no jest, but they are in grim earnest. They will never be repaid for their merits and deserts. The two friends in their bitter struggle heard these words and heard how the people were talking of reconciling the two sisters, but they had no success in placating the elder one, and the younger one said she would leave it to the king and would not gainsay him in anything. But the elder one was so obstinate that even the Queen Guinevere and the knights and the king and the ladies and the townspeople side with the younger sister, and all join in beseeching the king to give her a third or a fourth part of the land in spite of the elder sister, and to separate the two knights who had displayed such bravery, for it would be too bad if one should injure the other or deprive him of any honour. And the king replied that he would take no hand in making peace, for the elder sister is so cruel that she has no desire for it. All these words were heard by the two, who were attacking each other so bitterly that all were astonished thereat, for the battle is waged so evenly that it is impossible to judge which has the better and which the worse. Even the two men themselves who fight and who are purchasing honour with agony are filled with amazement and stand aghast, for they are so well matched in their attack that each wonders who it can be that withstands him with such bravery. They fight so long that the day draws on to night, while their arms grow weary and their bodies sore, and the hot, boiling blood flows from many a spot and trickles down beneath their hauberks. They are in such distress that it is no wonder if they wish to rest. Then both withdraw to rest themselves, each thinking within himself that however long he has had to wait, he now at last has met his match. For some time they thus seek repose without daring to resume the fight. They feel no further desire to fight because of the night which is growing dark, and because of the respect they feel for each other's might. These two considerations keep them apart and urge them to keep the peace. But before they leave the field they will discover each other's identity, and joy and mercy will be established between them. VV 62:29 to 65:26. My brave and courteous Lord Yvain was the first to speak, but his good friend was unable to recognize him by his utterance, for he was prevented by his low tone and by his voice which was hoarse, weak and broken, for his blood was all stirred up by the blows he had received. My lord, he says, the night comes on. I think no blame or reproach will attach to us if the night comes between us. But I am willing to admit for my own part that I feel great respect and admiration for you, and never in my life have I engaged in a battle which has made me smart so much, nor did I ever expect to see a knight whose acquaintance I should so yearn to make. You know well how to land your blows and how to make good use of them. I have never known a knight who was so skilled in dealing blows. It was against my will that I received all the blows you have bestowed on me today. I am stunned by the blows you have struck upon my head. Upon my word, my Lord Gawain replies, you are not so stunned and faint, but that I am as much so or more. And if I should tell you the simple truth, I think you would not be loath to hear it. For if I have lent you anything of mine, you have fully paid me back, principal and interest, for you were more ready to pay back than I was to accept the payment. But however that may be, since you wish me to inform you of my name, it shall not be kept from you. My name is Gawain, the son of King Lot. As soon as my Lord Yvain heard that, he was amazed and sorely troubled. Angry and grief-stricken, he cast upon the ground his bloody sword and broken shield, then dismounted from his horse and cried, Alas, what mischance is this? Through what unhappy ignorance in not recognizing each other have we waged this battle? For if I had known who you were, I should never have fought with you, but upon my word I should have surrendered without a blow. How is that? My Lord Gawain inquires, Who are you then? I am Yvain, who love you more than any man in the whole wide world, for you have always been fond of me and shown me honor in every court. But I wish to make you such amends and do you such honor in this affair that I will confess myself to have been defeated. Will you do so much for my sake? My gentle Lord Gawain asks him, Surely I should be presumptuous to accept any such amends from you. This honor shall never be claimed as mine, but it shall be yours to whom I resign it. Ah, fair sire, do not speak so, for that could never be. I am so wounded and exhausted that I cannot endure more. Surely you have no cause to be concerned. His friend and companion replies, But for my part I am defeated and overcome. I say it not as a compliment, for there is no stranger in the world to whom I would not say as much rather than receive any more blows. Thus saying, he got down from his horse, and they threw their arms about each other's neck, kissing each other, and each continuing to assert that it is he who has met defeat. The argument is still in progress when the king and the knights come running up from every side at the sight of their reconciliation, and great is their desire to hear how this can be, and who these men are who manifest such happiness. The king says, Gentlemen, tell us now who it is that has so suddenly brought about this friendship and harmony between you two, after the hatred and strife there has been this day. Then his nephew, my Lord Gawain, thus answers him, My lord, you shall be informed of the misfortune and mischance which have been the cause of our strife. Since you have tarried in order to hear and learn the cause of it, it is right to let you know the truth. I, Gawain, who am your nephew, did not recognize this companion of mine, my Lord Yvain, until he fortunately, by the will of God, asked me my name. After each had informed the other of his name, we recognized each other, but not until we had fought it out. Our struggle already has been long, and if we had fought yet a little longer, it would have fared ill with me, for by my head he would have killed me, what with his prowess and the evil cause of her who chose me as her champion. But I would rather be defeated than killed by a friend in battle. Then my Lord Yvain's blood was stirred as he said to him in reply, Fair dear sire, so help me God, you have no right to say so much. Let my lord the king well know in this battle I am surely the one who has been defeated and overcome. I am the one, no, I am. Thus each cries out, and both are so honest and courteous that each allows the victory and crown to be the other's prize, while neither one of them will accept it. Thus each strives to convince the king and all the people that he has been defeated and overthrown. But when he had listened to them for a while, the king terminated the dispute. He was well pleased with what he heard and with the sight of them in each other's arms, though they had wounded and injured each other in several places. My lords, he says, there is deep affection between you two. You give clear evidence of that when each insists that it is he who has been defeated. Now leave it all to me, for I think I can arrange it in such a way that it will redound to your honor, and everyone will give consent. Then they both promised him that they would do his will in every particular, and the king says that he will decide the quarrel fairly and faithfully. Where is the damsel, he inquires, who has ejected her sister from her land and has forcibly and cruelly disinherited her? My lord, she answers, here I am. Are you there? Then draw near to me. I saw plainly some time ago that you were disinheriting her, but her right shall no longer be denied. For you yourself have avowed the truth to me. You must now resign her share to her. Sire, she says, if I uttered a foolish and thoughtless word, you ought not to take me up in it. For God's sake, sire, do not be hard on me. You are a king, and you ought to guard against wrong and error. The king replies, that is precisely why I wish to give your sister her rights, for I have never defended what is wrong. And you have surely heard how your knight and hers have left the matter in my hands. I shall not say what is altogether pleasing to you, for your injustice is well known. In his desire to honor the other, each one says that he has been defeated, but there is no need to delay further. Since the matter has been left to me, either you will do in all respects what I say without resistance, or I shall announce that my nephew has been defeated in the fight. That would be the worst thing that could happen to your cause, and I shall be sorry to make such a declaration. In reality, he would not have said it for anything, but he spoke thus in order to see if he could frighten her into restoring the heritage to her sister. For he clearly saw that she never would surrender anything to her for any words of his unless she was influenced by force or fear. In fear and apprehension she replied to him, Fair lord, I must now respect your desire, though my heart is very loath to yield. Yet, however hard it may go with me, I shall do it, and my sister shall have what belongs to her. I give her your own person as a pledge of her share in my inheritance, in order that she may be more assured of it. Endow her with it then at once. The king replies, Let her receive it from your hands, and let her vow fidelity to you. Do you love her as your vassal, and let her love you as her sovereign lady and as her sister. Thus the king conducts the affair until the damsel takes possession of her land and offers her thanks to him for it. Then the king asked the valiant and brave knight who was his nephew to allow himself to be disarmed, and he requested my lord Yvain to lay aside his arms also, for now they may well dispense with them. Then the two vassals lay aside their arms and separate on equal terms, and while they are taking off their armor they see the lion running up in search of his master. As soon as he catches sight of him, he begins to show his joy. Then you would have seen people draw aside, and the boldest among them takes to flight. My lord Yvain cries out, Stand still all, why do you flee? No one is chasing you. Have no fear that yonder lion will do you harm. Believe me please when I say that he is mine and I am his, and we are both companions. Then it was known of a truth by all those who had heard tell of the adventures of the lion and of his companion that this must be the very man who had killed the wicked giant. And my lord Gawain said to him, Sir companion, so help me God, you have overwhelmed me with shame this day. I did not deserve the service that you did me in killing the giant to save my nephews and my niece. I have been thinking about you for some time, and I was troubled because it was said that we were acquainted as loving friends. I have surely thought much upon the subject, but I could not hit upon the truth, and had never heard of any knight that I had known in any land where I had been, who was called the Knight with the Lion. While they chatted thus, they took their armor off, and the lion came with no slow step to the place where his master sat, and showed such joy as a dumb beast could. Then the two knights had to be removed to a sick room and infirmary, for they needed a doctor and piester to cure their wounds. King Arthur, who loved them well, had them both brought before him and summoned a surgeon whose knowledge of surgery was supreme. He exercised his art in curing them, until he had healed their wounds as well and as quickly as possible. When he had cured them both, my Lord Yvain, who had his heart set fast on love, saw clearly that he could not live, but that he finally would die unless his lady took pity upon him, for he was dying for love of her. So he thought he would go away from the court alone and would go to fight at the spring that belonged to her, where he would cause such a storm of wind and rain that she would be compelled perforce to make peace with him. Otherwise, there would be no end to the disturbance of the spring and to the rain and wind. VV 65:27 to 66:58. As soon as my Lord Yvain felt that he was cured and sound again, he departed without the knowledge of any one. But he had with him his lion, who never in his life wished to desert him. They travelled until they saw the spring and made the rain descend. Think not that this is a lie of mine, when I tell you that the disturbance was so violent that no one could tell the 10th part of it, for it seemed as if the whole forest must surely be engulfed. The lady fears for her town, lest it too will crumble away. The walls totter and the tower rocks so that it is on the verge of falling down. The bravest Turk would rather be a captive in Persia than be shut up within those walls. The people are so stricken with terror that they curse all their ancestors, saying, "Confounded be the man who first constructed a house in this neighborhood and all those who built this town. For in the wide world they could not have found so detestable a spot. For a single man is able here to invade and worry and harry us. You must take counsel in this matter, my lady," says Luned. "You will find no one who will undertake to aid you in this time of need unless you seek for him afar. In the future we shall never be secure in this town, nor dare to pass beyond the walls and gate. You know full well that, were someone to summon together all your knights for this cause, the best of them would not dare to step forward. If it is true that you have no one to defend your spring, you will appear ridiculous and humiliated. It will redound greatly to your honor, forsooth, if he who has attacked you shall retire without a fight. Surely you are in a bad predicament if you do not devise some other plan to benefit yourself." The lady replies, "Do thou, who art so wise, tell me what plan I can devise, and I will follow thy advice." "Indeed, lady, if I had any plan, I should gladly propose it to you, but you have great need of a wiser counselor. So I shall certainly not dare to intrude, and in common with the others I shall endure the rain and wind until, if it please God, I shall see some worthy man appear here in your court who will assume the responsibility and burden of the battle. But I do not believe that that will happen today, and we have not yet seen the worst of your urgent need." Then the lady replies at once, "Damsel, speak now of something else. Say no more of the people of my household, for I cherish no further expectation that the spring and its marble brim will ever be defended by any of them. But if it please God, let us hear now what is your opinion and plan, for people always say that in time of need one can test his friend." 330 My lady, if there is anyone who thinks he could find him who slew the giant and defeated the 3 knights, he would do well to go to search for him. But so long as he shall incur the enmity, wrath, and displeasure of his lady, I fancy there is not under heaven any man or woman whom he would follow, until he had been assured upon oath that everything possible would be done to appease the hostility which his lady feels for him, and which is so bitter that he is dying of the grief and anxiety it causes him. And the lady said, "Before you enter upon the quest, I am prepared to promise you upon my word and to swear that, if he will return to me, I will openly and frankly do all I can to bring about his peace of mind." Then Luned replies to her, "Lady, have no fear that you cannot easily effect his reconciliation when once it is your desire to do so, but if you do not object, I will take your oath before I start." "I have no objection," the lady says. With delicate courtesy, Luned procured at once for her a very precious relic, and the lady fell upon her knees. Thus Luned very courteously accepted her upon her oath. In administering the oath, she forgot nothing which it might be an advantage to insert. "Lady," she says, "now raise your hand. I do not wish that the day after tomorrow you should lay any charge upon me, for you are not doing anything for me, but you are acting for your own good. If you please now, you shall swear that you will exert yourself in the interests of the knight with the lion until he recover his lady's love as completely as he ever possessed it." The lady then raised her right hand and said, "I swear to all that thou hast said, so help me God and his holy saint, that my heart may never fail to do all within my power. If I have the strength and ability, I will restore to him the love and favor which with his lady he once enjoyed." VV 6659 to 6716. Lunete has now done well her work. There was nothing which she had desired so much as the object which she had now attained. They had already got out for her a palfrey with an easy pace. Gladly and in a happy frame of mind Lunete mounts and rides away, until she finds beneath the pine tree him whom she did not expect to find so near at hand. Indeed, she had thought that she would have to seek afar before discovering him. As soon as she saw him, she recognized him by the lion, and coming toward him rapidly, she dismounted upon the solid earth. And my Lord Yvain recognized her as soon as he saw her, and greeted her as she saluted him with the words, "Sire, I am very happy to have found you so near at hand." And my Lord Yvain said in reply, "How is that? Were you looking for me then?" "Yes, sire, and in all my life I have never felt so glad. For I have made my mistress promise, if she does not go back upon her word, that she will be again your lady as was once the case, and that you shall be her lord. This truth I make bold to tell." My Lord Yvain was greatly elated at the news he hears, and which he had never expected to hear again. He could not sufficiently show his gratitude to her who had accomplished this for him. He kisses her eyes and then her face, saying, "Surely, my sweet friend, I can never repay you for this service. I fear that ability and time will fail me to do you the honor and service which is your due." "Sire," she replies, "have no concern, and let not that thought worry you, for you will have an abundance of strength and time to show me and others your good will. If I have paid this debt I owed, I am entitled to only so much gratitude as the man who borrows another's goods and then discharges the obligation. Even now I do not consider that I have paid you the debt I owed. Indeed you have, as God sees me, more than 500,000 times. Now when you are ready, let us go." "But have you told her who I am?" "No, I have not, upon my word. She knows you only by the name of the knight with the lion." VV 6717 to 6758. Thus conversing they went along, with the lion following after them, until they all three came to the town. They said not a word to any man or woman there until they arrived where the lady was. And the lady was greatly pleased as soon as she heard that the damsel was approaching, and that she was bringing with her the lion and the knight, whom she was very anxious to meet and know and see, all clad in his arms. My Lord Yvain fell at her feet upon his knees, while Lunete, who was standing by, said to her, "Raise him up, lady, and apply all your efforts and strength and skill in procuring that peace and pardon which no one in the world except you can secure for him." Then the lady bade him rise and said, "He may dispose of all my power. I shall be very happy, if possible, to accomplish his wish and his desire." "Surely, my lady," Lunete replied, "I would not say it if it were not true. But all this is even more possible for you than I have said. But now I will tell you the whole truth, and you shall see. You never had and you never will have such a good friend as this gentleman. God, whose will it is that there should be unending peace and love between you and him, has caused me to find him this day so near at hand. In order to test the truth of this, I have only one thing to say, lady, dismiss the grudge you bear him, for he has no other mistress than you. This is your husband, my Lord Yvain." VV 6759 to 6776. The lady, trembling at these words, replied, "God save me, you have caught me neatly in a trap. You will make me love, in spite of myself, a man who neither loves nor esteems me. This is a fine piece of work and a charming way of serving me. I would rather endure the winds and the tempests all my life, and if it were not a mean and ugly thing to break one's word, he would never make his peace or be reconciled with me. This purpose would have always lurked within me as a fire smoulders in the ashes, but I do not wish to renew it now, nor do I care to refer to it, since I must be reconciled with him. VV 6777 to 6798. My Lord Yvain hears and understands that his cause is going well and that he will be peacefully reconciled with her. So he says, Lady, one ought to have mercy on a sinner. I have had to pay, and dearly to pay, for my mad act. It was madness that made me stay away, and I now admit my guilt and sin. I have been bold indeed in daring to present myself to you, but if you will deign to keep me now, I never again shall do you any wrong. She replied, I will surely consent to that, for if I did not do all I could to establish peace between you and me, I should be guilty of perjury. So if you please, I grant your request. Lady, says he, so truly as God in this mortal life could not otherwise restore me to happiness, so may the Holy Spirit bless me 500 times. VV 6799 to 6813. And now my Lord Yvain is reconciled, and you may believe that in spite of the trouble he has endured, he was never so happy for anything. All has turned out well at last, for he is beloved and treasured by his lady, and she by him. His troubles no longer are in his mind, for he forgets them all in the joy he feels with his precious wife. And Lunete, for her part, is happy too. All her desires are satisfied. When once she had made an enduring peace between my polite Lord Yvain and his sweetheart so dear and so elegant. EV 6814 to 6818. Thus Chrétien concludes his romance of the Knight with the Lion, for I never heard any more told of it, nor will you ever hear any further particulars unless someone wishes to add some lies. Endnotes. Yvain endnotes supplied by Prof. Forster are indicated by F. All other endnotes are supplied by W. Comfort 31 Return Seal Fest qui tant cost quan doit claima la Pentecost. This rhyme is frequently met in medieval narrative poems. F. 32 Return The contemporary degeneracy of lovers and of the art of love is a favorite theme of medieval poets. 33 Return cf. Roman de la Rose 9661 for the stinking manure pit. F. 34 Return The forest of Brocéliande is in Brittany, and in it Chrétien places the marvellous spring of Barenton, of which we read in the sequel. In his version, the poet forgets that the sea separates the court at Cardule from the forest of Brocéliande. His readers, however, probably passed over this lapsus. The most famous passage relating to this forest and its spring is found in Wace, Le Roman de Rue et des Dieux de Normandie, VV 6395 to 6422 vols. Heilbronn 1877 to 79. Cf. Further the informing note by W. L. Holland, Chrétien von Troyes p. 152 f. Tübingen 1854. 35 Return. This grotesque portrait of the villain is perfectly conventional in aristocratic poetry, and is also applied to some Saracens in the epic poems. Cf. W. Comfort in Pub. Of the Modern Language Association of America, Roman 21, 494 f. and in the Dublin Review, July 1911. 36 Return for the description of the magic fountain, cf. W. A. Nitze, the fountain defended in modern philology, Roman 7, 145 to 164, G. L. Hamilton, storm-making springs, etc. in Romantic Review, Roman 2, 355 to 375, A. F. Grimm in Germania, Roman 33, 38, O. M. Johnston in Transactions and Proceedings of the American Philological Association, Roman 33, p. LXXZI, and therefore 37 Return Eugen Kolbing, Chrétien von Troyes Yvain und die Brandenus-Legend in Z. Tisch. Für Vergleichende Literatur Geschichte, Newfolge, Roman 11. Brand 1897, pp. 442 to 448, has pointed out other striking allusions in the Latin Navigatio S. Brandon's ed. Warlund, Uppsala, 1900, and elsewhere in Celtic legend to trees teeming with singing birds, in which the souls of the blessed are incorporated. A more general reference to trees animated by the souls of the dead is found in J. G. Fraser, The Golden Bough, 2nd ed., 1900, Vol. I. p. 178 f. 38 return cf. A. Tobler in Z. Tisch. For Romanish philology, Roman 4, 80-85, who gives many other instances of boasting after meals. See next note. 39 return Nuruddin is the Sultan Nuruddin Mahmud, reigned 1146 to 1173, a contemporary of the poet. Four is a legendary Saracen king of Naples, mentioned in the epic poems cf. E. Langlois table des noms propres de tout nature compris dans les chansons de geste, Paris 1904. Albert Counson, Noms épiques entrés dans le vocabulaire commun in Romanish Forschungen, Roman 23, 401 to 413. These names are mentioned here in connection with the brave exploits which Christian knights, while in their cups, may boast that they will accomplish. This practice of boasting was called indulging in gabs equals eng. Gab, a good instance of which will be found in Le Voyage de Charlemagne à Jerusalem, ed. Koschwitz, v. 447 ff. 310 return. It is evident in this passage that Chrétien's version is not clear. The reader cannot be sure in what sort of an apartment Yvain is secreted. The passage is perfectly clear, however, in the Welsh Owen, as shown by A. C. L. Brown in Romanic Review, Roman 3, 143 to 172, on the independent character of the Welsh Owen, where he argues convincingly for an original older than either the extant French of Welsh versions. 311 return. The damsel's surprise and fright at the sight of Yvain, which puzzled Professor Forster, is satisfactorily explained by J. Aker in Z. Tisch. Für Französische Sprache und Literatur, Roman 35, 150, 312 return. For magic rings cf. A. Hertel, Versorbit Oetlichkeiten, etc. Hanover 1908. D.B. Easter. The magic elements in the Romans d'Aventure and the Romans Bretons, Baltimore 1906. 313 return. Much has been written on the widespread belief that a dead person's wounds would bleed afresh in the presence of his murderer. The passage in our text is interesting as being the earliest literary reference to the belief. Other instances will be found in Shakespeare, King Richard, Roman 3, Act I, Sc. 2, Cervantes, Don Quixote, Scott Ballads, and Schiller, Braut von Messina. In the 15th and 16th centuries especially, the bleeding of the dead became in Italy, Germany, France, and Spain an absolute or contributory proof of guilt in the eyes of the law. The suspected culprit might be subjected to this ordeal as part of the inquisitional method to determine guilt. For theories of the origin of this belief and of its use in legal trials, as well as for more extended bibliography, cf. Karl Lehmann in Germanistische Abhandlungen für Konrad von Maurer, Göttingen 1893, pp 21-45, C.V. Christensen, Baret Proven, Copenhagen 1900. 314, return. W. L. Holland in his note for this passage recalls Schiller's Jungfrau von Orleans, Act Roman 3, Sc. 7 and Shakespeare first part of King Henry Roman 4, Act v. Sc. 4 when that this body did contain a spirit, a kingdom for it was too small a bound, but now 2 paces of the vilest earth is room enough. 315 return. Forster regards this excuse for Kay's defeat as ironical. 316 return. It is hoped that the following passage may have retained in the translation some of the gay animation which clothes this description of a royal entry into a medieval town. 317 return. This idea forms the dominating motive, it will be recalled, in Erec et Eneid, cf. Note to Erec v. 2576. 318 return. The parallel between Yvain's and Roland's madness will occur to readers of Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, though in the former case Yvain's madness seems to be rather a retribution for his failure to keep his promise, while Roland's madness arises from excess of love. 319 Return. Argonne is the name of a hilly and well-wooded district in the northeast of France, lying between the Meuse and the Aisne. 320 Return. An allusion to the well-known epic tradition embodied in the Chanson de Roland. It was common for medieval poets to give names to both the horses and the swords of their heroes. 321 Return. For the faithful lion in the Latin bestiaries and medieval romances, see the long note of W. L. Holland, Chrétien von Troyes, Tübingen 1854, p. 161f, and G. Bayest in Zeitschrift für Romanische Philologie, Roman 21, 402–405. To the examples there cited may be added the episodes in Octavian 15th century, published in the Romanische Bibliothek Heilbronn, 1883, 322 Return. This is the first of 3 references in this poem to the abduction of Guinevere as fully narrated in the poem of Lancelot. The other references are in v. 3918 and v. 4740f. 323 Return. Yvain here states the theory of the judicial trial by combat. For another instance see Lancelot v. 4963f. cf. M. Pfeffer in Z. Tisch. Für Romanische Philologie, Roman 9, 1–74 and L. Jordan id. X6, 385–401. 324 Return. A similar description of a distressed damsel wandering at night in a forest is found in Berthaud's Grands Pies by Adenet Leroy 13th century. 325 Return. The lion is forgotten for the moment but will appear again v. 5446. F. 326 Return. This entire passage belongs in the category of widespread myths which tell of a tribute of youths or maidens paid to some cruel monster, from which some hero finally obtains deliverance. Instances are presented in the adventures of Theseus and Tristan. 327 Return. The old French monetary table was as follows: 10 as equals 1 denier, 12 deniers equals 1 sol, 20 sous equals 1 livre. 328 Return. It appears to be the poet's prerogative in all epochs of social history to bemoan the degeneracy of true love in his own generation. 329 Return. The sleeves of shirts were detachable and were sewed on afresh when a clean garment was put on. F. 330 Return. This was an axiom of feudal society, and occurs more frequently in feudal literature than any other statement of medieval social relations. Lancelot or the Knight of the Cart, VV 1–30. Since my Lady of Champagne wishes me to undertake to write a romance, 41 I shall very gladly do so, being so devoted to her service as to do anything in the world for her, without any intention of flattery. But if one were to introduce any flattery upon such an occasion, he might say, and I would subscribe to it, that this lady surpasses all others who are alive, just as the south wind which blows in May or April is more lovely than any other wind. But upon my word, I am not one to wish to flatter my lady. I will simply say, the Countess is worth as many queens as a gem is worth of pearls and sards. Nay, I shall make no comparison, and yet it is true in spite of me. I will say, however, that her command has more to do with this work than any thought or pains that I may expend upon it. Here Chrétien begins his book about the Knight of the Cart. The material and the treatment of it are given and furnished to him by the Countess, and he is simply trying to carry out her concern and intention. Here he begins the story, VV 31–172. Upon a certain Ascension Day, King Arthur had come from Caerleon, and had held a very magnificent court at Camelot, as was fitting on such a day. 42 After the feast, the king did not quit his noble companions, of whom there were many in the hall. The queen was present too, and with her many a courteous lady able to converse in French. And Kay, who had furnished the meal, was eating with the others who had served the food. While Kay was sitting there at meat, behold, there came to court a knight, well equipped and fully armed, and thus the knight appeared before the king as he sat among his lords. He gave him no greeting, but spoke out thus: King Arthur, I hold in captivity knights, ladies, and damsels who belong to thy dominion and household. But it is not because of any intention to restore them to thee that I make reference to them here. Rather do I wish to proclaim and serve thee notice that thou hast not the strength or the resources to enable thee to secure them again, and be assured that thou shalt die before thou canst ever succor them. The king replies that he must needs endure what he has not the power to change. Nevertheless, he is filled with grief. Then the knight makes as if to go away and turns about, without tarrying longer before the king. But after reaching the door of the hall, he does not go down the stairs, but stops and speaks from there these words: King, if in thy court there is a single knight in whom thou hast such confidence that thou wouldst dare to entrust to him the queen, that he might escort her after me out into the woods whither I am going, I will promise to await him there, and will surrender to thee all the prisoners whom I hold in exile in my country if he is able to defend the queen, and if he succeeds in bringing her back again. Many who were in the palace heard this challenge, and the whole court was in an uproar. Kay too heard the news as he sat at meat with those who served. Leaving the table, he came straight to the king, and as if greatly enraged, he began to say, O king, I have served thee long faithfully and loyally. Now I take my leave, and shall go away, having no desire to serve thee more. The king was grieved at what he heard, and as soon as he could, he thus replied to him, Is this serious or a joke? And Kay replied, O king, fair sire, I have no desire to jest, and I take my leave quite seriously. No other reward or wages do I wish in return for the service I have given you. My mind is quite made up to go away immediately. Is it in anger or in spite that you wish to go? The king inquired. Seneschal, remain at court, as you have done hitherto, and be assured that I have nothing in the world which I would not give you at once in return for your consent to stay. Sire, says Kay, no need of that. I would not accept for each day's pay a measure of fine pure gold. Thereupon the king in great dismay went off to seek the queen. My lady, he says, you do not know the demand that the seneschal makes of me. He asks me for leave to go away and says he will no longer stay at court. The reason of this I do not know, but he will do at your request what he will not do for me. Go to him now, my lady dear. Since he will not consent to stay for my sake, pray him to remain on your account, and if need be, fall at his feet, for I should never again be happy if I should lose his company. 43. The king sends the queen to the seneschal, and she goes to him. Finding him with the rest, she went up to him and said, Kay, you may be very sure that I am greatly troubled by the news I have heard of you. I am grieved to say that I have been told it is your intention to leave the king. How does this come about? What motive have you in your mind? I cannot think that you are so sensible or courteous as usual. I want to ask you to remain, stay with us here, and grant my prayer. Lady, he says, I give you thanks, nevertheless I shall not remain. The queen again makes her request and is joined by all the other knights, and Kay informs her that he is growing tired of a service which is unprofitable. Then the queen prostrates herself at full length before his feet. Kay beseeches her to rise, but she says that she will never do so until he grants her request. Then Kay promises her to remain, provided the king and she will grant in advance a favor he is about to ask. Kay, she says, he will grant it, whatever it may be. Come now, and we shall tell him that upon this condition you will remain. So Kay goes away with the queen to the king's presence. The queen says, I have had hard work to detain Kay, but I have brought him here to you with the understanding that you will do what he is going to ask. The king sighed with satisfaction and said that he would perform whatever request he might make. VV 173 to 246. Sire, says Kay, hear now what I desire and what is the gift you have promised me. I esteem myself very fortunate to gain such a boon with your consent. Sire, you have pledged your word that you would entrust to me my lady here, and that we should go after the knight who awaits us in the forest. Though the king is grieved, he trusts him with the charge, for he never went back upon his word. But it made him so ill-humoured and displeased that it plainly showed in his countenance. The queen, for her part, was sorry too, and all those of the household say that Kay had made a proud, outrageous, and mad request. Then the king took the queen by the hand and said, "My lady, you must accompany Kay without making objection." And Kay said, "Hand her over to me now and have no fear, for I shall bring her back perfectly happy and safe." The king gives her into his charge, and he takes her off. After them all the rest go out, and there is not one who is not sad. You must know that the seneschal was fully armed, and his horse was led into the middle of the courtyard, together with a palfrey as is fitting for the queen. The queen walked up to the palfrey, which was neither restive nor hard-mouthed. Grieving and sad, with a sigh the queen mounts, saying to herself in a low voice, so that no one could hear, "Alas, alas, if you only knew it, I am sure you would never allow me without interference to be led away a step." 44. She thought she had spoken in a very low tone, but Count Guinevere heard her, who was standing by when she mounted. When they started away, as great a lament was made by all the men and women present, as if she already lay dead upon a bier. They do not believe that she will ever in her life come back. The seneschal in his impudence takes her where that other knight is awaiting her. But no one was so much concerned as to undertake to follow him, until at last my Lord Gawain thus addressed the king his uncle. "Sire," he says, "you have done a very foolish thing which causes me great surprise. But if you will take my advice while they are still nearby, I and you will ride after them, and all those who wish to accompany us. For my part, I cannot restrain myself from going in pursuit of them at once. It would not be proper for us not to go after them, at least far enough to learn what is to become of the queen, and how Kay is going to comport himself." "Ah, fair nephew," the king replied, "you have spoken courteously, and since you have undertaken the affair, order our horses to be led out bridled and saddled, that there may be no delay in setting out." VV 247 to 398. The horses are at once brought out, all ready and with the saddles on. First the king mounts, then my Lord Gawain and all the others rapidly. Each one wishing to be of the party follows his own will and starts away. Some were armed, but there were not a few without their arms. My Lord Gawain was armed, and he bade 2 squires lead by the bridle 2 extra steeds. And as they thus approached the forest, they saw Kay's horse running out, and they recognized him and saw that both reins of the bridle were broken. The horse was running wild, the stirrup straps all stained with blood, and the saddle bow was broken and damaged. Every one was chagrined at this, and they nudged each other and shook their heads. My Lord Gawain was riding far in advance of the rest of the party, and it was not long before he saw coming slowly a knight on a horse that was sore, painfully tired, and covered with sweat. The knight first saluted my Lord Gawain, and his greeting my Lord Gawain returned. Then the knight, recognizing my Lord Gawain, stopped and thus spoke to him. "You see, sir, my horse is in a sweat, and in such case as to be no longer serviceable. I suppose that those 2 horses belong to you now, with the understanding that I shall return the service and the favour. I beg you to let me have one or the other of them, either as a loan or outright as a gift." And he answers him, "Choose whichever you prefer." Then he who was in dire distress did not try to select the better or the fairer or the larger of the horses, but leaped quickly upon the one which was nearer to him and rode him off. Then the one he had just left fell dead, for he had ridden him hard that day, so that he was used up and overworked. The knight without delay goes pricking through the forest, and my Lord Gawain follows in pursuit of him with all speed until he reaches the bottom of a hill. And when he had gone some distance, he found the horse dead which he had given to the knight, and noticed that the ground had been trampled by horses, and that broken shields and lances lay strewn about, so that it seemed that there had been a great combat between several knights, and he was very sorry and grieved not to have been there. However, he did not stay there long, but rapidly passed on until he saw again by chance the knight all alone on foot, completely armed, with helmet laced, shield hanging from his neck, and with his sword girt on. He had overtaken a cart. In those days such a cart served the same purpose as does a pillory now, and in each good town where there are more than 3,000 such carts nowadays, in those times there was only one, and this, like our pillories, had to do service for all those who commit murder or treason, and those who are guilty of any delinquency, and for thieves who have stolen others' property or have forcibly seized it on the roads. Whoever was convicted of any crime was placed upon a cart and dragged through all the streets, and he lost henceforth all his legal rights, and was never afterward heard, honoured, or welcomed in any court. The carts were so dreadful in those days that the saying was then first used, "When thou dost see and meet a cart, cross thyself and call upon God that no evil may befall thee." The knight on foot and without a lance walked behind the cart and saw a dwarf sitting on the shafts, who held, as a driver does, a long goad in his hand. Then he cries out, "Dwarf, for God's sake, tell me now if thou hast seen my lady the queen pass by here." The miserable, low-born dwarf would not give him any news of her, but replied, "If thou wilt get up into the cart I am driving, thou shalt hear tomorrow what has happened to the queen." Then he kept on his way without giving further heed. The knight hesitated only for a couple of steps before getting in. Yet it was unlucky for him that he shrank from the disgrace, and did not jump in at once, for he will later rue his delay. But common sense, which is inconsistent with love's dictates, bids him refrain from getting in, warning him and counselling him to do and undertake nothing for which he may reap shame and disgrace. Reason, which dares thus speak to him, reaches only his lips but not his heart, but love is enclosed within his heart, bidding him and urging him to mount at once upon the cart. So he jumps in, since love will have it so, feeling no concern about the shame, since he is prompted by love's commands. And my Lord Gawain presses on in haste after the cart, and when he finds the knight sitting in it, his surprise is great. "Tell me," he shouted to the dwarf, "if thou knowest anything of the queen." And he replied, "If thou art so much thy own enemy as is this knight who is sitting here, get in with him if it be thy pleasure, and I will drive thee along with him." When my Lord Gawain heard that, he considered it great foolishness, and said that he would not get in, for it would be dishonourable to exchange a horse for a cart. "Go on, and wherever thy journey lies, I will follow after thee." VV 399 to 462. Thereupon they start ahead, one mounted on his horse, the other two riding in the cart, and thus they proceed in company. Late in the afternoon they arrive at a town which, you must know, was very rich and beautiful. All three entered through the gate. The people are greatly amazed to see the knight borne upon the cart, and they take no pains to conceal their feelings, but small and great and old and young shout taunts at him in the streets, so that the knight hears many vile and scornful words at his expense. 45 They all inquire, to what punishment is this knight to be consigned? Is he to be rayed or hanged or drowned or burned upon a fire of thorns? Tell us, thou dwarf, who art driving him, in what crime was he caught? Is he convicted of robbery? Is he a murderer or a criminal? And to all this the dwarf made no response, vouchsafing to them no reply. He conducts the knight to a lodging place, and Gawain follows the dwarf closely to a tower which stood on the same level over against the town. Beyond there stretched a meadow, and the tower was built close by, up on a lofty eminence of rock, whose face formed a sharp precipice. Following the horse and cart, Gawain entered the tower. In the hall they met a damsel elegantly attired, than whom there was none fairer in the land, and with her they saw coming two fair and charming maidens. As soon as they saw my Lord Gawain, they received him joyously and saluted him, and then asked news about the other knight. "Dwarf, of what crime is this knight guilty, whom thou dost drive like a lame man?" He would not answer her question, but he made the knight get out of the cart, and then he withdrew without their knowing whither he went. Then my Lord Gawain dismounts, and valets come forward to relieve the two knights of their armour. The damsel ordered 2 green mantles to be brought, which they put on. When the hour for supper came, a sumptuous repast was set. The damsels sat at table beside my Lord Gawain. They would not have changed their lodging place to seek any other, For all that evening the damsel showed them gear honour, and provided them with fair and pleasant company. VV 463 to 538. When they had sat up long enough, 2 long high beds were prepared in the middle of the hall, and there was another bed alongside, fairer and more splendid than the rest. For as the story testifies, it possessed all the excellence that one could think of in a bed. When the time came to retire, the damsel took both the guests to whom she had offered her hospitality. She shows them the 2 fine, long, wide beds, and says, "These 2 beds are set up here for the accommodation of your bodies, but in that one yonder no one ever lay who did not merit it. It was not set up to be used by you." The knight who came riding on the cart replies at once. "Tell me," he says, "for what cause this bed is inaccessible?" Being thoroughly informed of this, she answers unhesitatingly, "It is not your place to ask or make such an inquiry. Any knight is disgraced in the land after being in a cart, and it is not fitting that he should concern himself with the matter upon which you have questioned me. And most of all, it is not right that he should lie upon the bed, for he would soon pay dearly for his act. So rich a couch has not been prepared for you, and you would pay dearly for ever harbouring such a thought." He replies, "You will see about that presently." Am I to see it? Yes, it will soon appear. By my head, the knight replies, "I know not who is to pay the penalty, but whoever may object or disapprove, I intend to lie upon this bed and repose there at my ease." Then he at once disrobed in the bed, which was long and raised half an ell above the other 2, and was covered with a yellow cloth of silk and a coverlet with gilded stars. The furs were not of skinned vair but of sable. The covering he had on him would have been fitting for a king. The mattress was not made of straw or rushes, or of old mats. At midnight there descended from the rafters suddenly a lance, as with the intention of pinning the knight through the flanks to the coverlet and the white sheets where he lay. 46 To the lance there was attached a pennon all ablaze. The coverlet, the bedclothes, and the bed itself all caught fire at once, and the tip of the lance passed so close to the knight's side that it cut the skin a little without seriously wounding him. Then the knight got up, put out the fire, and taking the lance, swung it in the middle of the hall, all this without leaving his bed. Rather did he lie down again and slept as securely as at first. VV 539 to 982. In the morning at daybreak the damsel of the tower had mass celebrated on their account, and had them rise and dress. When mass had been celebrated for them, the knight who had ridden in the cart sat down pensively at a window which looked out upon the meadow, and he gazed upon the fields below. The damsel came to another window close by, and there my Lord Gawain conversed with her privately for a while about something, I know not what. I do not know what words were uttered, but while they were leaning on the window-sill they saw carried along the river through the fields a bier upon which there lay a knight. 47 And alongside 3 damsels walked, mourning bitterly. Behind the bier they saw a crowd approaching, with a tall knight in front, leading a fair lady by the horse's rein. The knight at the window knew that it was the queen. He continued to gaze at her attentively, and with delight as long as she was visible, and when he could no longer see her, he was minded to throw himself out and break his body down below, and he would have let himself fall out had not my Lord Gawain seen him and drawn him back, saying, "I beg you, sire, be quiet now. For God's sake, never think again of committing such a mad deed. It is wrong for you to despise your life." "He is perfectly right," the damsel says, "for will not the news of his disgrace be known everywhere? Since he has been upon the cart, he has good reason to wish to die, for he would be better dead than alive. His life henceforth is sure to be one of shame, vexation, and unhappiness." Then the knights asked for their armour and armed themselves, the damsel treating them courteously with distinction and generosity. For when she had joked with the knight and ridiculed him enough, she presented him with a horse and lance as a token of her goodwill. The knights then courteously and politely took leave of the damsel, first saluting her, and then going off in the direction taken by the crowd they had seen. Thus they rode out from the town without addressing them. They proceeded quickly in the direction they had seen taken by the queen, but they did not overtake the procession which had advanced rapidly. After leaving the fields, the knights enter an enclosed place and find a beaten road. They advance through the woods until it might be 6 o'clock, 48, and then at a crossroads they met a damsel, whom they both saluted, each asking and requesting her to tell them if she knows whither the queen has been taken. Replying intelligently, she said to them, "If you would pledge me your word, I could set you on the right road and path, and I would tell you the name of the country and of the knight who is conducting her. But whoever would essay to enter that country must endure sore trials, for before he could reach there he must suffer much." Then my Lord Gawain replies, "Damsel, so help me God, I promise to place all my strength at your disposal and service whenever you please, if you will tell me now the truth." And he who had been on the cart did not say that he would pledge her all his strength, but he proclaims, like one whom love makes rich, powerful, and bold for any enterprise, that at once and without hesitation he will promise her anything she desires, and he puts himself altogether at her disposal. "Then I will tell you the truth," says she. Then the damsel relates to them the following story. "In truth, my lord's Meleagant, a tall and powerful knight, son of the king of Gora, has taken her off into the kingdom whence no foreigner returns, but where he must perforce remain in servitude and banishment." Then they ask her, "Damsel, where is this country? Where can we find the way thither?" She replies, "That you shall quickly learn, but you may be sure that you will meet with many obstacles and difficult passages, for it is not easy to enter there except with the permission of the king, whose name is Bade Margu. However, it is possible to enter by 2 very perilous paths and by 2 very difficult passageways. One is called the water bridge, because the bridge is under water, and there is the same amount of water beneath it as above it, so that the bridge is exactly in the middle, and it is only 1.5 feet in width and in thickness. This choice is certainly to be avoided, and yet it is the less dangerous of the 2. In addition, there are a number of other obstacles of which I will say nothing. The other bridge is still more impracticable and much more perilous, never having been crossed by man. It is just like a sharp sword, and therefore all the people call it the sword bridge. Now I have told you all the truth I know." But they ask of her once again, "Damsel, deign to show us these 2 passages." To which the damsel makes reply, "This road here is the most direct to the water bridge, and that one yonder leads straight to the sword bridge." Then the knight who had been on the cart says, "Sire, I am ready to share with you without prejudice. Take one of these 2 routes and leave the other one to me, take whichever you prefer." "In truth," my Lord Gawain replies, "both of them are hard and dangerous. I am not skilled in making such a choice and hardly know which of them to take. But it is not right for me to hesitate when you have left the choice to me. I will choose the water bridge." The other answers, "Then I must go uncomplainingly to the sword bridge, which I agree to do." Thereupon they all 3 part, each one commending the others very courteously to God. And when she sees them departing, she says, "Each one of you owes me a favor of my choosing whenever I may choose to ask it. Take care not to forget that." "We shall surely not forget it, sweet friend," both the knights call out. Then each one goes his own way, and he of the cart is occupied with deep reflections, like one who has no strength or defense against love which holds him in its sway. His thoughts are such that he totally forgets himself, and he knows not whether he is alive or dead, forgetting even his own name, not knowing whether he is armed or not, or whither he is going or whence he came. Only one creature he has in mind, and for her his thought is so occupied that he neither sees nor hears aught else. 49. And his horse bears him along rapidly, following no crooked road but the best and the most direct. And thus proceeding unguided, he brings him into an open plain. In this plain there was a ford, on the other side of which a knight stood armed who guarded it, and in his company there was a damsel who had come on a palfrey. By this time the afternoon was well advanced, and yet the knight, unchanged and unwearied, pursued his thoughts. The horse, being very thirsty, sees clearly the ford, and as soon as he sees it, hastens toward it. Then he on the other side cries out, "Knight, I am guarding the ford and forbid you to cross." He neither gives him heed nor hears his words, being still deep in thought. In the meantime his horse advanced rapidly toward the water. The knight calls out to him that he will do wisely to keep at a distance from the ford, for there is no passage that way, and he swears by the heart within his breast that he will smite him if he enters the water. But his threats are not heard, and he calls out to him a third time, "Knight, do not enter the ford against my will and prohibition, for by my head I shall strike you as soon as I see you in the ford." But he is so deep in thought that he does not hear him. And the horse, quickly leaving the bank, leaps into the ford and greedily begins to drink. And the knight says he shall pay for this, that his shield and the hauberk he wears upon his back shall afford him no protection. First he puts his horse at a gallop, and from a gallop he urges him to a run, and he strikes the knight so hard that he knocks him down flat in the ford which he had forbidden him to cross. His lance flew from his hand and the shield from his neck. When he feels the water, he shivers, and though stunned, he jumps to his feet like one aroused from sleep, listening and looking about him with astonishment to see who it can be who has struck him. Then face to face with the other knight, he said, "Vassal, tell me why you have struck me when I was not aware of your presence, and when I had done you no harm." "Upon my word you had wronged me," the other says. "Did you not treat me disdainfully when I forbade you 3 times to cross the ford, shouting at you as loudly as I could? You surely heard me challenge you at least 2 or 3 times, and you entered in spite of me, though I told you I should strike you as soon as I saw you in the ford." Then the knight replies to him, "Whoever heard you or saw you, let him be damned so far as I am concerned. I was probably deep in thought when you forbade me to cross the ford, but be assured that I would make you reset it if I could just lay one of my hands on your bridle." And the other replies, "Why, what of that? If you dare, you may seize my bridle here and now. I do not esteem your proud threats so much as a handful of ashes." And he replies, "That suits me perfectly. However the affair may turn out, I should like to lay my hands on you." Then the other knight advances to the middle of the ford, where the other lays his left hand upon his bridle, and his right hand upon his leg, pulling, dragging, and pressing him so roughly that he remonstrates, thinking that he would pull his leg out of his body. Then he begs him to let go, saying, "Knight, if it please thee to fight me on even terms, take thy shield and horse and lance, and joust with me." He answers, "That will I not do upon my word. For I suppose thou wouldst run away as soon as thou hadst escaped my grip." Hearing this, he was much ashamed, and said, "Knight, mount thy horse in confidence, for I will pledge thee loyally my word that I shall not flinch or run away." Then once again he answers him, "First thou wilt have to swear to that, and I insist upon receiving thy oath that thou wilt neither run away nor flinch, nor touch me, nor come near me until thou shalt see me on my horse. I shall be treating thee very generously if, when thou art in my hands, I let thee go." He can do nothing but give his oath, and when the other hears him swear, he gathers up his shield and lance which were floating in the ford and by this time had drifted well downstream. Then he returns and takes his horse. After catching and mounting him, he seizes the shield by the shoulder straps and lays his lance in rest. Then each spurs toward the other as fast as their horses can carry them, and he who had to defend the ford first attacks the other, striking him so hard that his lance is completely splintered. The other strikes him in return so that he throws him prostrate into the ford and the water closes over him. Having accomplished that, he draws back and dismounts, thinking he could drive and chase away 100 such. While he draws from the scabbard his sword of steel, the other jumps up and draws his excellent flashing blade. Then they clash again, advancing and covering themselves with the shields which gleam with gold. Ceaselessly and without repose they wield their swords. They have the courage to deal so many blows that the battle finally is so protracted that the knight of the cart is greatly ashamed in his heart, thinking that he is making a sorry start in the way he has undertaken, when he has spent so much time in defeating a single knight. If he had met yesterday 100 such, he does not think or believe that they could have withstood him. So now he is much grieved and wroth to be in such an exhausted state that he is missing his strokes and losing time. Then he runs at him and presses him so hard that the other knight gives way and flees. However reluctant he may be, he leaves the ford and crossing free. but the other follows him in pursuit until he falls forward upon his hands. Then he of the cart runs up to him, swearing by all he sees that he shall rue the day when he upset him in the ford, and disturbed his reverie. The damsel whom the knight had with him upon hearing the threats is in great fear and begs him for her sake to forbear from killing him. But he tells her that he must do so and can show him no mercy for her sake, in view of the shameful wrong that he has done him. Then with sword drawn he approaches the knight, who cries in sore dismay, "For God's sake and for my own, show me the mercy I ask of you." And he replies, "As God may save me, no one ever sinned so against me that I would not show him mercy once, for God's sake, as is right, if he asked it of me in God's name. And so on thee I will have mercy, for I ought not to refuse thee when thou hast besought me. But first thou shalt give me thy word to constitute thyself my prisoner whenever I may wish to summon thee." Though it was hard to do so, he promised him. At once the damsel said, "O knight, since thou hast granted the mercy he asked of thee, if ever thou hast broken any bonds, for my sake now be merciful and release this prisoner from his parole. Set him free at my request, upon condition that when the time comes I shall do my utmost to repay thee in any way that thou shalt choose." Then he declares himself satisfied with the promise she has made and sets the knight at liberty. Then she is ashamed and anxious, thinking that he will recognize her, which she did not wish. But he goes away at once, the knight and the damsel commending him to God and taking leave of him. He grants them leave to go, while he himself pursues his way until late in the afternoon he met a damsel coming, who was very fair and charming, well attired and richly dressed. The damsel greets him prudently and courteously, and he replies, "Damsel, God grant you health and happiness." Then the damsel said to him, "Sire, my house is prepared for you if you will accept my hospitality, but you shall find shelter there only on condition that you will lie with me. Upon these terms I propose and make the offer." Not a few there are who would have thanked her 500 times for such a gift, but he is much displeased and made a very different answer. "Damsel, I thank you for the offer of your house and esteem it highly, but if you please, I should be very sorry to lie with you." "By my eyes," the damsel says, "then I retract my offer." And he, since it is unavoidable, lets her have her way, though his heart grieves to give consent. He feels only reluctance now, but greater distress will be his when it is time to go to bed. The damsel, too, who leads him away, will pass through sorrow and heaviness, for it is possible that she will love him so that she will not wish to part with him. As soon as he had granted her wish and desire, she escorts him to a fortified place, than which there was none fairer in Thessaly, for it was entirely enclosed by a high wall and a deep moat, and there was no man within except him whom she brought with her. VV 983 to 1042. Here she had constructed for her residence a quantity of handsome rooms and a large and roomy hall. Riding along a river bank, they approached their lodging place, and a drawbridge was lowered to allow them to pass. Crossing the bridge, they entered in and found the hall open with its roof of tiles. Through the open door they pass and see a table laid with a broad white cloth, upon which the dishes were set, and the candles burning in their stands, and the gilded silver drinking cups, and 2 pots of wine, one red and one white. Standing beside the table at the end of a bench, they found 2 basins of warm water in which to wash their hands, with a richly embroidered towel, all white and clean, with which to dry their hands. No valets, servants, or squires were to be found or seen. The knight, removing his shield from about his neck, hangs it upon a hook, and taking his lance lays it above upon a rack. Then he dismounts from his horse, as does the damsel from hers. The knight, for his part, was pleased that she did not care to wait for him to help her to dismount. Having dismounted, she runs directly to a room and brings him a short mantle of scarlet cloth, which she puts on him. The hall was by no means dark, for beside the light from the stars there were many large twisted candles lighted there, so that the illumination was very bright. When she had thrown the mantle about his shoulders, she said to him, "Friend, here is the water and the towel. There is no one to present or offer it to you except me whom you see. Wash your hands and then sit down when you feel like doing so." The hour and the meal, as you can see, demand that you should do so. He washes and then gladly and readily takes his seat, and she sits down beside him, and they eat and drink together until the time comes to leave the table. VV 1043 to 1206. When they had risen from the table, the damsel said to the knight, "Sire, if you do not object, go outside and amuse yourself, but if you please, do not stay after you think I must be in bed. Feel no concern or embarrassment, for then you may come to me at once if you will keep the promise you have made." And he replies, "I will keep my word and will return when I think the time has come." Then he went out and stayed in the courtyard until he thought it was time to return and keep the promise he had made. Going back into the hall, he sees nothing of her who would be his mistress, for she was not there. Not finding or seeing her, he said, "Wherever she may be, I shall look for her until I find her." He makes no delay in his search, being bound by the promise he had made her. Entering one of the rooms, he hears a damsel cry aloud, and it was the very one with whom he was about to lie. At the same time, he sees the door of another room standing open, and stepping toward it, he sees right before his eyes a knight who had thrown her down, and was holding her naked and prostrate upon the bed. She, thinking that he had come of course to help her, cried aloud, "Help, help, thou knight, who art my guest. If thou dost not take this man away from me, I shall find no one to do so. If thou dost not succour me speedily, he will wrong me before thy eyes. Thou art the one to lie with me in accordance with thy promise, and shall this man by force accomplish his wish before thy eyes? Gentle knight, exert thyself and make haste to bear me aid." He sees that the other man held the damsel brutally uncovered to the waist, and he is ashamed and angered to see him assault her so. Yet it is not jealousy he feels, nor will he be made a cuckold by him. At the door there stood as guards 2 knights completely armed and with swords drawn. Behind them there stood 4 men-at-arms, each armed with an axe, the sort with which you could split a cow down the back as easily as a root of juniper or broom. The knight hesitated at the door and thought, "God, what can I do? I am engaged in no less an affair than the quest of Queen Guinevere. I ought not to have the heart of a hare when for her sake I have engaged in such a quest. If cowardice puts its heart in me, and if I follow its dictates, I shall never attain what I seek. I am disgraced if I stand here. Indeed, I am ashamed even to have thought of holding back. My heart is very sad and oppressed. Now I am so ashamed and distressed that I would gladly die for having hesitated here so long. I say it not in pride, but may God have mercy on me if I do not prefer to die honorably rather than live a life of shame. If my path were unobstructed, and if these men gave me leave to pass through without restraint, what honor would I gain? Truly, in that case, the greatest coward alive would pass through, and all the while I hear this poor creature calling for help constantly and reminding me of my promise and reproaching me with bitter taunts. Then he steps to the door, thrusting in his head and shoulders. Glancing up, he sees 2 swords descending. He draws back, and the knights could not check their strokes. They had wielded them with such force that the swords struck the floor and both were broken in pieces. When he sees that the swords are broken, he pays less attention to the axes, fearing and dreading them much less. Rushing in among them, he strikes first one guard in the side and then another. The 2 who are nearest him he jostles and thrusts aside, throwing them both down flat. The third missed his stroke at him, but the 4th, who attacked him, strikes him so that he cuts his mantle and shirt, and slices the white flesh on his shoulder so that the blood trickles down from the wound. But he, without delay and without complaining of his wound, presses on more rapidly until he strikes between the temples him who was assaulting his hostess. Before he departs, he will try to keep his pledge to her. He makes him stand up reluctantly. Meanwhile, he who had missed striking him comes at him as fast as he can, and raising his arm again expects to split his head to the teeth with the axe. But the other, alert to defend himself, thrusts the knight toward him in such a way that he receives the axe just where the shoulder joins the neck, so that they are cleaved apart. Then the knight seizes the axe, wresting it quickly from him who holds it. Then he lets go the knight whom he still held and looks to his own defense, for the knights from the door and the 3 men with axes are all attacking him fiercely. So he leaped quickly between the bed and the wall and called to them, "Come on now, all of you. If there were 37 of you, you would have all the fight you wish with me so favorably placed. I shall never be overcome by you." And the damsel, watching him, exclaimed, "By my eyes, you need have no thought of that henceforth where I am." Then at once she dismisses the knights and the men-at-arms, who retire from there at once without delay or objection. And the damsel continues, "Sire, you have well defended me against the men of my household. Come now, and I'll lead you on." Hand in hand they enter the hall, but he was not at all pleased and would have willingly dispensed with her. VV 1207 to 1292. In the midst of the hall a bed had been set up, the sheets of which were by no means soiled, but were white and wide and well spread out. The bed was not of shredded straw or of coarse spreads, but a covering of 2 silk cloths had been laid upon the couch. The damsel lay down first, but without removing her chemise. He had great trouble in removing his hose and in untying the knots. He sweated with the trouble of it all, yet, in the midst of all the trouble, his promise impels and drives him on. Is this then an actual force? Yes, virtually so, for he feels that he is in duty bound to take his place by the damsel's side. It is his promise that urges him and dictates his act. So he lies down at once, but like her he does not remove his shirt. He takes good care not to touch her, and when he is in bed he turns away from her as far as possible and speaks not a word to her, like a monk to whom speech is forbidden. Not once does he look at her, nor show her any courtesy. Why not? Because his heart does not go out to her. She was certainly very fair and winsome, but not everyone is pleased and touched by what is fair and winsome. The knight has only one heart, and this one is really no longer his, but has been entrusted to someone else, so that he cannot bestow it elsewhere. Love, which holds all hearts beneath its sway, requires it to be lodged in a single place. All hearts know only those which it esteems, and he whom love deigns to control ought to prize himself the more. Love prized his heart so highly that it constrained it in a special manner, and made him so proud of this distinction that I am not inclined to find fault with him, if he lets alone what love forbids and remains fixed where it desires. The maiden clearly sees and knows that he dislikes her company and would gladly dispense with it, and that, having no desire to win her love, he would not attempt to woo her. So she said, "My lord, if you will not feel hurt, I will leave and return to bed in my own room, and you will be more comfortable. I do not believe that you are pleased with my company and society. Do not esteem me less if I tell you what I think. Now take your rest all night, for you have so well kept your promise that I have no right to make further request of you. So I commend you to God and shall go away." Thereupon she arises. The knight does not object, but rather gladly lets her go, like one who is the devoted lover of someone else. The damsel clearly perceived this, and went to her room, where she undressed completely and retired, saying to herself, "Of all the knights I have ever known, I never knew a single knight whom I would value the third part of an Angevin in comparison with this one. As I understand the case, he has on hand a more perilous and grave affair than any ever undertaken by a knight, and may God grant that he succeed in it." Then she fell asleep, and remained in bed until the next day's dawn appeared. VV 1293 to 1368. At daybreak she awakes and gets up. The knight awakes too, dressing and putting on his arms without waiting for any help. Then the damsel comes and sees that he is already dressed. Upon seeing him, she says, "May this day be a happy one for you, and may it be the same to you, damsel." The knight replies, adding that he is waiting anxiously for someone to bring out his horse. The maiden has someone fetch the horse, and says, "Sire, I should like to accompany you for some distance along the road, if you would agree to escort and conduct me according to the customs and practices which were observed before we were made captive in the kingdom of Logres." In those days the customs and privileges were such that, if a knight found a damsel or lawn maid alone, and if he cared for his fair name, he would no more treat her with dishonor than he would cut his own throat. And if he assaulted her, he would be disgraced forever in every court. But if, while she was under his escort, she should be won at arms by another who engaged him in battle, then this other knight might do with her what he pleased without receiving shame or blame. This is why the damsel said she would go with him if he had the courage and willingness to safeguard her in his company, so that no one should do her any harm. And he says to her, "No one shall harm you, I promise you, unless he harm me first." Then she says, "I will go with you." She orders her palfrey to be saddled, and her command is obeyed at once. Her palfrey was brought together with the knight's horse. Without the aid of any squire, they both mount and rapidly ride away. She talks to him, but not caring for her words. He pays no attention to what she says. He likes to think, but dislikes to talk. Love very often inflicts afresh the wound it has given him. Yet he applied no poultice to the wound to cure it and make it comfortable, having no intention or desire to secure a poultice or to seek a physician, unless the wound becomes more painful. Yet there is one whose remedy he would gladly seek. 410. They follow the roads and paths in the right direction until they come to a spring, situated in the middle of a field and bordered by a stone basin. Someone had forgotten upon the stone a comb of gilded ivory. Never since ancient times has wise man or fool seen such a comb. In its teeth there was almost a handful of hair belonging to her who had used the comb. VV 1369 to 1552. When the damsel notices the spring and sees the stone, she does not wish her companion to see it, so she turns off in another direction, and he, agreeably occupied with his own thoughts, does not at once remark that she is leading him aside. But when at last he notices it, he is afraid of being beguiled, thinking that she is yielding and is going out of the way in order to avoid some danger. "See here, damsel," he cries, "you are not going right, come this way. No one, I think, ever went straight who left this road." "Sire, this is a better way for us," the damsel says, "I am sure of it." Then he replies to her, "I don't know, damsel, what you think, but you can plainly see that the beaten path lies this way, and since I have started to follow it, I shall not turn aside. So come now, if you will, for I shall continue along this way." Then they go forward until they come near the stone basin and see the comb. The knight says, "I surely never remember to have seen so beautiful a comb as this." "Let me have it," the damsel says. "Willingly, damsel," he replies. Then he stoops over and picks it up. While holding it, he looks at it steadfastly, gazing at the hair until the damsel begins to laugh. When he sees her doing so, he begs her to tell him why she laughs, and she says, "Never mind, for I will never tell you." "Why not?" he asks. "Because I don't wish to do so." And when he hears that, he implores her like one who holds that lovers ought to keep faith mutually. "Damsel, if you love anything passionately, by that I implore and conjure and beg you not to conceal from me the reason why you laugh. Your appeal is so strong," she says, "that I will tell you and keep nothing back. I am sure, as I am of anything, that this comb belonged to the queen, and you may take my word that those are strands of the queen's hair which you see to be so fair and light and radiant, and which are clinging in the teeth of the comb. They surely never grew anywhere else." Then the knight replied, "Upon my word there are plenty of queens and kings. What queen do you mean?" And she answered, "In truth, fair sire, it is of King Arthur's wife I speak." When he hears that, he has not strength to keep from bowing his head over his saddle bow. And when the damsel sees him thus, she is amazed and terrified, thinking he is about to fall. Do not blame her for her fear, for she thought him in a faint. He might as well have swooned, so near was he to doing so, for in his heart he felt such grief that for a long time he lost his colour and power of speech. And the damsel dismounts and runs as quickly as possible to support and succour him, for she would not have wished for anything to see him fall. When he saw her, he felt ashamed and said, "Why do you need to bear me aid?" You must not suppose that the damsel told him why, for he would have been ashamed and distressed, and it would have annoyed and troubled him if she had confessed to him the truth. So she took good care not to tell the truth, but tactfully answered him, "Sire, I dismounted to get the comb, for I was so anxious to hold it in my hand that I could not longer wait." Willing that she should have the comb, he gives it to her, first pulling out the hair so carefully that he tears none of it. Never will the eye of man see anything receive such honor as when he begins to adore these tresses. 100,000 times he raises them to his eyes and mouth, to his forehead and face. He manifests his joy in every way, considering himself rich and happy now. He lays them in his bosom near his heart, between the shirt and the flesh. He would not exchange them for a cartload of emeralds and carbuncles, nor does he think that any sore or illness can afflict him now. He holds in contempt essence of pearl, treacle, and the cure for pleurisy. 411 Even for St. Martin and St. James he has no need, for he has such confidence in this hair that he requires no other aid. But what was this hair like? If I tell the truth about it, you will think I am a mad teller of lies. When the mart is full at the yearly fair of St. Denis, 412, and when the goods are most abundantly displayed, even then the knight would not take all this wealth, unless he had found these tresses too. And if you wish to know the truth, gold 100,000 times refined and melted down as many times would be darker than is night compared with the brightest summer day we have had this year, if one were to see the gold and set it beside this hair. But why should I make a long story of it? The damsel mounts again with the comb in her possession, while he revels and delights in the tresses in his bosom. Leaving the plain, they come to a forest and take a short cut through it until they come to a narrow place, where they have to go in single file, for it would have been impossible to ride 2 horses abreast. Just where the way was narrowest, they see a knight approach. As soon as she saw him, the damsel recognized him and said, "Sir Knight, do you see him who yonder comes against us all armed and ready for a battle? I know what his intention is. He thinks now that he cannot fail to take me off defenseless with him. He loves me, but he is very foolish to do so. In person and by messenger he has been long wooing me, but my love is not within his reach, for I would not love him under any consideration, so help me God. I would kill myself rather than bestow my love on him. I do not doubt that he is delighted now and is as satisfied as if he had me already in his power. But now I shall see what you can do, and I shall see how brave you are, and it will become apparent whether your escort can protect me. If you can protect me now, I shall not fail to proclaim that you are brave and very worthy." And he answered her, go on, which was as much as to say, I am not concerned, there is no need of your being worried about what you have said. VV 1553 to 1660. While they were proceeding, talking thus, the knight, who was alone, rode rapidly toward them on the run. He was the more eager to make haste because he felt more sure of success. He felt that he was lucky now to see her whom he most dearly loves. As soon as he approaches her, he greets her with words that come from his heart. Welcome to her, whencesoever she comes, whom I most desire, but who has hitherto caused me least joy and most distress. It is not fitting that she should be so stingy of her speech as not to return his greeting, at least by word of mouth. The knight is greatly elated when the damsel greets him, though she does not take the words seriously and the effort costs her nothing. Yet, if he had at this moment been victor in a tournament, he would not have so highly esteemed himself, nor thought he had won such honor and renown. Being now more confident of his worth, he grasped the bridle rein and said, "Now I shall lead you away. I have today sailed well on my course to have arrived at last at so good a port. Now my troubles are at an end. After dangers I have reached a haven. After sorrow I have attained happiness. After pain I have perfect health. Now I have accomplished my desire when I find you in such case that I can without resistance lead you away with me at once." Then she says, "You have no advantage, for I am under this knight's escort." "Surely the escort is not worth much," he says, "and I am going to lead you off at once. This knight would have time to eat a bushel of salt before he could defend you from me. I think I could never meet a knight from whom I should not win you, and since I find you here so opportunely, though he too may do his best to prevent it, yet I will take you before his very eyes, however disgruntled he may be." The other is not angered by all the pride he hears expressed, but without any impudence or boasting he begins thus to challenge him for her. "Sire, don't be in a hurry and don't waste your words, but speak a little reasonably. You shall not be deprived of as much of her as rightly belongs to you. You must know, however, that the damsel has come hither under my protection. Let her alone now, for you have detained her long enough. The other gives them leave to burn him if he does not take her away in spite of him. Then the other says, "It would not be right for me to let you take her away. I would sooner fight with you, but if we should wish to fight, we could not possibly do it in this narrow road. Let us go to some level place, a meadow or an open field." And he replies that that will suit him perfectly. "Certainly, I agree to that. You are quite right. This road is too narrow. My horse is so much hampered here that I am afraid he will crush his flank before I can turn him around." Then with great difficulty he turns, and his horse escapes without any wound or harm. Then he says, "To be sure, I am much chagrined that we have not met in a favourable spot and in the presence of other men, for I should have been glad to have them see which is the better of us two. Come on now, let us begin our search. We shall find in the vicinity some large, broad and open space." Then they proceed to a meadow where there were maids, knights, and damsels playing at divers games in this pleasant place. They were not all engaged in idle sport, but were playing backgammon and chess or dice, and were evidently agreeably employed. Most were engaged in such games as these, but the others they were engaged in sports, dancing, singing, tumbling, leaping, and wrestling with each other. VV 1661 to 1840. A knight somewhat advanced in years was on the other side of the meadow, seated upon a sorrel Spanish steed. His bridle and saddle were of gold, and his hair was turning grey. One hand hung at his side with easy grace. The weather being fine, he was in his shirt sleeves, with a short mantle of scarlet cloth and fur slung over his shoulders, and thus he watched the games and dances. On the other side of the field, close by a path, there were 23 knights mounted on good Irish steeds. As soon as the three new arrivals come into view, they all cease their play and shout across the fields, "See, yonder comes the knight who was driven in the cart. Let no one continue his sport while he is in our midst. A curse upon him who cares or deigns to play so long as he is here." Meanwhile he who loved the damsel and claimed her as his own approached the old knight and said, "Sire, I have attained great happiness. Let all who will now hear me say that God has granted me the thing that I have always most desired. His gift would not have been so great had he crowned me as king, nor would I have been so indebted to him, nor would I have so profited. For what I have gained is fair and good. I know not yet if it be thine," the knight replies to his son, but the latter answers him, "Don't you know, can't you see it then? For God's sake, sire, have no further doubt when you see that I have her in my possession. In this forest whence I come, I met her as she was on her way. I think God had fetched her there for me, and I have taken her for my own. I do not know whether this will be allowed by him whom I see coming after thee. He looks as if he is coming to demand her of thee." During this conversation the dancing had ceased because of the knight whom they saw, nor were they gaily playing any more because of the disgust and scorn they felt for him. But the knight without delay came up quickly after the damsel and said, "Let the damsel alone, knight, for you have no right to her. If you dare, I am willing at once to fight with you in her defence." Then the old knight remarked, "Did I not know it? Fair son, detain the damsel no longer, but let her go. He does not relish this advice and swears that he will not give her up. May God never grant me joy if I give her up to him. I have her, and I shall hold on to her as something that is mine own. The shoulder strap and all the armlets of my shield shall first be broken, and I shall have lost all confidence in my strength and arms, my sword and lance, before I will surrender my mistress to him." And his father says, "I shall not let thee fight for any reason thou mayest urge. Thou art too confident of thy bravery, so obey my command." But he in his pride replies, "What, am I a child to be terrified? Rather will I make my boast that there is not within the sea-girt land any knight, wheresoever he may dwell, so excellent that I would let him have her, and whom I should not expect speedily to defeat." The father answers, "Fair son, I do not doubt that thou dost really think so, for thou art so confident of thy strength, but I do not wish to see thee enter a contest with this knight." Then he replies, "I shall be disgraced if I follow your advice. Curse me if I heed your counsel and turn recreant because of you, and do not do my utmost in the fight. It is true that a man fares ill among his relatives. I could drive a better bargain somewhere else, for you are trying to take me in. I am sure that where I am not known I could act with better grace. No one who did not know me would try to thwart my will, whereas you are annoying and tormenting me. I am vexed by your finding fault with me. You know well enough that when anyone is blamed, he breaks out still more passionately. But may God never give me joy if I renounce my purpose because of you. Rather will I fight in spite of you. By the faith I bear the Apostle St. Peter, his father, says, "Now I see that my request is of no avail. I waste my time in rebuking thee, but I shall soon devise such means as shall compel thee against thy will to obey my commands and submit to them." Straightway summoning all the knights to approach, he bids them lay hands upon his son whom he cannot correct, saying, "I will have him bound rather than let him fight. You here are all my men, and you owe me your devotion and service. By all the fiefs you hold from me, I hold you responsible, and I add my prayer. It seems to me that he must be mad and that he shows excessive pride when he refuses to respect my will." Then they promise to take care of him and say that never, while he is in their charge, shall he wish to fight, but that he must renounce the damsel in spite of himself. Then they all join and seize him by the arms and neck. "Dost thou not think thyself foolish now?" his father asks. "Confess the truth. Thou hast not the strength or power to fight or joust, however distasteful and hard it may be for thee to admit it. Thou wilt be wise to consent to my will and pleasure. Dost thou know what my intention is? In order somewhat to mitigate thy disappointment, I am willing to join thee, if thou wilt, in following the knight today and tomorrow through wood and plain, each one mounted on his horse. Perhaps we shall soon find him to be of such a character and bearing that I might let thee have thy way and fight with him." To this proposal the other must perforce consent. Like the man who has no alternative, he says that he will give in, provided they both shall follow him. And when the people in the field see how this adventure has turned out, they all exclaim, "Did you see? He who was mounted on the cart has gained such honor here that he is leading away the mistress of the son of my lord, and he himself is allowing it. We may well suppose that he finds in him some merit when he lets him take her off. Now cursed 100 times be he who ceases longer his sport on his account. Come, let us go back to our games again." Then they resume their games and dances. VV 1841 to 1966. Thereupon the knight turns away without longer remaining in the field, and the damsel accompanies him. They leave in haste, while the father and his son ride after them through the mown fields until toward 3 o'clock, when in a very pleasant spot they come upon a church. Beside the chancel there was a cemetery enclosed by a wall. The knight was both courteous and wise to enter the church on foot and make his prayer to God, while the damsel held his horse for him until he returned. When he had made his prayer, and while he was coming back, a very old monk suddenly presented himself, whereupon the knight politely requests him to tell him what this place is, for he does not know, and he tells him it is a cemetery. And the other says, "Take me in, so help you God." "Gladly, sire," and he takes him in. Following the monk's lead, the knight beholds the most beautiful tombs that one could find as far as Dom's 413 or Pampelune, and on each tomb there were letters cut, telling the names of those who were destined to be buried there. And he began in order to read the names, and came upon some which said, "Here Gawain is to lie, here Louis, and here Yvain." After these three, he read the names of many others among the most famed and cherished knights of this or any other land. Among the others he finds one of marble, which appears to be new, and is more rich and handsome than all the rest. Calling the monk, the knight inquired, "Of what use are these tombs here?" And the monk replied, "You have already read the inscriptions. If you have understood, you must know what they say and what is the meaning of the tombs. Now tell me, what is this large one for?" And the hermit answered, "I will tell you. That is a very large sarcophagus, larger than any that ever was made. One so rich and well carved was never seen. It is magnificent without, and still more so within. But you need not be concerned with that, for it can never do you any good. You will never see inside of it, for it would require 7 strong men to raise the lid of stone, if anyone wished to open it. and you may be sure that to raise it would require 7 men stronger than you and I. There is an inscription on it which says that anyone who can lift this stone of his own unaided strength will set free all the men and women who are captives in the land, whence no slave or noble can issue forth unless he is a native of that land. No one has ever come back from there, but they are detained in foreign prisons, whereas they of the country go and come in and out as they please. At once the knight goes to grasp the stone and raises it without the slightest trouble, more easily than 10 men would do who exerted all their strength. And the monk was amazed and nearly fell down at the sight of this marvelous thing, for he thought he would never see the like again, and said, "Sire, I am very anxious to know your name. Will you tell me what it is?" "Not I," says the knight, "upon my word." "I am certainly sorry for that," he says, "but if you would tell me, you would do me a great favor and might benefit yourself." "Who are you and where do you come from?" "I am a knight, as you may see, and I was born in the kingdom of Logger." "After so much information, I should prefer to be excused. Now please tell me for your part who is to lie within this tomb." "Sire, he who shall deliver all those who are held captive in the kingdom whence none escapes." And when he had told him all this, the knight commended him to God and all his saints. And then for the first time, he felt free to return to the damsel. The old white-haired monk escorts him out of the church, and they resume their way. While the damsel is mounting, however, the hermit relates to her all that the knight had done inside, and then he begged her to tell him if she knew what his name was. But she assured him that she did not know, but that there was one sure thing she could say, namely, that there was not such a night alive where the 4 winds of heaven blow. VV 1967 to 2022. Then the damsel takes leave of him and rides swiftly after the knight. Then those who were following them come up and see the hermit standing alone before the church. The old knight in his shirt sleeves said, "Sire, tell us, have you seen a knight with a damsel in his company?" And he replies, "I shall not be loath to tell you all I know, for they have just passed on from here. The knight was inside yonder, and did a very marvelous thing in raising the stone from the huge marble tomb, quite unaided and without the least effort. He is bent upon the rescue of the queen, and doubtless he will rescue her as well as all the other people. You know well that this must be so, for you have often read the inscription upon the stone. No knight was ever born of man and woman, and no knight ever sat in a saddle who was the equal of this man." Then the father turns to his son and says, "Son, what dost thou think about him now? Is he not a man to be respected who has performed such a feat? Now thou knowest who was wrong, and whether it was thou or I. I would not have thee fight with him for all the town of Amiens, and yet thou didst struggle hard before anyone could dissuade thee from thy purpose. Now we may as well go back, for we should be very foolish to follow him any farther." And he replies, "I agree to that. It would be useless to follow him. Since it is your pleasure, let us return." They were very wise to retrace their steps, and all the time the damsel rides close beside the knight, wishing to compel him to give heed to her. She is anxious to learn his name, and she begs and beseeches him again and again to tell her, until in his annoyance he answers her, "Have I not already told you that I belong in King Arthur's realm? I swear by God and his goodness that you shall not learn my name." Then she bids him give her leave to go, and she will turn back, which request he gladly grants. VV 2023 to 2198. Thereupon the damsel departs, and he rides on alone until it grew very late. After vespers, about Compline, as he pursued his way, he saw a knight returning from the wood where he had been hunting. With helmet unlaced, he rode along upon his big grey hunter, to which he had tied the game which God had permitted him to take. This gentleman came quickly to meet the knight, offering him hospitality. "Sire," he says, "night will soon be here. It is time for you to be reasonable and seek a place to spend the night. I have a house of mine near at hand, whither I shall take you. No one ever lodged you better than I shall do to the extent of my resources. I shall be very glad if you consent." "For my part, I gladly accept," he says. The gentleman at once sends his son ahead to prepare the house and start the preparations for supper. The lad willingly executes his command forthwith and goes off at a rapid pace, while the others, who are in no haste, follow the road leisurely until they arrive at the house. The gentleman's wife was a very accomplished lady, and he had 5 sons whom he dearly loved, 3 of them mere lads and 2 already knights, and he had 2 fair and charming daughters who were still unmarried. They were not natives of the land, but were there in durance, having been long kept there as prisoners away from their native land of loggers. When the gentleman led the knight into his yard, the lady with her sons and daughters jumped up and ran to meet them, vying in their efforts to do him honor as they greeted him and helped him to dismount. Neither the sisters nor the 5 brothers paid much attention to their father, for they knew well enough that he would have it so. They honored the knight and welcomed him, and when they had relieved him of his armor, one of his host's 2 daughters threw her own mantle about him, taking it from her own shoulders and throwing it about his neck. I do not need to tell how well he was served at supper, but when the meal was finished, they felt no further hesitation in speaking of various matters. First, the host began to ask him who he was and from what land, but he did not inquire about his name. The knight promptly answered him, "I am from the kingdom of loggers and have never been in this land before." And when the gentleman heard that, he was greatly amazed, as were his wife and children too, and each one of them was sore distressed. Then they began to say to him, "Woe that you have come here, fair sire, for only trouble will come of it, for like us you will be reduced to servitude and exile." "Where do you come from then?" he asked. "Sire, we belong in your country. Many men from your country are held in servitude in this land. Cursed be the custom. Together with those who keep it up, no stranger comes here who is not compelled to stay here in the land where he is detained. For whoever wishes may come in, but once in he has to stay. About your own fate you may be at rest. You will doubtless never escape from here." He replies, "Indeed, I shall do so if possible." To this the gentleman replies, "How do you think you can escape?" "Yes, indeed, if it be God's will, and I shall do all within my power. In that case, doubtless all the rest would be set free, for as soon as one succeeds in fairly escaping from this durance, then all the rest may go forth unchallenged." Then the gentleman recalled that he had been told and informed that a knight of great excellence was making his way into the country to seek for the queen, who was held by the king's son Meleagant, and he said to himself, "Upon my word, I believe it is he, and I'll tell him so." So he said to him, "Sire, do not conceal from me your business. If I promise to give you the best advice I know, I too shall profit by any success you may attain. Reveal to me the truth about your errand, that it may be to your advantage as well as mine. I am persuaded that you have come in search of the queen into this land and among these heathen people who are worse than the Saracens." And the knight replies, "For no other purpose have I come. I know not where my lady is confined, but I am striving hard to rescue her and am in dire need of advice. Give me any counsel you can." And he says, "Sire, you have undertaken a very grievous task. The road you are traveling will lead you straight to the sword bridge. 414 you surely need advice. If you would heed my counsel, you would proceed to the sword bridge by a surer way, and I would have you escorted thither." Then he whose mind is fixed upon the most direct way asks him, "Is the road of which you speak as direct as the other way?" "No, it is not," he says. "It is longer but more sure." Then he says, "I have no use for it. Tell me about this road I am following." "I am ready to do so," he replies, "but I am sure you will not fare well if you take any other than the road I recommend. Tomorrow you will reach a place where you will have trouble. It is called the Stony Passage. Shall I tell you how bad a place it is to pass? Only one horse can go through at a time. Even 2 men could not pass abreast, and the passage is well guarded and defended. You will meet with resistance as soon as you arrive. You will sustain many a blow of sword and lance, and will have to return full measure before you succeed in passing through." When he had completed the account, one of the gentleman's sons, who was a knight, stepped forward, saying, "Sire, if you do not object, I will go with this gentleman." Then one of the lads jumps up and says, "I too will go," and the father gladly gives them both consent. Now the knight will not have to go alone, and he expresses his gratitude, being much pleased with the company. VV 2199 to 2266. Then the conversation ceases, and they take the knight to bed, where he was glad to fall asleep. As soon as daylight was visible, he got up, and those who were to accompany him got up too. The two knights donned their armor and took their leave, while the young fellow started on ahead. Together they pursued their way until they came at the hour of prime to the stony passage. In the middle of it they found a wooden tower where there was always a man on guard. Before they drew near, he who was on the tower saw them and cried twice aloud, "Woe to this man who comes!" And then behold, a knight issued from the tower, mounted and armed with fresh armor and escorted on either side by servants carrying sharp axes. Then when the other draws near the passage, he who defends it begins to heap him with abuse about the cart, saying, "Vassal, thou art bold and foolish indeed to have entered this country. No man ought ever to come here who had ridden upon a cart, and may God withhold from him his blessing." Then they spur toward each other at the top of their horses' speed, and he who was to guard the passageway at once breaks his lance and lets the two pieces fall. The other strikes him in the neck, reaching him beneath the shield, and throws him over prostrate upon the stones. Then the servants come forward with the axes, but they intentionally fail to strike him, having no desire to harm or damage him. So he does not deign to draw his sword and quickly passes on with his companions. One of them remarks to the other, "No one has ever seen so good a knight, nor has he any equal. Is not this a marvelous thing that he has forced a passage here?" And the knight says to his brother, "Fair brother, for God's sake, make haste to go and tell our father of this adventure." But the lad asserts and swears that he will not go with the message, and will never leave the knight until he has dubbed and knighted him. Let his brother go with the message if he is so much concerned. VV 2267 to 2450. Then they go on together until about 3 o'clock, when they come upon a man who asks them who they are. And they answer, "We are knights, busy about our own affairs." Then the man says to the knight, "Sire, I should be glad to offer hospitality to you and your companions here." This invitation he delivers to him whom he takes to be the lord and master of the others. And this one replies to him, "I could not seek shelter for the night at such an hour as this. For it is not well to tarry and seek one's ease when one has undertaken some great task. And I have such business on hand that I shall not stop for the night for some time yet." Then the man continues, "My house is not near here but is some distance ahead. It will be late when you reach there, so you may proceed, assured that you will find a place to lodge just when it suits you." In that case, he says, "I will go thither." Thereupon the man starts ahead as guide, and the knight follows along the path. And when they had proceeded some distance, they met a squire who was coming along at a gallop, mounted upon a nag that was as fat and round as an apple. And the squire calls out to the man, "Sire, sire, make haste, for the people of Loggers have attacked in force the inhabitants of this land, and war and strife have already broken out. And they say that this country has been invaded by a knight who has been in many battles, and that wherever he wishes to go, no one, however reluctantly, is able to deny him passage. And they further say that he will deliver those who are in this country, and will subdue our people. Now take my advice and make haste." Then the man starts at a gallop, and the others are greatly delighted at the words they have heard, for they are eager to help their side. And the Vavassor's son says, "Hear what this squire says. Come and let us aid our people who are fighting their enemies." Meanwhile the man rides off without waiting for them and makes his way rapidly toward a fortress which stood upon a fortified hill. Thither he hastens till he comes to the gate, while the others spur after him. The castle was surrounded by a high wall and moat. As soon as they had got inside, a gate was lowered upon their heels, so that they could not get out again. Then they say, come on, let us not stop here." And they rapidly pursue the man until they reach another gate which was not closed against them. But as soon as the man had passed through, a portcullis dropped behind him. Then the others were much dismayed to see themselves shut in, and they think they must be bewitched. But he, of whom I have more to tell, wore upon his finger a ring, whose stone was of such virtue that anyone who gazed at it was freed from the power of enchantment. 415 Holding the ring before his eyes, he gazed at it and said, "Lady, lady, so help me God, now I have great need of your succor." 416 This lady was a fairy who had given it to him and who had cared for him in his infancy, and he had great confidence that wherever he might be she would aid and succor him. But after appealing to her and gazing upon the ring, he realizes that there is no enchantment here, but that they are actually shut in and confined. Then they come to the barred door of a low and narrow postern gate. Drawing their swords, they all strike it with such violence that they cut the bar. As soon as they were outside the tower, they see that a fierce strife was already begun down in the meadows, and that there are at least 1,000 knights engaged, beside the low-bred infantry. While they were descending to the plain, the wise and moderate son of the Vavasor remarked, "Sire, before we arrive upon the field, it would be wise for us, it seems to me, to find out and learn on which side our people are. I do not know where they are placed, but I will go and find out if you wish it so." "I wish you would do so," he replies. "Go quickly and do not fail to come back again at once." He goes and returns at once, saying, "It has turned out well for us, for I have plainly seen that these are our troops on this side of the field." Then the knight at once rode into the fight and jousted with a knight who was approaching him, striking him in the eye with such violence that he knocked him lifeless to the ground. Then the lad dismounts, and taking the dead knight's horse and arms, he arms himself with skill and cleverness. When he was armed, he straightway mounts, taking the shield and the lance, which was heavy, stiff, and decorated, and about his waist he girt a sharp, bright, and flashing sword. Then he followed his brother and lord into the fight. The latter demeaned himself bravely in the melee for some time, breaking, splitting, and crushing shields, helmets, and hauberks. No wood or steel protected the man whom he struck. He either wounded him or knocked him lifeless from the horse. Unassisted, he did so well that he discomfited all whom he met, while his companions did their part as well. The people of Logres, not knowing him, are amazed at what they see, and ask the Vavasor's sons about the stranger knight. This reply is made to them: "Gentlemen, this is he who is to deliver us all from durance and misery, in which we have so long been confined, and we ought to do him great honor when to set us free. He has passed through so many perils, and is ready to face many more. He has done much and will do yet more." Everyone is overjoyed at hearing this welcome news. The news travelled fast and was noised about until it was known by all. Their strength and courage rise so that they slay many of those still alive, and apparently because of the example of a single knight they work greater havoc than because of all the rest combined. And if it had not been so near evening, all would have gone away defeated. But night came on so dark that they had to separate. VV 2451 to 2614. When the battle was over, all the captives pressed about the knight, grasping his rein on either side and thus addressing him, "Welcome, fair sire," and each one adds, "Sire, for the name of God, do not fail to lodge with me." What one says they all repeat, for young and old alike insist that he must lodge with them, saying, "You will be more comfortably lodged with me than with anyone else." Thus each one addresses him to his face, and in the desire to capture him, each one drags him from the rest, until they almost come to blows. Then he tells them that they are very foolish and silly to struggle so. "Cease this wrangling among yourselves, for it does no good to me or you. Instead of quarreling among ourselves, we ought rather to lend one another aid. You must not dispute about the privilege of lodging me, but rather consider how to lodge me in such a place that it may be to your general advantage, and that I may be advanced upon my way." Then each one exclaims at once, "That is my house," or "No, it is mine," until the knight replies, "Follow my advice and say nothing more. The wisest of you is foolish to contend this way. You ought to be concerned to further my affairs, and instead you are seeking to turn me aside. If you had each individually done me all the honor and service it is possible to do, and I had accepted your kindness, by all the saints of Rome, I swear that I could not be more obliged to you than I am now for your good will. So may God give me joy and health. Your good intentions please me as much as if each one of you had already shown me great honor and kindness. So let the will stand for the deed." Thus he persuades and appeases them all. Then they take him quickly along the road to a knight's residence, where they seek to serve him. All rejoice to honor and serve him throughout the evening until bedtime, for they hold him very dear. Next morning, when the time came to separate, each one offers and presents himself, with the desire to accompany him. But it is not his will or pleasure that anyone shall go with him, except the two whom he had brought with him. Accompanied by them alone, he resumed his journey. That day they rode from morn till evening without encountering any adventure. When it was now very late, and while they were riding rapidly out of a forest, they saw a house belonging to a knight, and seated at the door they saw his wife, who had the bearing of a gentle lady. As soon as she espied them coming, she rose to her feet to meet them, and greeted them joyfully with a smile. "Welcome, I wish you to accept my house. This is your lodging, pray dismount. Lady, since it is your will, we thank you and will dismount. We accept your hospitality for the night." When they had dismounted, the lady had the horses taken by members of her well-ordered household. She calls her sons and daughters, who come at once. The youths were courteous, handsome, and well-behaved, and the daughters were fair. She bids the lads remove the saddles and curry the horses well. No one refused to do this, but each carried out her instructions willingly. When she ordered the knights to be disarmed, her daughters stepped forward to perform this service. They remove their armor and hand them 3 short mantles to put on. Then at once they take them into the house, which was very handsome. The master was not at home, being out in the woods with 2 of his sons, but he presently returned, and his household, which was well ordered, ran to meet him outside the door. Quickly they untie and unpack the game he brings and tell him the news. "Sire, sire, you do not know that you have 3 knights for guests." "God be praised for that," he says. Then the knight and his 2 sons extend a glad welcome to their guests. The rest of the household were not backward, for even the least among them prepared to perform his special task. While some run to prepare the meal, others light the candles in profusion. Still others get a towel and basins and offer water for the hands. They are not niggardly in all this. When all had washed, they take their seats. Nothing that was done there seemed to be any trouble or burdensome. But at the first course there came a surprise in the form of a knight outside the door. As he sat on his charger, all armed from head to feet, he looked prouder than a bull, and a bull is a proud beast. One leg was fixed in the stirrup, but the other he had thrown over the mane of his horse's neck, to give himself a careless and jaunty air. Behold him advancing thus, though no one noticed him until he came forward with the words, "I wish to know which is the man who is so foolish and proud a numbskull that he has come to this country and intends to cross the sword bridge. All his pains will come to naught, and his expedition is in vain." Then he who felt no fear at all thus replies with confidence, "I am he who intends to cross the bridge." Thou, how didst thou dare to think of such a thing? Before undertaking such a course, thou oughtest to have thought of the end that is in store for thee. And thou oughtest to have in mind the memory of the cart on which thou didst ride. I know not whether thou feelest shame for the ride thou hadst on it, but no sensible man would have embarked on such an enterprise as this if he had felt the reproach of his action. VV 26:15 to 26:90. Not a word does he deign to reply to what he hears the other say, but the master of the house and all the others express their surprise openly. "Ah, God, what a misfortune this is!" Each one of them says to himself, "Cursed be the hour when first a cart was conceived or made, for it is a very vile and hateful thing. Ah, God, of what was he accused? Why was he carried in a cart? For what sin or for what crime? He will always suffer the reproach. If he were only clear of this disgrace, no knight could be found in all the world, however his valor might be proved, who would equal the merit of this knight. If all good knights could be compared, and if the truth were to be known, you could find none so handsome or so expert." Thus they expressed their sentiments. Then he began his speech of impudence. "Listen, thou knight, who art bound for the sword bridge. If thou wishest, thou shalt cross the water very easily and comfortably. I will quickly have thee ferried over in a skiff. But once on the other side, I will make thee pay me toll. And I will take thy head if I please to do so, or if not, thou shalt be held at my discretion." And he replies that he is not seeking trouble, and that he will never risk his head in such an adventure for any consideration. To which the other answers at once, Since thou wilt not do this, whosoever the shame and loss may be, thou must come outside with me and there engage me hand to hand. Then, to beguile him, the other says, If I could refuse, I would very gladly excuse myself, but in truth I would rather fight than be compelled to do what is wrong. Before he arose from the table where they were sitting, he told the youths who were serving him to saddle his horse at once and fetch his arms and give them to him. This order they promptly execute. Some devote themselves to arming him, while others go to fetch his horse. As he slowly rode along completely armed, holding his shield tight by the straps, you must know that he was evidently to be included in the list of the brave and fair. His horse became him so well that it is evident he must be his own, and as for the shield he held by the straps and the helmet laced upon his head, which fitted him so well, you would never for a moment have thought that he had borrowed it or received it as a loan. Rather, you would be so pleased with him that you would maintain that he had been thus born and raised. For all this, I should like you to take my word. VV 2691 to 2792. Outside the gate where the battle was to be fought, there was a stretch of level ground well adapted for the encounter. When they catch sight of each other, they spur hotly to the attack and come together with such a shock, dealing such blows with their lances that they first bend, then buckle up, and finally fly into splinters. With their swords they then hew away at their shields, helmets, and hauberks. The wood is cut and the steel gives way so that they wound each other in several places. They pay each other such angry blows that it seems as if they had made a bargain. The swords often descend upon the horses' croups, where they drink and feast upon their blood. Their riders strike them upon the flanks until at last they kill them both. And when both have fallen to earth, they attack each other afoot. And if they had cherished a mortal hatred, they could not have assailed each other more fiercely with their swords. They deal their blows with greater frequency than the man who stakes his money at dice, and never fails to double the stakes every time he loses. Yet this game of theirs was very different, for there were no losses here, but only fierce blows and cruel strife. All the people came out from the house, the master, his lady, his sons and daughters. No man or woman, friend or stranger stayed behind, but all stood in line to see the fight in progress in the broad, level field. The knight of the cart blames and reproaches himself for faint-heartedness when he sees his host watching him and notices all the others looking on. His heart is stirred with anger, for it seems to him that he ought long since to have beaten his adversary. Then he strikes him, rushing in like a storm and bringing his sword down close by his head. He pushes and presses him so hard that he drives him from his ground and reduces him to such a state of exhaustion that he has little strength to defend himself. Then the knight recalls how the other had basely reproached him about the cart, so he assails him and drubs him so soundly that not a string or strap remains unbroken about the neckband of his hauberk, and he knocks the helmet and ventail from his head. His wounds and distress are so great that he has to cry for mercy. Just as the lark cannot withstand or protect itself against the hawk which outflies it and attacks it from above, so he in his helplessness and shame must invoke him and sue for mercy. And when he hears him beg for mercy, he ceases his attack and says, "Dost thou wish for mercy?" He replies, "You have asked a very clever question. Any fool could ask that. I never wished for anything so much as I now wish for mercy." Then he says to him, "Thou must mount then upon a cart. Nothing thou couldst say would have any influence with me unless thou mountest the cart, to atone for the vile reproaches thou didst address to me with thy silly mouth." And the knight thus answers him, "May it never please God that I mount a cart." "No," he asks, "then you shall die." "Sire, you can easily put me to death, but I beg and beseech you for God's sake to show me mercy and not compel me to mount a cart. I will agree to anything, however grievous, excepting that. I would rather die 100 times than undergo such a disgrace. In your goodness and mercy you can tell me nothing so distasteful that I will not do it." 2793 to 2978. While he is thus beseeching him, behold, across the field a maiden riding on a tawny mule, her head uncovered and her dress disarranged. In her hand she held a whip with which she belaboured the mule, and in truth no horse could have galloped so fast as was the pace of the mule. The damsel called out to the knight of the cart, "May God bless thy heart, Sir Knight, with whatever delights thee most." And he, who heard her gladly, says, "May God bless you, damsel, and give you joy and health." Then she tells him of her desire. "Knight," she says, "in urgent need I have come from afar to thee to ask a favour, for which thou wilt deserve the best guerdon I can make to thee, and I believe that thou wilt yet have need of my assistance." And he replies, "Tell me what it is you wish, and if I have it, you shall have it at once, provided it be not something extravagant." Then she says, "It is the head of the knight whom thou hast just defeated. In truth, thou hast never dealt with such a wicked and faithless man. Thou wilt be committing no sin or wrong, but rather doing a deed of charity, for he is the basest creature that ever was or ever shall be." And when he who had been vanquished hears that she wishes him to be killed, he says to him, "Don't believe her, for she hates me, but by that God who was at once father and son, and who chose for his mother her who was his daughter and handmaiden, I beg you to have mercy upon me." "Ah, knight," the maid exclaims, "pay no attention to what this traitor says. May God give thee all the joy and honour to which thou dost aspire, and may he give thee good success in thy undertaking." Then the knight is in a predicament as he thinks and ponders over the question, whether to present to her the head she asks him to cut off, or whether he shall allow himself to be touched by pity for him. 417. He wishes to respect the wishes of both her and him. Generosity and pity each command him to do their will, for he was both generous and tender-hearted. But if she carries off the head, then will pity be defeated and put to death. Whereas if she does not carry off the head, generosity will be discomfited. Thus, pity and generosity hold him so confined and so distressed that he is tormented and spurred on by each of them in turn. The damsel asks him to give her the head, and on the other hand the knight makes his request, appealing to his pity and kindness. And since he has implored him, shall he not receive mercy? Yes, for it never happened that, when he had put down an enemy and compelled him to sue for mercy, he would refuse such an one his mercy or longer bear him any grudge. Since this is his custom, he will not refuse his mercy to him who now begs and sues for it. And shall she have the head she covets? Yes, if it be possible. Knight, he says, it is necessary for thee to fight me again, and if thou dost care to defend thy head again, I will show thee such mercy as to allow thee to resume the helmet, and I will give thee time to arm thy body and thy head as well as possible. But if I conquer thee again, know that thou shalt surely die. And he replies, I desire nothing better than that, and ask for no further favour. And I will give thee this advantage, he adds, I will fight thee as I stand, without changing my present position. Then the other knight makes ready, and they begin the fight again eagerly. But this time the knight triumphed more quickly than he had done at first. And the damsel at once cries out, Do not spare him, knight, for anything he may say to thee. Surely he would not have spared thee had he once defeated thee. If thou heedest what he says, be sure that he will again beguile thee. Fair knight, cut off the head of the most faithless man in the empire and kingdom, and give it to me. Thou shouldst present it to me in view of the guerdon I intend for thee. For another day may well come when, if he can, he will beguile thee again with his words. He, thinking his end is near, cries aloud to him for mercy, but his cry is of no avail, nor anything that he can say. The other drags him by the helmet, tearing all the fastening, and he strikes from his head the ventail and the gleaming coif. Then he cries out more loudly still, Mercy, for God's sake, mercy, sir. But the other answers, So help me, I shall never again show thee pity, after having once let thee off. Ah, he says, thou wouldst do wrong to heed my enemy and kill me thus. While she, intent upon his death, admonishes him to cut off his head and not to believe a word he says. He strikes, the head flies across the sward and the body fails. Then the damsel is pleased and satisfied. Grasping the head by the hair, the knight presents it to the damsel, who takes it joyfully with the words, May thy heart receive such delight from whatever it most desires as my heart now receives from what I most coveted. I had only one grief in life, and that was that this man was still alive. I have a reward laid up for thee which thou shalt receive at the proper time. I promise thee that thou shalt have a worthy reward for the service thou hast rendered me. Now I will go away with the prayer that God may guard thee from harm." Then the damsel leaves him, as each commends the other to God. But all those who had seen the battle in the plain are overjoyed, and in their joy they at once relieve the knight of his armor and honor him in every way they can. Then they wash their hands again and take their places at the meal, which they eat with better cheer than is their wont. When they had been eating for some time, the gentleman turned to his guest at his side and said, "Sire, a long while ago we came hither from the kingdom of Logres. We were born your countrymen, and we should like to see you win honor and fortune and joy in this country, for we should profit by it as well as you, and it would be to the advantage of many others, if you should gain honor and fortune in the enterprise you have undertaken in this land." And he makes answer, "May God hear your desire." VV 2979 to 3020. When the host had dropped his voice and ceased speaking, one of his sons followed him and said, "Sire, we ought to place all our resources at your service and give them outright rather than promise them. If you have any need of our assistance, we ought not to wait until you ask for it. Sire, be not concerned over your horse which is dead. We have good, strong horses here. I want you to take anything of ours which you need, and you shall choose the best of our horses in place of yours." And he replies, "I willingly accept." Thereupon they have the beds prepared and retire for the night. The next morning they rise early and dress, after which they prepare to start. Upon leaving, they fail in no act of courtesy, but take leave of the lady, her lord, and all the rest. But in order to omit nothing, I must remark that the knight was unwilling to mount the borrowed steed which was standing ready at the door. Rather, he caused him to be ridden by one of the two knights who had come with him, while he took the latter's horse instead, for thus it pleased him best to do. When each was seated on his horse, they all asked for leave to depart from their host who had served them so honorably. Then they ride along the road until the day draws to a close, and late in the afternoon they reach the sword bridge. VV 3021 to 3194. At the end of this very difficult bridge they dismount from their steeds and gaze at the wicked-looking stream, which is as swift and raging, as black and turgid, as fierce and terrible as if it were the devil's stream. And it is so dangerous and bottomless that anything failing into it would be as completely lost as if it fell into the salt sea. And the bridge which spans it is different from any other bridge, for there never was such a one as this. If anyone asks of me the truth, there never was such a bad bridge, nor one whose flooring was so bad. The bridge across the cold stream consisted of a polished, gleaming sword, but the sword was stout and stiff, and was as long as 2 lances. At each end there was a tree trunk in which the sword was firmly fixed. No one need fear to fall because of its breaking or bending, for its excellence was such that it could support a great weight. But the 2 knights who were with the third were much discouraged, for they surmised that 2 lions or 2 leopards would be found tied to a great rock at the other end of the bridge. The water and the bridge and the lions combine so to terrify them that they both tremble with fear and say, "Fair sire, consider well what confronts you, for it is necessary and needful to do so. This bridge is badly made and built, and the construction of it is bad. If you do not change your mind in time, it will be too late to repent. You must consider which of several alternatives you will choose. Suppose that you once get across, but that cannot possibly come to pass, any more than one could hold in the winds and forbid them to blow, or keep the birds from singing, or re-enter one's mother's womb and be born again, all of which is as impossible as to empty the sea of its water. But even supposing that you got across, can you think and suppose that those 2 fierce lions that are chained on the other side will not kill you, and suck the blood from your veins, and eat your flesh and then gnaw your bones? For my part, I am bold enough, when I even dare to look and gaze at them. If you do not take care, they will certainly devour you. Your body will soon be torn and rent apart, for they will show you no mercy. So take pity on us now and stay here in our company. It would be wrong for you to expose yourself intentionally to such mortal peril." And he, laughing, replies to them, "Gentlemen, receive my thanks and gratitude for the concern you feel for me. It comes from your love and kind hearts. I know full well that you would not like to see any mishap come to me, but I have faith and confidence in God that he will protect me to the end. I fear the bridge and stream no more than I fear this dry land, so I intend to prepare and make the dangerous attempt to cross. I would rather die than turn back now." The others have nothing more to say, but each weeps with pity and heaves a sigh. Meanwhile he prepares as best he may to cross the stream, and he does a very marvelous thing in removing the armor from his feet and hands. He will be in a sorry state when he reaches the other side. He is going to support himself with his bare hands and feet upon the sword, which was sharper than a scythe, for he had not kept on his feet either sole or upper or hose. But he felt no fear of wounds upon his hands or feet. He preferred to maim himself rather than to fall from the bridge and be plunged in the water from which he could never escape. In accordance with this determination, he passes over with great pain and agony, being wounded in the hands, knees, and feet. But even this suffering is sweet to him, for love, who conducts and leads him on, assuages and relieves the pain. Creeping on his hands, feet, and knees, he proceeds until he reaches the other side. Then he recalls and recollects the two lions which he thought he had seen from the other side. But on looking about, he does not see so much as a lizard or anything else to do him harm. He raises his hand before his face and looks at his ring, and by this test he proves that neither of the lions is there which he thought he had seen, and that he had been enchanted and deceived, for there was not a living creature there. When those who had remained behind upon the bank saw that he had safely crossed, their joy was natural, but they do not know of his injuries. He, however, considers himself fortunate not to have suffered anything worse. The blood from his wounds drips on his shirt on all sides. Then he sees before him a tower, which was so strong that never had he seen such a strong one before. Indeed, it could not have been a better tower. At the window there sat King Bade Margu, who was very scrupulous and precise about matters of honor and what was right, and who was careful to observe and practice loyalty above all else. And beside him stood his son, who always did precisely the opposite so far as possible, for he found his pleasure in disloyalty, and never wearied of villainy, treason, and felony. From their point of vantage they had seen the knight cross the bridge with trouble and pain. Meleagant's colour changed with the rage and displeasure he felt, for he knows now that he will be challenged for the queen, but his character was such that he feared no man, however strong or formidable. If he were not base and disloyal, there could no better knight be found, but he had a heart of wood without gentleness and pity. What enraged his son and roused his ire made the king happy and glad. The king knew of a truth that he who had crossed the bridge was much better than anyone else, for no one would dare to pass over it in whom there dwelt any of that evil nature which brings more shame upon those who possess it than prowess brings of honor to the virtuous. For prowess cannot accomplish so much as wickedness and sloth can do. It is true beyond a doubt that it is possible to do more evil than good. VV 3195 to 3318. I could say more on these two heads if it did not cause me to delay, but I must turn to something else and resume my subject, and you shall hear how the king speaks profitably to his son. Son, he says, it was fortunate that thou and I came to look out this window. Our reward has been to witness the boldest deed that ever entered the mind of man. Tell me now if thou art not well disposed toward him who has performed such a marvelous feat. Make peace and be reconciled with him, and deliver the queen into his hands. Thou shalt gain no glory in battle with him, but rather mayst thou incur great loss. Show thyself to be courteous and sensible, and send the queen to meet him before he sees thee. Show him honor in this land of thine, and before he asks it, present to him what he has come to seek. Thou knowest well enough that he has come for the Queen Guinevere. Do not act so that people will take thee to be obstinate, foolish, or proud. If this man has entered thy land alone, thou shouldst bear him company, for one gentleman ought not to avoid another, but rather attract him and honor him with courtesy. One receives honor by himself showing it. Be sure that the honor will be thine if thou dost honor and service to him who is plainly the best knight in the world. And he replies, May God confound me if there is not as good a knight or even a better one than he. It was too bad that he did not mention himself, of whom he entertains no mean opinion. And he adds, I suppose you wish me to clasp my hands and kneel before him as his liegeman, and to hold my lands from him. So help me God, I would rather become his man than surrender to him the queen. God forbid that in such a fashion I should deliver her to him. She shall never be given up by me, but rather contested and defended against all who are so foolish as to dare to come in quest of her. Then again the king says to him, Son, thou wouldst act very courteously to renounce this pretension. I advise thee and beg thee to keep the peace. Thou knowest well that the honor will belong to the knight if he wins the queen from thee in battle. He would doubtless rather win her in battle than as a gift, for it will thus enhance his fame. It is my opinion that he is seeking her not to receive her peaceably, but because he wishes to win her by force of arms. So it would be wise on thy part to deprive him of the satisfaction of fighting thee. I am sorry to see thee so foolish, but if thou dost not heed my advice, evil will come of it, and the ensuing misfortune will be worse for thee. For the knight need fear no hostility from anyone here save thee. On behalf of myself and all my men, I will grant him a truce and security. I have never yet done a disloyal deed or practiced treason and felony, and I shall not begin to do so now on thy account any more than I would for any stranger. I do not wish to flatter thee, for I promise that the knight shall not lack any arms or horse or anything else he needs, in view of the boldness he has displayed in coming thus far. He shall be securely guarded and well defended against all men here excepting thee. I wish him clearly too. Understand that if he can maintain himself against thee, he need have no fear of anyone else. I have listened to you in silence long enough, says Meleagant, and you may say what you please, but little do I care for all you say. I am not a hermit, nor so compassionate and charitable, and I have no desire to be so honorable as to give him what I most love. His task will not be performed so quickly or so lightly, rather will it turn out otherwise than as you and he expect. You and I need not quarrel because you aid him against me. Even if he enjoys peace and a truce with you and all your men, what matters that to me? My heart does not quail on that account. Rather, so help me God, I am glad that he need not feel concern for anyone here but me. I do not wish you to do on my account anything which might be construed as disloyalty or treachery. Be as compassionate as you please, but let me be cruel. What, wilt thou not change thy mind? No, he says. Then I will say nothing more. I will leave thee alone to do thy best and will go now to speak with the knight. I wish to offer and present to him my aid and counsel in all respects, for I am altogether on his side. VV 33:19 to 34:90. Then the king goes down and orders them to bring his horse. A large steed is brought to him, upon which he springs by the stirrup, and he rides off with some of his men. 3 knights and 2 squires he bade to go with him. They did not stop their ride downhill until they came to the bridge, where they see him stanching his wounds and wiping the blood from them. The king expects to keep him as his guest for a long time while his wounds are healing, but he might as well expect to drain the sea. The king hastens to dismount, and he who was grievously wounded stood up at once to meet him, though he did not know him, and he gave no more evidence of the pain he felt in his feet and hands than if he had been actually sound. The king sees that he is exerting himself and quickly runs to greet him with the words, Sire, I am greatly amazed that you have fallen upon us in this land, but be welcome, for no one will ever repeat the attempt. It never happened in the past, and it will never happen in the future that anyone should perform such a hardy feat or expose himself to such peril. And know that I admire you greatly for having executed what no one before ever dared to conceive. You will find me very kindly disposed and loyal and courteous toward you. I am the king of this land and offer you freely all my counsel and service. And I think I know pretty well what you have come here to seek. You come, I am sure, to seek the queen. Sire, he replies, your surmise is correct. No other cause brings me here. Friend, you must suffer hardship to obtain her, he replies, and you are sorely wounded, as I see by the wounds and the flowing blood. You will not find him who brought her hither so generous as to give her up without a struggle. But you must tarry, and have your wounds cared for until they are completely healed. I will give you some of the 3 Marys ointment, 418, and something still better if it can be found, for I am very solicitous about your comfort and your recovery. And the queen is so confined that no mortal man has access to her, not even my son who brought her here with him and who resents such treatment, for never was a man so beside himself and so desperate as he. But I am well disposed toward you, and will gladly give you, so help me God, all of which you stand in need. My son himself will not have such good arms, but that I will give you some that are just as good, and a horse too, such as you will need, though my son will be angry with me. Despite the feelings of anyone, I will protect you against all men. You will have no cause to fear anyone excepting him who brought the queen here. No man ever menaced another as I have menaced him, and I came near driving him from my land, in my displeasure, because he will not surrender her to you. To be sure, he is my son, but feel no concern, for unless he defeats you in battle, he can never do you the slightest harm against my will. Sire, he says, I thank you, but I am losing time here which I do not wish to waste. I have no cause to complain and have no wound which is paining me. Take me where I can find him, for with such arms as I have, I am ready to divert myself by giving and receiving blows. Friend, you had better wait 2 or 3 weeks until your wounds are healed, for it would be well for you to tarry here at least 2 weeks, and not on any account could I allow it or look on while you fought in my presence with such arms and with such an outfit. And he replies, with your permission, no other arms would be used than these, for I should prefer to fight with them, and I should not ask for the slightest postponement, adjournment, or delay. However, in deference to you, I will consent to wait until tomorrow, but despite what anyone may say, longer I will not wait. Then the king assured him that all would be done as he wished. Then he has the lodging place prepared, and insistently requests his men who are in the company to serve him, which they do devotedly. And the king, who would gladly have made peace had it been possible, went at once to his son and spoke to him like one who desires peace and harmony, saying, Fair son, be reconciled now with this knight without a fight. He has not come here to disport himself or to hunt or chase, but he comes in search of honor and to increase his fame and renown, and I have seen that he stands in great need of rest. If he had taken my advice, he would not have rashly undertaken, either this month or the next, the battle which he so greatly desires. If thou makest over the queen to him, dost thou fear any dishonor in the deed? Have no fear of that, for no blame can attach to thee. Rather is it wrong to keep that to which one has no rightful claim. He would gladly have entered the battle at once, though his hands and feet are not sound, but cut and wounded. Meleagant answers his father thus, You are foolish to be concerned. By the faith I owe St. Peter, I will not take your advice in this matter. I should deserve to be drawn apart with horses if I heeded your advice. If he is seeking his honor, so do I seek mine. If he is in search of glory, so am I. If he is anxious for the battle, so am I 100 times more so than he. I see plainly, says the king, that thou art intent upon thy mad enterprise, and thou shalt have thy fill of it. Since such is thy pleasure, tomorrow thou shalt try thy strength with the knight. May no greater hardship ever visit me than that. Meleagant replies, I would much rather it were today than tomorrow. Just see how much more downcast I am than is usual. My eyes are wild and my face is pale. I shall have no joy or satisfaction or any cause for happiness until I am actually engaged with him. VV 3491 to 3684. The king understands that further advice and prayers are of no avail, so reluctantly he leaves his son, and taking a good, strong horse and handsome arms, he sends them to him who well deserves them, together with a surgeon who was a loyal and Christian man. There was in the world no more trusty man, and he was more skilled in the cure of wounds than all the doctors of Montpellier. 419. That night he treated the knight as best he could in accordance with the king's command. Already the news was known by the knights and damsels, the ladies and barons of all the countryside, and all through the night until daybreak strangers and friends were making long journeys from all the country round. When morning came, there was such a press before the castle that there was not room to move one's foot. And the king, rising early in his distress about the battle, goes directly to his son, who had already laced upon his head the helmet which was of Poitiers make. No delay or peace is possible, for though the king did his best, his efforts are of no effect. In the middle of the castle square, where all the people are assembled, the battle will be fought in compliance with the king's wish and command. The king sends at once for the stranger knight, and he is conducted to the grounds which were filled with people from the kingdom of loggers. For just as people are accustomed to go to church to hear the organ on the annual feast days of Pentecost or Christmas, so they had all assembled now. All the foreign maidens from King Arthur's realm had fasted 3 days and gone barefoot in their shifts, in order that God might endow with strength and courage the knight who was to fight his adversary on behalf of the captives. Very early, before prime had yet been sounded, both of the knights fully armed were led to the place, mounted upon 2 horses equally protected. Meleagant was very graceful, alert and shapely. The hauberk with its fine meshes, the helmet and the shield hanging from his neck, all these became him well. All the spectators, however, favoured the other knight, even those who wished him ill, and they say that Meleagant is worth nothing compared with him. As soon as they were both on the ground, the king comes and detains them as long as possible in an effort to make peace between them, but he is unable to persuade his son. Then he says to them, "Hold in your horses until I reach the top of the tower. It will be only a slight favour if you will wait so long for me." Then in sorrowful mood he leaves them and goes directly to the place where he knew he would find the queen. She had begged him the evening before to place her where she might have an unobstructed view of the battle. He had granted her the boon and went now to seek and fetch her, for he was very anxious to show her honour and courtesy. He placed her at one window and took his place at another window on her right. Beside them there were gathered there many knights and prudent dames and damsels, who were natives of that land, and there were many others who were captives, and who were intent upon their orisons and prayers. Those who were prisoners were praying for their Lord, for to God and to him they entrusted their succour and deliverance. Then the combatants without delay make all the people stand aside. Then they clash the shields with their elbows and thrust their arms into the straps and spur at each other so violently that each sends his lance 2 arms' length through his opponent's shield, causing the lance to split and splinter like a flying spark. And the horses meet head-on, clashing breast to breast, and the shields and helmets crash with such a noise that it seems like a mighty thunderclap. Not a breast strap, girth, rein, or surcingle remains unbroken, and the saddle bows, though strong, are broken to pieces. The combatants felt no shame in falling to earth in view of their mishaps, but they quickly spring to their feet, and without waste of threatening words rush at each other more fiercely than 2 wild boars, and deal great blows with their swords of steel like men whose hate is violent. Repeatedly they trim the helmets and shining hauberks so fiercely that after the sword the blood spurts out. They furnished an excellent battle indeed, as they stunned and wounded each other with their heavy, wicked blows. Many fierce, hard, long bouts they sustained with equal honour, so that the onlookers could discern no advantage on either side. But it was inevitable that he who had crossed the bridge should be much weakened by his wounded hands. The people who sided with him were much dismayed, for they notice that his strokes are growing weaker, and they fear he will get the worst of it. It seemed to them that he was weakening, while Meleagant was triumphing, and they began to murmur all around. But up at the window of the tower there was a wise maiden who thought within herself that the knight had not undertaken the battle either on her account or for the sake of the common herd who had gathered about the list, but that his only incentive had been the queen, and she thought that if he knew that she was at the window seeing and watching him, his strength and courage would increase. And if she had known his name, she would gladly have called to him to look about him. Then she came to the queen and said, "Lady, for God's sake and your own as well as ours, I beseech you to tell me if you know the name of yonder knight, to the end that it may be of some help to him." "Damsel," the queen replies, "you have asked me a question in which I see no hate or evil, but rather good intent. The name of the knight I know is Lancelot of the Lake. 420 God, how happy and glad at heart I am," the damsel says. Then she leans forward and calls to him by name so loudly that all the people hear. "Lancelot, turn about and see who is here taking note of thee." VV 3685 to 3954. When Lancelot heard his name, he was not slow to turn around. He turns and sees seated up there at the window of the tower her whom he desired most in the world to see. From the moment he caught sight of her, he did not turn or take his eyes and face from her, defending himself with backhand blows. And Meleagant meanwhile attacked him as fiercely as he could, delighted to think that the other cannot withstand him now. And they of the country are well pleased too, while the foreigners are so distressed that they can no longer support themselves, and many of them fall to earth either upon their knees or stretched out prone. Thus some are glad and some distressed. Then the damsel cried again from the window, "Ah, Lancelot, how is it that thou dost now conduct thyself so foolishly? Once thou wert the embodiment of prowess and of all that is good, and I do not think God ever made a knight who could equal thee in valour and in worth. But now we see thee so distressed that thou dealest backhand blows and fightest thy adversary behind thy back. Turn so as to be on the other side, and so that thou canst face toward this tower, for it will help thee to keep it in view." Then Lancelot is so ashamed and mortified that he hates himself, for he knows full well that all have seen how, for some time past, he has had the worst of the fight. Thereupon he leaps backward and so manoeuvres as to force Meleagant into a position between him and the tower. Meleagant makes every effort to regain his former position, but Lancelot rushes upon him and strikes him so violently upon his body and shield whenever he tries to get around him, that he compels him to whirl about 2 or 3 times in spite of himself. Lancelot's strength and courage grow, partly because he has love's aid, and partly because he never hated anyone so much as him with whom he is engaged. Love and mortal hate, so fierce that never before was such hate seen, make him so fiery and bold that Meleagant ceases to treat it as a jest and begins to stand in awe of him, for he had never met or known so doughty a knight, nor had any knight ever wounded or injured him as this one does. He is glad to get away from him, and he winces and sidesteps, fearing his blows and avoiding them. And Lancelot does not idly threaten him, but drives him rapidly toward the tower where the queen was stationed on the watch. There upon the tower he did her the homage of his blows until he came so close that, if he advanced another step, he would lose sight of her. Thus Lancelot drove him back and forth repeatedly in whatever direction he pleased, always stopping before the queen, his lady, who had kindled the flame which compels him to fix his gaze upon her. And this same flame so stirred him against Meleagant that he was enabled to lead and drive him wherever he pleased. In spite of himself, he drives him on like a blind man or a man with a wooden leg. The king sees his son so hard pressed that he is sorry for him and he pities him, and he will not deny him aid and assistance if possible. But if he wishes to proceed courteously, he must first beg the queen's permission. So he began to say to her, "Lady, since I have had you in my power, I have loved you and faithfully served and honored you. I never consciously left anything undone in which I saw your honor involved. Now repay me for what I have done, for I am about to ask you a favor which you should not grant unless you do so willingly. I plainly see that my son is getting the worst of this battle. I do not speak so because of the chagrin I feel, but in order that Lancelot, who has him in his power, may not kill him. Nor ought you to wish to see him killed, not because he has not wronged both you and him, but because I make the request of you. So tell him, please, to stop beating him. If you will, you can thus repay me for what I have done for you. Fair sire, I am willing to do so at your request. The queen replies, had I mortal hatred for your son, whom it is true I do not love, yet you have served me so well that to please you I am quite willing that he should desist. These words were not spoken privately, but Lancelot and Meleagant heard what was said. The man who is a perfect lover is always obedient and quickly and gladly does his mistress pleasure. So Lancelot was constrained to do his lady's will, for he loved more than Pyramus, 421 if that were possible for any man to do. Lancelot heard what was said, and as soon as the last word had issued from her mouth, since you wish him to desist, I am willing that he should do so. Lancelot would not have touched him or made a movement for anything, even if the other had killed him. He does not touch him or raise his hand, but Meleagant, beside himself with rage and shame when he hears that it has been necessary to intercede in his behalf, strikes him with all the strength he can muster. And the king went down from the tower to upbraid his son, and entering the list he addressed him thus, how now is this becoming to strike him when he is not touching thee? Thou art too cruel and savage, and thy prowess is now out of place, for we all know beyond a doubt that he is thy superior. Then Meleagant, choking with shame, says to the king, I think you must be blind. I do not believe you see a thing. Anyone must indeed be blind to think I am not better than he. Seek someone to believe thy words. The king replies, for all the people know whether thou speakest the truth or a lie. All of us know full well the truth. Then the king bids his barons lead his son away, which they do at once in execution of his command. They led away Meleagant. But it was not necessary to use force to induce Lancelot to withdraw, for Meleagant might have harmed him grievously before he would have sought to defend himself. Then the king says to his son, so help me God, now thou must make peace and surrender the queen. Thou must cease this quarrel once for all and withdraw thy claim. That is great nonsense you have uttered. I hear you speak foolishly. Stand aside, let us fight, and do not mix in our affairs. But the king says he will take a hand, for he knows well that were the fight to continue, Lancelot would kill his son. He kill me, rather would I soon defeat and kill him if you would leave us alone and let us fight. Then the king says, so help me God, all that thou sayest is of no avail. Why is that? He asks. Because I will not consent. I will not so trust in thy folly and pride as to allow thee to be killed. A man is a fool to court death, as thou dost in thy ignorance. I know well that thou hatest me because I wish to save thy life. God will not let me see and witness thy death if I can help it, for it would cause me too much grief. He talks to him and reproves him until finally peace and goodwill are restored. The terms of the peace are these. He will surrender the queen to Lancelot, provided that the latter without reluctance will fight them again within a year of such time as he shall choose to summon him. This is no trial to Lancelot. When peace is made, all the people press about, and it is decided that the battle shall be fought at the court of King Arthur, who holds Britain and Cornwall in his sway. There they decide that it shall be, and the queen has to consent, and Lancelot has to promise that if Meleagant can prove him recreant, she shall come back with him again without the interference of anyone. When the queen and Lancelot had both agreed to this, the arrangement was concluded, and they both retired and removed their arms. Now the custom in the country was that when one issued forth, all the others might do so too. All called down blessings upon Lancelot, and you may know that he must have felt great joy, as in truth he did. All the strangers assemble and rejoice over Lancelot, speaking so as to be heard by him. Sire, in truth we were joyful as soon as we heard your name, for we felt sure at once that we should all be set free. There was a great crowd present at this glad scene, as each one strives and presses forward to touch him if possible. Anyone who succeeded in touching him was more delighted than he could tell. There was plenty of joy and of sorrow too. Those who were now set free rejoiced unrestrainedly, but Meleagant and his followers have not anything they want, but are pensive, gloomy, and downcast. The king turns away from the list, taking with him Lancelot, who begs him to take him to the queen. I shall not fail to do so, the king replies, for it seems to me the proper thing to do, and if you like, I will show you the seneschal. At this Lancelot is so glad that he almost falls at his feet. Then the king took him at once into the hall, where the queen had come to wait for him. V 39:55 to 40:30. When the queen saw the king holding Lancelot by the hand, she rose before the king, but she looked displeased with clouded brow, and she spoke not a word. Lady, here is Lancelot come to see you, says the king. You ought to be pleased and satisfied. I, sire, he cannot please me. I care nothing about seeing him. Come now, lady, says the king, who was very frank and courteous, what induces you to act like this? You are too scornful toward a man who has served you so faithfully that he has repeatedly exposed his life to mortal danger on this journey for your sake, and who has defended and rescued you from my son Meleagant, who had deeply wronged you. Sire, truly he has made poor use of his time. I shall never deny that I feel no gratitude toward him. Now Lancelot is dumbfounded, but he replies very humbly like a polished lover. Lady, certainly I am grieved at this, but I dare not ask your reason. The queen listened as Lancelot voiced his disappointment, but in order to grieve and confound him, she would not answer a single word but returned to her room. And Lancelot followed her with his eyes and heart until she reached the door, but she was not long in sight, for the room was close by. His eyes would gladly have followed her had that been possible, but the heart, which is more lordly and masterful in its strength, went through the door after her, while the eyes remained behind weeping with the body. And the king said privily to him, Lancelot, I am amazed at what this means, and how it comes about that the queen cannot endure the sight of you, and that she is so unwilling to speak with you. If she is ever accustomed to speak with you, she ought not to be niggardly now or avoid conversation with you after what you have done for her. Now tell me, if you know, why and for what misdeed she has shown you such a countenance. Sire, I did not notice that just now, but she will not look at me or hear my words, and that distresses and grieves me much. Surely, says the king, she is in the wrong, for you have risked your life for her. Come away now, fair sweet friend, and we shall go to speak with the seneschal. I shall be glad to do so, he replies. Then they both go to the seneschal. As soon as Lancelot came where he was, the seneschal's first exclamation was, How thou hast shamed me. I, how so? Lancelot inquires. Tell me, what disgrace have I brought upon you? A very great disgrace, for thou hast carried out what I could not accomplish, and thou hast done what I could not do. VV 40:31 to 41:24. Then the king left them together in the room and went out alone, and Lancelot inquires of the seneschal if he has been badly off. Yes, he answers, and I still am so. I was never more wretched than I am now, and I should have died a long time ago had it not been for the king, who in his compassion has shown me so much gentleness and kindness that he willingly let me lack nothing of which I stood in need. But I was furnished at once with everything that I desired. But opposed to the kindness which he showed me was Meleagant his son, who is full of wickedness, and who summoned the physicians to him and bade them apply such ointments as would kill me. Such a father and stepfather have I had. For when the king had a good plaster applied to my wounds in his desire that I should soon be cured, his treacherous son, wishing to put me to death, had it promptly taken off, and some harmful salve applied. But I am very sure that the king was ignorant of this. He would not tolerate such base and murderous tricks. But you do not know how courteous he has been to my lady. No frontier tower since the time that Noah built the ark was ever so carefully guarded, for he has guarded her so vigilantly that, though his son chafed under the restraint, he would nor let him see her except in the presence of the king himself. Up to the present time the king in his mercy has shown her all the marks of consideration which she herself proposed. She alone had the disposition of her affairs, and the king esteemed her all the more for the loyalty she showed. But is it true, as I am told, that she is so angry with you that she has publicly refused to speak with you?" "You have been told the exact truth," Lancelot replies, "but for God's sake, can you tell me why she is so displeased with me?" He replies that he does not know, and that he is greatly surprised at it. "Well, let it be as she pleases," says Lancelot, feeling his helplessness. "I must now take my leave, and I shall go to seek my Lord Gawain, who has entered this land, and who arranged with me that he would proceed directly to the water bridge." Then, leaving the room, he appeared before the king and asked for leave to proceed in that direction, and the king willingly grants him leave to go. Then those whom Lancelot had set free and delivered from prison ask him what they are to do, and he replies, "All those who desire may come with me, and those who wish to stay with the queen may do so. There is no reason why they should accompany me." Then all those who so desire accompany him, more glad and joyous than is their wont. With the queen remain her damsels who are light of heart, and many knights and ladies too. But there is not one of those who stay behind who would not have preferred to return to his own country to staying there. But on my Lord Gawain's account, whose arrival is expected, the queen keeps them, saying that she will never stir until she has news of him. VV 4125 to 4262. The news spreads everywhere that the queen is free to go, and that all the other prisoners have been set at liberty and are free to go whenever it suits and pleases them. Wherever the people of the land gather together, they ask each other about the truth of this report, and never talk of anything else. They are very much enraged that all the dangerous passes have been overcome, and that anyone may come and go as he pleases. But when the natives of the country, who had not been present at the battle, learned how Lancelot had been the victor, they all betook themselves to the place where they knew he must pass by, thinking that the king would be well pleased if they should seize Lancelot and hale him back to him. All of his own men were without their arms, and therefore they were at a disadvantage when they saw the natives of the country coming under arms. It was not strange that they seized Lancelot, who was without his arms. They laid him back prisoner, his feet lashed together beneath his horse. Then his own men say, "Gentlemen, this is an evil deed, for the king has given us his safe conduct, and we are under his protection." But the others reply, "We do not know how that may be, but as we have taken you, you must return with us to court." The rumor, which swiftly flies and runs, reaches the king that his men have seized Lancelot and put him to death. When the king hears it, he is sorely grieved and swears angrily by his head that they who have killed him shall surely die for the deed, and that if he can seize or catch them, it shall be their fate to be hanged, burned, or drowned. And if they attempt to deny their deed, he will not believe what they say, for they have brought him such grief and shame that he would be disgraced were vengeance not to be exacted from them. But he will be avenged without a doubt. The news of this spread until it reached the queen, who was sitting at meat. She almost killed herself on hearing the false report about Lancelot, but she supposes it to be true, and therefore she is in such dismay that she almost loses the power to speak. But because of those present, she forces herself to say, "In truth, I am sorry for his death, and it is no wonder that I grieve, for he came into this country for my sake, and therefore I should mourn for him." And then she says to herself, so that the others should not hear, that no one need ask her to drink or eat, if it is true that he is dead, in whose life she found her own. Then grieving, she rises from the table and makes her lament, but so that no one hears or notices her. She is so beside herself that she repeatedly grasps her throat with the desire to kill herself. But first she confesses to herself and repents with self-reproach, blaming and censuring herself for the wrong she had done him, who, as she knew, had always been hers and would still be hers if he were alive. She is so distressed at the thought of her cruelty that her beauty is seriously impaired. Her cruelty and meanness affected her and marred her beauty more than all the vigils and fastings with which she afflicted herself. When all her sins rise up before her, she gathers them together, and as she reviews them, she repeatedly exclaims, "Alas, of what was I thinking when my lover stood before me, and I should have welcomed him, that I would not listen to his words? Was I not a fool when I refused to look at or speak to him? Foolish indeed, rather was I base and cruel, so help me God. I intended it as a jest, but he did not take it so and has not pardoned me. I am sure it was no one but me who gave him his death blow. When he came before me smiling and expecting that I would be glad to see him and would welcome him, and when I would not look at him, was not that a mortal blow? When I refused to speak with him, then doubtless at one blow I deprived him of his heart and life. These 2 strokes have killed him, I am sure. No other bandits have caused his death. God, can I ever make amends for this murder and this crime? No, indeed, sooner will the rivers and the sea dry up. Alas, how much better I should feel and how much comfort I should take if only once before he died I had held him in my arms. What? Yes, certainly, quite unclad in order the better to enjoy him. If he is dead, I am very wicked not to destroy myself. Why? Can it harm my lover for me to live on after he is dead if I take no pleasure in anything but in the woe I bear for him? In giving myself up to grief after his death, the very woes I caught would be sweet to me if he were only still alive. It is wrong for a woman to wish to die rather than to suffer for her lover's sake. It is certainly sweet for me to mourn him long. I would rather be beaten alive than die and be at rest. VV 42:63 to 44:14. For 2 days the queen thus mourned for him without eating or drinking, until they thought she too would die. There are plenty of people ready to carry bad news rather than good. The news reaches Lancelot that his lady and sweetheart is dead. You need have no doubt of the grief he felt. Everyone may feel sure that he was afflicted and overcome with grief. Indeed, if you would know the truth, he was so downcast that he held his life in slight esteem. He wished to kill himself at once, but first he uttered a brief lament. He makes a running noose at one end of the belt he wore, and then tearfully communes thus with himself. Ah, death, how hast thou spied me out and undone me when in the bloom of health? I am undone, and yet I feel no pain except the grief within my heart. This is a terrible mortal grief. I am willing that it should be so, and if God will, I shall die of it. Then can I not die some other way? Without God's consent? Yes, if he will let me tie this noose around my neck. I think I can compel death, even against her will, to take my life. Death, who covets only those who fear her, will not come to me, but my belt will bring her within my power, and as soon as she is mine, she will execute my desire. But in truth she will come too tardily for me, for I yearn to have her now. Then he delays and hesitates no longer, but adjusts his head within the noose until it rests about his neck, and in order that he may not fail to harm himself, he fastens the end of the belt tightly about the saddle bow without attracting the attention of anyone. Then he let himself slide to earth, intending his horse to drag him until he was lifeless, for he disdains to live another hour. When those who ride with him see him fallen to earth, they suppose him to be in a faint, for no one sees the noose which he had attached about his neck. At once they caught him in their arms, and on raising him they found the noose which he had put around his neck and with which he sought to kill himself. They quickly cut the noose, but the noose had so hurt his throat that for some time he could not speak. The veins of his neck and throat are almost broken. Now he could not harm himself, even had he wished to do so. However, he is grieved that they have laid hands on him, and he almost burns up with rage. For willingly would he have killed himself had no one chanced to notice him. And now, when he cannot harm himself, he cries, "Ah, vile and shameless death! For God's sake, why hadst thou not the power and might to kill me before my lady died? I suppose it was because thou wouldst not deign to do what might be a kindly deed. If thou didst spare me, it must be attributed to thy wickedness. Ah, what kind of service and kindness is that? How well hast thou employed them here? A curse upon him who thanks thee or feels gratitude for such a service. I know not which is more my enemy, life which detains me, or death, which will not slay me. Each one torments me mortally, and it serves me right, so help me God, that in spite of myself I should still live on. For I ought to have killed myself as soon as my lady the queen showed her hate for me. She did not do it without cause, but she had some good reason, though I know not what it is. And if I had known what it was before her soul went to God, I should have made her such rich amends as would have pleased her and gained her mercy. God, what could my crime have been? I think she must have known that I mounted upon the cart. I do not know what other cause she can have to blame me. This has been my undoing. If this is the reason of her hate, God, what harm could this crime do? Anyone who would reproach me for such an act never knew what love is, for no one could mention anything which, if prompted by love, ought to be turned into a reproach. Rather, everything that one can do for his lady love is to be regarded as a token of his love and courtesy. Yet I did not do it for my lady love. I know not by what name to call her, whether lady love or not. I do not dare to call her by this name, but I think I know this much of love, that if she loved me she ought not to esteem me less for this crime, but rather call me her true lover, inasmuch as I regarded it as an honor to do all love bade me do, even to mount upon a cart. She ought to ascribe this to love, and this is a certain proof that love thus tries his devotees and thus learns who is really his. But this service did not please my lady, as I discovered by her countenance, and yet her lover did for her that for which many have shamefully reproached and blamed him, though she was the cause of it, and many blame me for the part I have played and have turned my sweetness into bitterness. In truth, such is the custom of those who know so little of love, that even honor they wash in shame, but whoever dips honor into shame does not wash it, but rather sullies it. But they who maltreat him so are quite ignorant of love, and he who fears not his commands boasts himself very superior to him. For unquestionably he fares well who obeys the commands of love, and whatever he does is pardonable, but he is the coward who does not dare. VV 44:15 to 44:40. Thus Lancelot makes his lament, and his men stand grieving by his side, keeping hold of him and guarding him. Then the news comes that the queen is not dead. Thereupon Lancelot at once takes comfort, and if his grief for her death had before been intense and deep, now his joy for her life was 100,000 times as great. And when they arrived within 6 or 7 leagues of the castle where King Bade Margou was, grateful news of Lancelot was told him, how he was alive and was coming hale and hearty, and this news the king was glad to hear. He did a very courteous thing in going at once to appraise the queen, and she replies, "Fair sire, since you say so, I believe it is true, but I assure you that if he were dead I should never be happy again. All my joy would be cut off if a knight had been killed in my service." VV 44:41 to 45:30. Then the king leaves her, and the queen yearns ardently for the arrival of her lover and her joy. She has no desire this time to bear him any grudge, but rumor, which never rests but runs always unceasingly, again reaches the queen to the effect that Lancelot would have killed himself for her sake if he had had the chance. She is happy at the thought that this is true, but she would not have had it happen so for anything, for her sorrow would have been too great. Thereupon Lancelot arrived in haste. 422. As soon as the king sees him, he runs to kiss and embrace him. He feels as if he ought to fly, borne along by the buoyancy of his joy. But his satisfaction is cut short by those who had taken and bound his guest, and the king tells them they have come in an evil hour, for they shall all be killed and confounded. Then they made answer that they thought he would have it so. "It is I whom you have insulted in doing your pleasure. He has no reason to complain." The king replies, "You have not shamed him at all, but only me who was protecting him. However you look at it, the shame is mine. But if you escape me now, you will see no joke in this." When Lancelot hears his wrath, he puts forth every effort to make peace and adjust matters. When his efforts have met with success, the king takes him away to see the queen. This time the queen did not lower her eyes to the ground, but she went to meet him cheerfully, honoring him all she could, and making him sit down by her side. Then they talked together at length of all that was upon their hearts, and love furnished them with so much to say that topics did not lack. And when Lancelot sees how well he stands, and that all he says finds favour with the queen, he says to her in confidence, "Lady, I marvel greatly why you received me with such a countenance when you saw me the day before yesterday, and why you would not speak a word to me. I almost died of the blow you gave me, and I had not the courage to dare to question you about it, as I now venture to do. I am ready now, lady, to make amends, when you have told me what has been the crime which has caused me such distress." Then the queen replies, What, did you not hesitate for shame to mount the cart? You showed you were loath to get in when you hesitated for 2 whole steps. That is the reason why I would neither address nor look at you. May God save me from such a crime again, Lancelot replies, and may God show me no mercy if you were not quite right. For God's sake, lady, receive my amends at once, and tell me, for God's sake, if you can ever pardon me. Friend, you are quite forgiven, the Queen replies. I pardon you willingly. Thank you for that, lady, he then says, but I cannot tell you here all that I should like to say. I should like to talk with you more at leisure, if possible. Then the Queen indicates a window by her glance rather than with her finger, and says, come through the garden tonight and speak with me at yonder window when everyone inside has gone to sleep. You will not be able to get in. I shall be inside and you outside. To gain entrance will be impossible. I shall be able to touch you only with my lips or hand, but if you please I will stay there until morning for love of you. Our bodies cannot be joined, for close beside me in my room lies Kay the Seneschal, who is still suffering from his wounds, and the door is not open, but is tightly closed and guarded well. When you come, take care to let no spy catch sight of you. Lady, says he, if I can help it, no spy shall see me who might think or speak evil of us. Then, having agreed upon this plan, they separate very joyfully. VV 4551 to 4650. Lancelot leaves the room in such a happy frame that all his past troubles are forgotten. But he was so impatient for the night to come that his restlessness made the day seem longer than 100 ordinary days or than an entire year. If night had only come, he would gladly have gone to the trysting place. Dark and sombre night. At last won its struggle with the day, and wrapped it up in its covering, and laid it away beneath its cloak. When he saw the light of day obscured, he pretended to be tired and worn, and said that, in view of his protracted vigils, he needed rest. You who have ever done the same may well understand and guess that he pretends to be tired, and goes to bed in order to deceive the people of the house. But he cared nothing about his bed, nor would he have sought rest there for anything, for he could not have done so and would not have dared, and furthermore he would not have cared to possess the courage or the power to do so. Soon he softly rose, and was pleased to find that no moon or star was shining, and that in the house there was no candle, lamp, or lantern burning. Thus he went out and looked about, but there was no one on the watch for him, for all thought that he would sleep in his bed all night. Without escort or company, he quickly went out into the garden, meeting no one on the way, and he was so fortunate as to find that a part of the garden wall had recently fallen down. Through this break he passes quickly and proceeds to the window where he stands, taking good care not to cough or sneeze until the Queen arrives clad in a very white chemise. She wore no cloak or coat, but had thrown over her a short cape of scarlet cloth and shrew mouse fur. As soon as Lancelot saw the Queen leaning on the window-sill behind the great iron bars, he honoured her with a gentle salute. She promptly returned his greeting, for he was desirous of her and she of him. Their talk and conversation are not of vulgar, tiresome affairs. They draw close to one another until each holds the other's hand, but they are so distressed at not being able to come together more completely that they curse the iron bars. Then Lancelot asserts that with the Queen's consent he will come inside to be with her and that the bars cannot keep him out. And the Queen replies, do you not see how the bars are stiff to bend and hard to break? You could never so twist, pull or drag at them as to dislodge one of them. Lady, says he, have no fear of that. It would take more than these bars to keep me out. Nothing but your command could thwart my power to come to you. If you will but grant me your permission, the way will open before me. But if it is not your pleasure, then the way is so obstructed that I could not possibly pass through. Certainly, she says, I consent. I will need not stand in your way, but you must wait until I retire to my bed again, so that no harm may come to you, for it would be no joke or jest if the seneschal who is sleeping here should wake up on hearing you. So it is best for me to withdraw, for no good could come of it if he should see me standing here. Go then, lady, he replies, but have no fear that I shall make any noise. I think I can draw out the bars so softly and with so little effort that no one shall be aroused. VV 4651 to 4754. Then the queen retires, and he prepares to loosen the window. Seizing the bars, he pulls and wrenches them until he makes them bend and drags them from their places. But the iron was so sharp that the end of his little finger was cut to the nerve, and the first joint of the next finger was torn. But he who is intent upon something else paid no heed to any of his wounds or to the blood which trickled down. Though the window is not low, Lancelot gets through it quickly and easily. First he finds Kay asleep in his bed, then he comes to the bed of the queen whom he adores and before whom he kneels, holding her more dear than the relic of any saint. And the queen extends her arms to him and embracing him presses him tightly against her bosom, drawing him into the bed beside her and showing him every possible satisfaction. Her love and her heart go out to him. It is love that prompts her to treat him so. And if she feels great love for him, he feels 100,000 times as much for her. For there is no love at all in other hearts compared with what there is in his. In his heart love was so completely embodied that it was niggardly toward all other hearts. Now Lancelot possesses all he wants when the queen voluntarily seeks his company and love, and when he holds her in his arms and she holds him in hers. Their sport is so agreeable and sweet, as they kiss and fondle each other, that in truth such a marvelous joy comes over them as was never heard or known. But their joy will not be revealed by me, for in a story it has no place. Yet the most choice and delightful satisfaction was precisely that of which our story must not speak. That night Lancelot's joy and pleasure were very great, but to his sorrow day comes when he must leave his mistress' side. It cost him such pain to leave her that he suffered a real martyr's agony. His heart now stays where the queen remains. He has not the power to lead it away, for it finds such pleasure in the queen that it has no desire to leave her. So his body goes and his heart remains. But enough of his body stays behind to spot and stain the sheets with the blood which has fallen from his fingers. Full of sighs and tears, Lancelot leaves in great distress. He grieves that no time is fixed for another meeting, but it cannot be. Regretfully, he leaves by the window through which he had entered so happily. He was so badly wounded in the fingers that they were in sorry state, yet he straightened the bars and set them in their place again, so that from neither side, either before or behind, was it evident that anyone had drawn out or bent any of the bars. When he leaves the room, he bows and acts precisely as if he were before a shrine. Then he goes with a heavy heart, and reaches his lodgings without being recognized by anyone. He throws himself naked upon his bed without awaking anyone, and then for the first time he is surprised to notice the cuts in his fingers. But he is not at all concerned, for he is very sure that the wound was caused by dragging the window bars from the wall. Therefore he was not at all worried, for he would rather have had both arms dragged from his body than not enter through the window. But he would have been very angry and distressed if he had thus injured and wounded himself under any other circumstances. VV 4755 to 5006. In the morning, within her curtained room, the queen had fallen into a gentle sleep. She had not noticed that her sheets were spotted with blood, but she supposed them to be perfectly white and clean and presentable. Now Meleagant, as soon as he was dressed and ready, went to the room where the queen lay. He finds her awake, and he sees the sheets spotted with fresh drops of blood, whereupon he nudges his companions and, suspicious of some mischief, looks at the bed of Kay the seneschal and sees that his sheets are blood-stained too, for you must know that in the night his wounds had begun to bleed afresh. Then he said, "Lady, now I have found the evidence that I desired. It is very true that any man is a fool to try to confine a woman. He wastes his efforts and his pains. He who tries to keep her under guard loses her sooner than the man who takes no thought of her. A fine watch indeed has been kept by my father, who is guarding you on my behalf. He has succeeded in keeping you from me, but in spite of him, Kay the seneschal has looked upon you last night and has done what he pleased with you, as can readily be proved." "What is that?" she asks. "Since I must speak, I find blood on your sheets, which proves the fact." I know it and can prove it, because I find on both your sheets and his the blood which issued from his wounds. The evidence is very strong." Then the queen saw on both beds the bloody sheets, and marvelling, she blushed with shame and said, "So help me God, this blood which I see upon my sheets was never brought here by Kay, but my nose bled during the night, and I suppose it must be from my nose." In saying so, she thinks she tells the truth. "By my head," says Meleagant, "there is nothing in what you say. Swearing is of no avail, for you are taken in your guilt, and the truth will soon be proved." And then he said to the guards who were present, "Gentlemen, do not move, and see to it that the sheets are not taken from the bed until I return. I wish the king to do me justice as soon as he has seen the truth." Then he searched until he found him, and failing at his feet, he said, "Sire, come to see what you have failed to guard. Come to see the queen, and you shall see the certain marvels which I have already seen and tested. But before you go, I beg you not to fail to be just and upright toward me. You know well to what danger I have exposed myself for the queen, yet you are no friend of mine and keep her from me under guard. This morning I went to see her in her bed, and I remarked that Kay lies with her every night. Sire, for God's sake, be not angry if I am disgruntled and if I complain, for it is very humiliating for me to be hated and despised by one with whom Kay is allowed to lie." "Silence," says the king. "I don't believe it." "Then come, my lord, and see the sheets and the state in which Kay has left them. Since you will not believe my words, and since you think I am lying, I will show you the sheets and the quilt covered with blood from Kay's wounds." "Come now," says the king, "I wish to see for myself, and my eyes will judge of the truth." Then the king goes directly to the room where the queen got up at his approach. He sees that the sheets are blood-stained on her bed and on Kay's alike, and he says, "Lady, it is going badly now if what my son has said is true." Then she replies, "So help me God, never even in a dream was uttered such a monstrous lie. I think Kay the seneschal is courteous and loyal enough not to commit such a deed. And besides, I do not expose my body in the marketplace, nor offer it of my own free will. Surely Kay is not the man to make an insulting proposal to me, and I have never desired and shall never desire to do such a thing myself." "Sire, I shall be much obliged to you," says Meleagant to his father, "if Kay shall be made to atone for this outrage and the queen's shame thus be exposed. It devolves upon you to see that justice is done, and this justice I now request and claim. Kay has betrayed King Arthur, his lord, who had such confidence in him that he entrusted to him what he loved most in the world." "Let me answer, sire," says Kay, "and I shall exonerate myself. May God have no mercy upon my soul when I leave this world, if I ever lay with my lady. Indeed, I should rather be dead than ever do my lord such an ugly wrong. And may God never grant me better health than I have now, but rather kill me on the spot, if such a thought ever entered my mind. But I know that my wounds bled profusely last night, and that is the reason why my sheets are stained with blood. That is why your son suspects me, but surely he has no right to do so." And Meleagant answers him, "So help me God, the devils and demons have betrayed you. You grew too heated last night, and as a result of your exertions, your wounds have doubtless bled afresh. There is no use in your denying it. We can see it, and it is perfectly evident. It is right that he should atone for his crime who is so plainly taken in his guilt. Never did a knight with so fair a name commit such iniquities as this, and yours is the shame for it." "Sire, sire," says Kay to the king, "I will defend the queen and myself against the accusation of your son. He harasses and distresses me, though he has no ground to treat me so." "You cannot fight," the king replies, "you are too ill." "Sire, if you will allow it, I will fight with him, ill as I am, and will show him that I am not guilty of the crime which he imputes to me." But the queen, having secretly sent word to Lancelot, tells the king that she will present a knight who will defend the seneschal, if Meleagant dares to urge this charge. Then Meleagant said at once, "There is no knight without exception, even were he a giant, whom I will not fight until one of us is defeated." Then Lancelot came in, and with him such a rout of knights that the whole hall was filled with them. As soon as he had entered in the hearing of all, both young and old, the queen told what had happened and said, "Lancelot, this insult has been done me by Meleagant. In the presence of all who hear his words he says I have lied, if you do not make him take it back. Last night he asserted Kay lay with me because he found my sheets like his all stained with blood, and he says that he stands convicted unless he will undertake his own defense or unless someone else will fight the battle on his behalf. Lancelot says, you need never use arguments with me. May it not please God that either you or he should be thus discredited. I am ready to fight, and to prove to the extent of my power that he never was guilty of such a thought. I am ready to employ my strength in his behalf and to defend him against this charge." Then Meleagant jumped up and said, "So help me God, I am pleased and well satisfied with that. No one need think that I object." And Lancelot said, "My lord king, I am well acquainted with suits and laws, with trials and verdicts. In a question of veracity, an oath should be taken before the fight." Meleagant at once replies, "I agree to take an oath. So let the relics be brought at once, for I know well that I am right." And Lancelot answers him, "So help me God, no one who ever knew Kay the seneschal would doubt his word on such a point." Then they call for their horses and ask that their arms be brought. This is promptly done, and when the valets had armed them, they were ready for the fight. Then the holy relics are brought forth. Meleagant steps forward with Lancelot by his side, and both fall on their knees. Then Meleagant, laying his hands upon the relics, swears unreservedly, "So help me God and this holy relic, Kay the seneschal lay with the queen in her bed last night and had his pleasure with her. And I swear that thou least," says Lancelot, "and furthermore I swear that he neither lay with her nor touched her. And may it please God to take vengeance upon him who has lied, and may he bring the truth to light. Moreover, I will take another oath and swear, whoever may dislike it or be displeased, that if I am permitted to vanquish Meleagant today, I will show him no mercy, so help me God and these relics here." The king felt no joy when he heard this oath. VV 5007 to 5198. When the oaths had been taken, their horses were brought forward, which were fair and good in every way. Each man mounts his own home, and they ride at once at each other as fast as the steeds can carry them. And when the horses are in mid-career, the knights strike each other so fiercely that there is nothing left of the lances in their hands. Each brings the other to earth. However, they are not dismayed, but they rise at once and attack each other with their sharp drawn swords. The burning sparks fly in the air from their helmets. They assail each other so bitterly with the drawn swords in their hands that, as they thrust and draw, they encounter each other with their blows and will not pause even to catch their breath. The king, in his grief and anxiety, called the queen, who had gone up in the tower, to look out from the balcony. He begged her for God's sake, the Creator, to let them be separated. "Whatever is your pleasure is agreeable to me," the queen says honestly. "I shall not object to anything you do." Lancelot plainly heard what reply the queen made to the king's request, and from that time he ceased to fight and renounced the struggle at once. But Meleagant does not wish to stop and continues to strike and hew at him. But the king rushes between them and stops his son, who declares with an oath that he has no desire for peace. He wants to fight and cares not for peace. Then the king says to him, "Be quiet and take my advice and be sensible. No shame or harm shall come to thee, if thou wilt do what is right and heed my words. Dost thou not remember that thou hast agreed to fight him at King Arthur's court? And dost thou not suppose that it would be a much greater honor for thee to defeat him there than anywhere else?" The king says this to see if he can so influence him as to appease him and separate them. And Lancelot, who was impatient to go in search of my lord Gawain, requests leave of the king and queen to depart. With their permission he goes away toward the water bridge, and after him there followed a great company of knights. But it would have suited him very well if many of those who went had stayed behind. They make long days' journeys until they approach the water bridge, but are still about a league from it. Before they came in sight of the bridge, a dwarf came to meet them on a mighty hunter, holding a scourge with which to urge on and incite his steed. In accordance with his instructions, he at once inquired, Which of you is Lancelot? Don't conceal him from me. I am of your party. Tell me confidently, for I ask the question for your good." Lancelot replies in his own behalf and says, "I am he whom thou seekest and askest for." "Ah," says the dwarf, "frank knight, leave these people and trust in me. Come along with me alone, for I will take thee to a goodly place. Let no one follow thee for anything, but let them wait here, for we shall return presently." He, suspecting no harm in this, bids all his men stay there and follows the dwarf who has betrayed him. Meanwhile, his men who wait for him may continue to expect him long in vain, for they who have taken and seized him have no desire to give him up. And his men are in such a state of grief at his failure to return that they do not know what steps to take. They all say sorrowfully that the dwarf has betrayed them. It would be useless to inquire for him. With heavy hearts they begin to search, but they know not where to look for him with any hope of finding him. So they all take counsel, and the most reasonable and sensible agree on this, it seems, to go to the passage of the water bridge, which is close by, to see if they can find my Lord Gawain in wood or plain, and then with his advice search for Lancelot. Upon this plan they all agree without dissension. Toward the water bridge they go, and as soon as they reach the bridge, they see my Lord Gawain overturned and fallen from the bridge into the stream, which is very deep. One moment he rises, and the next he sinks. One moment they see him, and the next they lose him from sight. They make such efforts that they succeed in raising him with branches, poles, and hooks. He had nothing but his hauberk on his back, and on his head was fixed his helmet, which was worth 10 of the common sort, and he wore his iron greaves, which were all rusty with his sweat, for he had endured great trials and had passed victoriously through many perils and assaults. His lance, his shield, and horse were all behind on the other bank. Those who have rescued him do not believe he is alive, for his body was full of water, and until he got rid of it, they did not hear him speak a word. But when his speech and voice and the passageway to his heart are free, and as soon as what he said could be heard and understood, he tried to speak, he inquired at once for the queen whether those present had any news of her. And they replied that she is still with King Bade Margu, who serves her well and honourably. Has no one come to seek her in this land? My Lord Gawain then inquires of them, and they answer him, yes, indeed. Who? Lancelot of the Lake, they say, who crossed the sword bridge, and rescued and delivered her as well as all the rest of us. But we have been betrayed by a pot-bellied, humpbacked, and crabbed dwarf. He has deceived us shamefully in seducing Lancelot from us, and we do not know what he has done with him. When was that? My Lord Gawain inquires. Sire, near here this very day this trick was played on us while he was coming with us to meet you. And how has Lancelot been occupied since he entered this land? Then they begin to tell him all about him in detail, and then they tell him about the queen, how she is waiting for him and asserting that nothing could induce her to leave the country until she sees him or hears some credible news of him. To them my Lord Gawain replies, when we leave this bridge we shall go to search for Lancelot. There is not one who does not advise rather that they go to the queen at once, and have the king seek Lancelot, for it is their opinion that his son Meleagant has shown his enmity by having him cast into prison. But if the king can learn where he is, he will certainly make him surrender him. They can rely upon this with confidence. VV 5199 to 5256. They all agreed upon this plan and started at once upon their way until they drew near the court where the queen and king were. There too was Kay the seneschal, and that disloyal man full to overflowing of treachery, who has aroused the greatest anxiety for Lancelot on the part of the party which now arrives. They feel they have been discomfited and betrayed, and they make great lament in their misery. It is not a gracious message which reports this morning to the queen. Nevertheless, she deports herself with as good a grace as possible. She resolves to endure it as she must for the sake of my Lord Gawain. However, she does not so conceal her grief that it does not somewhat appear. She has to show both joy and grief at once. Her heart is empty for Lancelot, and to my Lord Gawain she shows excessive joy. Every one who hears of the loss of Lancelot is grief-stricken and distracted. The king would have rejoiced at the coming of my lord Gawain, and would have been delighted with his acquaintance. But he is so sorrowful and distressed over the betrayal of Lancelot that he is prostrated and full of grief. And the queen beseeches him insistently to have him searched for, up and down, throughout the land without postponement or delay. My lord Gawain and Kay and all the others join in this prayer and request. Leave this care to me and speak no more of it. The king replies, for I have been ready to do so for some time. Without need of request or prayer, this search shall be made with thoroughness. Everyone bows in sign of gratitude, and the king at once sends messengers through his realm, sagacious and prudent men-at-arms, who inquired for him throughout the land. They made inquiry for him everywhere, but gained no certain news of him. Not finding any, they come back to the place where the knights remain. Then Gawain and Kay and all the others say that they will go in search of him, fully armed and lance in rest. They will not trust to sending someone else. VV 5257 to 5378. One day after dinner they were all in the hall putting on their arms, and the point had been reached where there was nothing to do but start, when a valet entered and passed by them all until he came before the queen, whose cheeks were by no means rosy, for she was in such mourning for Lancelot, of whom she had no news, that she had lost all her colour. The valet greeted her as well as the king, who was by her side, and then all the others and Kay and my lord Gawain. He held a letter in his hand which he gave to the king, who took it. The king had it read in the hearing of all by one who made no mistake in reading it. The reader knew full well how to communicate to them what was written in the parchment. He says that Lancelot sends greetings to the king as his kind lord, and thanks him for the honour and kindness he has shown him, and that he now places himself at the king's orders, and know that he is now hale and hearty at King Arthur's court, and he bids him tell the queen to come thither if she will consent, in company with my lord Gawain and Kay, in proof of which he affixed his signature, which they should recognize, as indeed they did. At this they were very happy and glad. The whole court resounds with their jubilation, and they say they will start next day as soon as it is light. So when the day broke, they make ready and prepare. They rise and mount and start. With great joy and jubilee, the king escorts them for a long distance on their way. When he has conducted them to the frontier and has seen them safely across the border, he takes leave of the queen and likewise of all the rest. And when he comes to take his leave, the queen is careful to express her gratitude for all the kindness he has shown to her, and throwing her arms about his neck, she offers and promises him her own service and that of her lord. No greater promise can she make. And my lord Gawain promises his service to him as to his lord and friend, and then Kay does likewise, and all the rest. Then the king commends them to God as they start upon their way. After these three he bids the rest farewell, and then turns his face toward home. The queen and her company do not tarry a single day until news of them reaches the court. King Arthur was delighted at the news of the queen's approach, and he is happy and pleased at the thought that his nephew had brought about the queen's return, as well as that of Kay and of the lesser folk. But the truth is quite different from what he thinks. All the town is cleared as they go to meet them, and knights and vassals join in shouting as they approach. Welcome to my lord Gawain, who has brought back the queen and many another captive lady, and has freed for us many prisoners. Then Gawain answered them, Gentlemen, I do not deserve your praise. Do not trouble ever to say this again, for the compliment does not apply to me. This honor causes me only shame, for I did not reach the queen in time. My detention made me late. But Lancelot reached there in time and won such honor as was never won by any other knight. Where is he then, fair dear sire, for we do not see him here? Where, echoes my lord Gawain, at the court of my lord the king, to be sure, is he not? No, he is not here or anywhere else in this country. Since my lady was taken away, we have had no news of him. Then for the first time my lord Gawain realized that the letter had been forged, and that they had been betrayed and deceived. By the letter they had been misled. Then they all begin to lament, and they come thus weeping to the court, where the king at once asks for information about the affair. There were plenty who could tell him how much Lancelot had done, how the queen and all the captives were delivered from durance by him, and by what treachery the dwarf had stolen him and drawn him away from them. This news is not pleasing to the king, and he is very sorry and full of grief, but his heart is so lightened by the pleasure he takes in the queen's return that his grief concludes in joy. When he has what he most desires, he cares little for the rest. VV 5379 to 5514. While the queen was out of the country, I believe the ladies and the damsels who were disconsolate decided among themselves that they would marry soon, and they organized a contest and a tournament. The Lady of Noailles was patroness of it, with the Lady of Pomelegloy. They will have nothing to do with those who fare ill, but they assert that they will accept those who comport themselves well in the tournament. And they had the date of the contest proclaimed long while in advance in all the countries near and far, in order that there might be more participants. Now the queen arrived before the date they had set, and as soon as the ladies heard of the queen's return, most of them came at once to the king and besought him to grant them a favor and boon, which he did. He promised to do whatever they wished before he knew what their desire might be. Then they told him that they wished him to let the queen come to be present at their contest, and he who was not accustomed to forbid said he was willing if she wished so. In happy mood they go to the queen and say to her, "Lady, do not deprive us of the boon which the king has granted us." Then she asks them, "What is that? Don't fail to tell." Then they say to her, "If you will come to our tournament, he will not gainsay you nor stand in the way." Then she said that she would come, since he was willing that she should. Promptly the dames send word throughout the realm that they are going to bring the queen on the day set for the tournament. The news spread far and near, here and there, until it reached the kingdom whence no one used to return, but now whoever wished might enter or pass out unopposed. The news travelled in this kingdom until it came to a seneschal of the faithless Meleagant. May an evil fire burn him. This seneschal had Lancelot in his keeping, for to him he had been entrusted by his enemy Meleagant, who hated him with deadly hate. Lancelot learned the hour and date of the tournament, and as soon as he heard of it, his eyes were not tearless, nor was his heart glad. The lady of the house, seeing Lancelot sad and pensive, thus spoke to him, "Sire, for God's sake and for your own soul's good, tell me truly." The lady said, "Why you are so changed? You won't eat or drink anything, and I see that you do not make merry or laugh. You can tell me with confidence why you are so sad and troubled." "Ah, lady, for God's sake, do not be surprised that I am sad. Truly I am very much downcast, since I cannot be present where all that is good in the world will be assembled. That is, at the tournament where there will be a gathering of the people who make the earth tremble. Nevertheless, if it pleased you, and if God should incline your heart to let me go thither, you might rest assured that I should be careful to return to my captivity here." "I would gladly do it," she replied, "if I did not see that my death and destruction would result. But I am in such terror of my lord, the despicable Meleagant, that I would not dare to do it, for he would kill my husband at once. It is not strange that I am afraid of him, for, as you know, he is very bad. Lady, if you are afraid that I may not return to you at once after the tournament, I will take an oath which I will never break, that nothing will detain me from returning at once to my prison here immediately after the tournament." "Upon my word," said she, "I will allow it upon one condition." "Lady, what condition is that?" Then she replies, "Sire, upon condition that you wilt swear to return to me and promise that I shall have your love." "Lady, I give you all the love I have and swear to come back." Then the lady laughs and says, "I have no cause to boast of such a gift, for I know you have bestowed upon someone else the love for which I have just made request. However, I do not disdain to take so much of it as I can get. I shall be satisfied with what I can have, and will accept your oath that you will be so considerate of me as to return hither a prisoner." VV 5515 to 5594. In accordance with her wish, Lancelot swears by Holy Church that he will return without fail. And the lady at once gives him the vermilion arms of her lord and his horse, which was marvellously good and strong and brave. He mounts and leaves, armed with handsome new arms, and proceeds until he comes to know us. He espoused this side in the tournament, and took his lodging outside the town. Never did such a noble man choose such a small and lowly lodging place, but he did not wish to lodge where he might be recognized. There were many good and excellent knights gathered within the town, but there were many more outside, for so many had come on account of the presence of the queen that the fifth part could not be accommodated inside. For everyone who would have been there under ordinary circumstances, there were 7 who would not have come excepting on the queen's account. The barons were quartered in tents, lodges, and pavilions for 5 leagues around. Moreover, it was wonderful how many gentle ladies and damsels were there. Lancelot placed his shield outside the door of his lodging place, and then, to make himself more comfortable, he took off his arms and lay down upon a bed which he held in slight esteem, for it was narrow and had a thin mattress and was covered with a coarse hempen cloth. Lancelot had thrown himself upon the bed all disarmed, and as he lay there in such poor estate, behold, a fellow came in his shirt sleeves. He was a herald at arms, and had left his coat and shoes in the tavern as a pledge, so he came running barefoot and exposed to the wind. He saw the shield hanging outside the door and looked at it, but naturally he did not recognize it or know to whom it belonged or who was the bearer of it. He sees the door of the house standing open, and upon entering he sees Lancelot upon the bed, and as soon as he saw him, he recognized him and crossed himself. And Lancelot made a sign to him, and ordered him not to speak of him wherever he might go, for if he should tell that he knew him, it would be better for him to have his eyes put out or his neck broken. Sire, the herald says, I have always held you in high esteem, and so long as I live I shall never do anything to cause you displeasure. Then he runs from the house and cries aloud, Now there has come one who will take the measure. 423 Now there has come one who will take the measure. The fellow shouts this everywhere, and the people come from every side and ask him what is the meaning of his cry. He is not so rash as to answer them, but goes on shouting the same words. Now there has come one who will take the measure. This herald was the master of us all when he taught us to use the phrase, for he was the first to make use of it. VV 5595 to 5640. Now the crowd was assembled, including the queen and all the ladies, the knights and the other people, and there were many men-at-arms everywhere to the right and left. At the place where the tournament was to be, there were some large wooden stands for the use of the queen with her ladies and damsels. Such fine stands were never seen before, they were so long and well constructed. Thither the ladies betook themselves with the queen, wishing to see who would fare better or worse in the combat. Knights arrive by 10s, 20s and 30s, here 80 and there 90, here 100, there still more, and yonder twice as many yet, so that the press is so great in front of the stands and all around that they decide to begin the joust. As they assemble, armed and unarmed, their lances suggest the appearance of a wood, for those who have come to the sport brought so many lances that there is nothing in sight but lances, banners, and standards. Those who are going to take part begin to joust, and they find plenty of their companions who had come with similar intent. Still others prepare to perform other feats of chivalry. The fields, meadows, and fallow lands are so full of knights that it is impossible to estimate how many of them are there. But there was no sign of Lancelot at this first gathering of the knights. But later, when he entered the middle of the field, the herald saw him and could not refrain from crying out, Behold him who will take the measure! Behold him who will take the measure! And the people ask him who he is, but he will not tell them anything. VV 5641 to 6104. When Lancelot entered the tournament, he was as good as 20 of the best, and he began to fight so doughtily that no one could take his eyes from him wherever he was. On the Pomelegloy side there was a brave and valorous knight, and his horse was spirited and swifter than a wild stag. He was the son of the Irish king, and fought well and handsomely. But the unknown knight pleased them all more 100 times. In wonder they all make haste to ask, Who is this knight who fights so well? And the queen privily called a clever and wise damsel to her and said, Damsel, you must carry a message and do it quickly and with few words. Go down from the stand and approach yonder knight with the vermilion shield and tell him privately that I bid him do his worst. She goes quickly, and with intelligence executes the queen's command. She sought the knight until she came up close to him. Then she said to him prudently and in a voice so low that no one standing by might hear, Sire, my lady, the queen sends you word by me that you shall do your worst. When he heard this, he replied, very willingly, like one who is altogether hers. Then he rides at another knight as hard as his horse can carry him, and misses his thrust which should have struck him. From that time till evening fell he continued to do as badly as possible in accordance with the queen's desire. But the other, who fought with him, did not miss his thrust, but struck him with such violence that he was roughly handled. Thereupon he took to flight, and after that he never turned his horse's head toward any knight, and were he to die for it, he would never do anything unless he saw in it his shame, disgrace, and dishonor. He even pretends to be afraid of all the knights who passed to and fro, and the very knights who formerly esteemed him now hurled jests and jibes at him. And the herald who had been saying, he will beat them all in turn, is greatly dejected and discomfited when he hears the scornful jokes of those who shout, Friend, say no more, this fellow will not take anyone's measure again. He has measured so much that his yardstick is broken, of which thou hast boasted to us so much. Many say, what is he going to do? He was so brave just now, but now he is so cowardly that there is not a knight whom he dares to face. The cause of his first success must have been that he never engaged at arms before, and he was so brave at his first attack that the most skilled knight dared not withstand him, for he fought like a wild man. But now he has learned so much of arms that he will never wish to bear them again his whole life long. His heart cannot longer endure the thought, for there is nothing more cowardly than his heart. And the queen, as she watches him, is happy and well pleased, for she knows full well, though she does not say it, that this is surely Lancelot. Thus all day long till evening he played his coward's part, and late in the afternoon they separated. At parting there was a great discussion as to who had done the best. The son of the Irish king thinks that without doubt or contradiction he has all the glory and renown. But he is grievously mistaken, for there were plenty of others as good as he. Even the Vermilion Knight so pleased the fairest and gentlest of the ladies and damsels that they had gazed at him more than at any other knight, for they had remarked how well he fought at first, and how excellent and brave he was. Then he had become so cowardly that he dared not face a single knight, and even the worst of them could defeat and capture him at will. But knights and ladies all agreed that on the morrow they should return to the list, and the damsels should choose as their lords those who should win honor in that day's fight. On this arrangement they all agree. Then they turned toward their lodgings, and when they had returned, here and there men began to say, What has become of the worst, the most craven and despised of knights? Whither did he go? Where is he concealed? Where is he to be found? Where shall we search for him? We shall probably never see him again, for he has been driven off by cowardice, with which he is so filled that there is no greater craven in the world than he. And he is not wrong, for a coward is 100 times more at ease than a valorous fighting man. Cowardice is easy of entreaty, and that is the reason he has given her the kiss of peace and has taken from her all she has to give. Courage never so debased herself as to lodge in his breast or take quarters near him. But cowardice is altogether lodged with him, and she has found a host who will honor her and serve her so faithfully that he is willing to resign his own fair name for hers. Thus they wrangle all night, vying with each other in slander. But often one man maligns another, and yet is much worse himself than the object of his blame and scorn. Thus every one said what he pleased about him. And when the next day dawned, all the people prepared and came again to the jousting place. The queen was in the stand again, accompanied by her ladies and damsels and many knights without their arms who had been captured or defeated, and these explained to them the armorial bearings of the knights whom they most esteem. Thus they talk among themselves, 424. Do you see that knight yonder with a golden band across the middle of his red shield? That is Governors of Roberdic. And do you see that other one, who has an eagle and a dragon painted side by side upon his shield? That is the son of the king of Aragon, who has come to this land in search of glory and renown. And do you see that one beside him, who thrusts and jousts so well, bearing a shield with a leopard painted on a green ground on one part, and the other half is azure blue? That is Ignoras the well-beloved, a lover himself and jovial, and he who bears the shield with the pheasants portrayed beak to beak is Cogilance of Mortaic. Do you see those two side by side with their dappled steeds and golden shields showing black lions? One is named Semiramis and the other is his companion. Their shields are painted alike. And do you see the one who has a shield with a gate painted on it, through which a stag appears to be passing out? That is King Ida in truth. Thus they talk up in the stand. That shield was made at Limoges, whence it was brought by Pylades, who is very ardent and keen to be always in the fight. That shield, bridle and breast strap were made at Toulouse and were brought here by Kay of Estrauss. The other came from Lyons on the Rhone, and there is no better under heaven. For his great merit it was presented to Taulas of the desert, who bears it well and protects himself with it skillfully. Yonder shield is of English workmanship and was made at London. You see on it two swallows which appear as if about to fly, yet they do not move but receive many blows from the poitivin lances of steel. He who has it is poor Thoas. Thus they point out and describe the arms of those they know, but they see nothing of him whom they had held in such contempt, and not remarking him in the fray, they suppose that he has slipped away. When the queen sees that he is not there, she feels inclined to send someone to search for him in the crowd until he be found. She knows of no one better to send in search of him than she who yesterday performed her errand. So straightway calling her, she said to her, "Damsel, go and mount your palfrey. I send you to the same knight as I sent you yesterday, and do you seek him until you find him. Do not delay for any cause, and tell him again to do his worst. And when you have given him this message, mark well what reply he makes." The damsel makes no delay, for she had carefully noticed the direction he took the night before, knowing well that she would be sent to him again. She made her way through the ranks until she saw the knight, whom she instructs at once to do his worst again if he desires the love and favour of the queen which she sends him. And he makes answer, "My thanks to her, since such is her will." Then the damsel went away, and the valets, sergeants, and squires begin to shout, "See this marvellous thing! He of yesterday with the vermilion arms is back again. What can he want? Never in the world was there such a vile, despicable, and craven wretch. He is so in the power of cowardice that resistance is useless on his part." And the damsel returns to the queen, who detained her and would not let her go until she heard what his response had been. Then she heartily rejoiced, feeling no longer any doubt that this is he to whom she altogether belongs, and he is hers in like manner. Then she bids the damsel quickly return and tell him that it is her command and prayer that he shall do his best, and she says she will go at once without delay. She came down from the stand to where her valet with the palfrey was awaiting her. She mounted and rode until she found the knight, to whom she said at once, "Sire, my lady now sends word that you shall do the best you can." And he replies, "Tell her now that it is never a hardship to do her will, for whatever pleases her is my delight." The maiden was not slow in bearing back this message, for she thinks it will greatly please and delight the queen. She made her way as directly as possible to the stand, where the queen rose and started to meet her. However, she did not go down, but waited for her at the top of the steps. And the damsel came happy in the message she had to bear. When she had climbed the steps and reached her side, she said, "Lady, I never saw so courteous knight, for he is more than ready to obey every command you send to him, for if the truth be known, he accepts good and evil with the same countenance." "Indeed," says the queen, "that may well be so." Then she returns to the balcony to watch the knights, and Lancelot without delay seizes his shield by the leather straps, for he is kindled and consumed by the desire to show his prowess. Guiding his horse's head, he lets him run between two lines. All those mistaken and deluded men who have spent a large part of the day and night in heaping him with ridicule will soon be disconcerted. For a long time they have had their sport and joke and fun. The son of the King of Ireland held his shield closely gripped by the leather straps as he spurs fiercely to meet him from the opposite direction. They come together with such violence that the son of the Irish king, having broken and splintered his lance, wishes no more of the tournament, for it was not moss he struck, but hard, dry boards. In this encounter Lancelot taught him one of his thrusts, when he pinned his shield to his arm and his arm to his side, and brought him down from his horse to earth. Like arrows the knights at once fly out, spurring and pricking from either side, some to relieve this knight, others to add to his distress. While some thus try to aid their lords, many a saddle is left empty in the strife and fray. But all that day Gawain took no hand at arms, though he was with the others there, for he took such pleasure in watching the deeds of him with the red painted arms that what the others did seemed to him pale in comparison. And the herald cheered up again as he shouted aloud so that all could hear, "Here there has one come who will take the measure. Today you shall see what he can do. Today his prowess shall appear." Then the knight directs his steed and makes a very skillful thrust against a certain knight, whom he strikes so hard that he carries him 100 feet or more from his horse. His feats with sword and lance are so well performed that there is none of the onlookers who does not find pleasure in watching him. Many even of those who bear arms find pleasure and satisfaction in what he does, for it is great sport to see how he makes horses and knights tumble and fall. He encounters hardly a single knight who is able to keep his seat, and he gives the horses he wins to those who want them. Then those who had been making game of him said, "Now we are disgraced and mortified. It was a great mistake for us to deride and vilify this man, for he is surely worth 1,000 such as we are on this field. For he has defeated and outdone all the knights in the world, so that there is no one now that opposes him." And the damsels, who amazed were watching him, all said that he might take them to wife, but they did not dare to trust in their beauty or wealth or power or highness, for not for her beauty or wealth would this peerless knight deign to choose any one of them. Yet most of them are so enamored of him that they say that, unless they marry him, they will not be bestowed upon any man this year. And the queen, who hears them boast, laughs to herself and enjoy the fun, for well she knows that if all the gold of Arabia should be set before him, yet he who is beloved by them all would not select the best, the fairest, or the most charming of the group. One wish is common to them all, each wishes to have him as her spouse. One is jealous of another as if she were already his wife, and all this is because they see him so adroit that in their opinion no mortal man could perform such deeds as he had done. He did so well that when the time came to leave the list, they admitted freely on both sides that no one had equalled the knight with the vermilion shield. All said this, and it was true. But when he left, he allowed his shield and lance and trappings to fall where he saw the thickest press. Then he rode off hastily with such secrecy that no one of all the host noticed that he had disappeared. But he went straight back to the place whence he had come, to keep his oath. When the tournament broke up, they all searched and asked for him, but without success, for he fled away, having no desire to be recognized. The knights are disappointed and distressed, for they would have rejoiced to have him there. But if the knights were grieved to have been deserted thus, still greater was the damsels' grief when they learned the truth, and they asserted by St. John that they would not marry at all that year. If they can't have him whom they truly love, then all the others may be dismissed. Thus the tourney was adjourned without any of them choosing a husband. Meanwhile Lancelot without delay repairs to his prison. But the seneschal arrived 2 or 3 days before Lancelot and inquired where he was. And his wife, who had given to Lancelot his fair and well-equipped vermilion arms, as well as his harness and his horse, told the truth to the seneschal, how she had sent him where there had been jousting at the tourney of Noah's. "Lady," the seneschal replies, "you could truly have done nothing worse than that. Doubtless I shall smart for this, for my lord Meleagant will treat me worse than the beachcomber's law would treat me were I a mariner in distress. I shall be killed or banished the moment he hears the news, and he will have no pity for me." "Fair sire, be not now dismayed," the lady said. "There is no occasion for the fear you feel. There is no possibility of his detention, for he swore to me by the saints that he would return as soon as possible." VV 6105 to 6166. 425. Then the seneschal mounts and, coming to his lord, tells him the whole story of the episode, but at the same time he emphatically reassures him, telling how his wife had received his oath that he would return to his prison. "He will not break his word, I know," says Meleagant, "and yet I am very much displeased at what your wife has done. Not for any consideration would I have had him present at that tournament. But return now and see to it that when he comes back he be so strictly guarded that he shall not escape from his prison or have any freedom of body, and send me word at once." "Your orders shall be obeyed," says the seneschal. Then he goes away and finds Lancelot returned as prisoner in his yard. A messenger, sent by the seneschal, runs back at once to Meleagant, appraising him of Lancelot's return. When he heard this news, he took masons and carpenters who unwillingly or of their own free will executed his commands. He summoned the best artisans in the land and commanded them to build a tower and exert themselves to build it well. The stone was quarried by the seaside, for near Gora on this side there runs a big broad arm of the sea, in the midst of which an island stood, as Meleagant well knew. He ordered the stone to be carried thither and the material for the construction of the tower. In less than 57 days the tower was completely built, high and thick and well founded. When it was completed, he had Lancelot brought thither by night, and after putting him in the tower, he ordered the doors to be walled up, and made all the masons swear that they would never utter a word about this tower. It was his will that it should be thus sealed up, and that no door or opening should remain except one small window. Here Lancelot was compelled to stay, and they gave him poor and meagre fare through this little window at certain hours, as the disloyal wretch had ordered and commanded them. VV 6167 to 6220. Now Meleagant has carried out all his purpose, and he betakes himself to King Arthur's court. Behold him now arrived. And when he was before the king, he thus spoke with pride and arrogance: "King, I have scheduled a battle to take place in thy presence and in thy court, but I see nothing of Lancelot, who agreed to be my antagonist. Nevertheless, as my duty is in the hearing of all who are present here, I offer myself to fight this battle, and if he is here, let him now step forth and agree to meet me in your court a year from now. I know not if anyone has told you how this battle was agreed upon, but I see knights here who were present at our conference, and who, if they would, could tell you the truth. If he should try to deny the truth, I should employ no hireling to take my place, but would prove it to him hand to hand." The queen, who was seated beside the king, draws him to her as she says, "Sire, do you know who that knight is? It is Meleagant, who carried me away while escorted by Kay the seneschal. He caused him plenty of shame and mischief too." And the king answered her, "Lady, I understand. I know full well that it is he who held my people in distress." The queen says no more, but the king addresses Meleagant. "Friend," he says, "so help me God, we are very sad because we know nothing of Lancelot." "My lord king," says Meleagant, "Lancelot told me that I should surely find him here. Nowhere but in your court must I issue the call to this battle, and I desire all your knights here to bear me witness that I summon him to fight a year from today, as stipulated when we agreed to fight." VV 6221 to 6458. At this my lord Gawain gets up, much distressed at what he hears. "Sire, there is nothing known of Lancelot in all this land," he says, "but we shall send in search of him, and if God will, we shall find him yet before the end of the year is reached, unless he be dead or in prison. And if he does not appear, then grant me the battle, and I will fight for him. I will arm myself in place of Lancelot if he does not return before that day." "Ah," says Meleagant, "for God's sake, my fair lord king, grant him the boon. I join my request to his desire, for I know no knight in all the world with whom I would more gladly try my strength, excepting only Lancelot. But bear in mind that if I do not fight with one of them, I will accept no exchange or substitution for either one. And the king says that this is understood if Lancelot does not return within the time. Then Meleagant left the royal court and journeyed until he found his father, King Beedmargu. In order to appear brave and of consideration in his presence, he began by making a great pretense and by assuming an expression of marvelous cheer. That day the king was holding a joyous court at his city of Bade. 426, it was his birthday, which he celebrated with splendor and generosity, and there were many people of divers sorts gathered with him. All the palace was filled with knights and damsels, and among them was the sister of Meleagant, of whom I shall tell you farther on what is my thought and reason for mentioning her here. But it is not fitting that I should explain it here, for I do not wish to confuse or entangle my material, but rather to treat it straightforwardly. Now I must tell you that Meleagant, in the hearing of all, both great and small, spoke thus to his father boastingly. Father, he says, so help me God, please tell me truly now whether he ought not to be well content, and whether he is not truly brave, who can cause his arms to be feared at King Arthur's court. To this question his father replies at once. Son, he says, all good men ought to honor and serve and seek the company of one whose deserts are such. And he flattered him with the request that he should not conceal why he has alluded to this, what he wishes, and whence he comes. Sire, I know not whether you remember, Meleagant begins, the agreements and stipulations which were recorded when Lancelot and I made peace. It was then agreed, I believe, and in the presence of many we were told that we should present ourselves at the end of a year at Arthur's court. I went thither at the appointed time, ready equipped for my business there. I did everything that had been prescribed. I called and searched for Lancelot, with whom I was to fight, but I could not gain a sight of him. He had fled and run away. When I came away, Gawain pledged his word that if Lancelot is not alive and does not return within the time agreed upon, no further postponement will be asked, but that he himself will fight the battle against me in place of Lancelot. Arthur has no knight, as is well known, whose fame equals his. But before the flowers bloom again, I shall see when we come to blows whether his fame and his deeds are in accord. I only wish it could be settled now. Son, says his father, thou art acting exactly like a fool. Anyone who knew it not before may learn of thy madness from thy own lips. A good heart truly humbles itself, but the fool and the boastful never lose their folly. Son, to thee I direct my words, for the traits of thy character are so hard and dry, that there is no place for sweetness or friendship. Thy heart is altogether pitiless, thou art altogether in folly's grasp. This accounts for my slight respect for thee, and this is what will cast thee down. If thou art brave, there will be plenty of men to say so in time of need. A virtuous man need not praise his heart in order to enhance his deed. The deed itself will speak in its own praise. Thy self-praise does not aid thee a whit to increase in anyone's esteem. Indeed, I hold thee in less esteem. Son, I chasten thee. But to what end? It is of little use to advise a fool. He only wastes his strength in vain who tries to cure the madness of a fool, and the wisdom that one teaches and expounds is worthless, wasted and unemployed, unless it is expressed in works. Then Meleagant was sorely enraged and furious. I may truly say that never could you see a mortal man so full of anger as he was. The last bond between them was broken then, as he spoke to his father these ungracious words. Are you in a dream or trance when you say that I am mad to tell you how my matters stand? I thought I had come to you as to my lord and my father. But that does not seem to be the case, for you insult me more outrageously than I think you have any right to do. Moreover, you can give no reason for having addressed me thus. Indeed, I can. What is it then? Because I see nothing in thee but folly and wrath. I know very well what thy courage is like, and that it will cause thee great trouble yet. A curse upon him who supposes that the elegant Lancelot, who is esteemed by all but thee, has ever fled from thee through fear. I am sure that he is buried or confined in some prison whose door is barred so tight that he cannot escape without leave. I should surely be sorely grieved if he were dead or in distress. It would surely be too bad were a creature so splendidly equipped, so fair, so bold, yet so serene, to perish thus before his time. But may it please God, this is not true." Then Bade Margou said no more, but a daughter of his had listened attentively to all his words, and you must know that it was she whom I mentioned earlier in my tale, and who is not happy now to hear such news of Lancelot. It is quite clear to her that he is shut up, since no one knows any news of him or his wanderings. May God never look upon me if I rest until I have some sure and certain news of him. Straightway, without making any noise or disturbance, she runs and mounts a fair and easy-stepping mule. But I must say that when she leaves the court, she knows not which way to turn. However, she asks no advice in her predicament, but takes the first road she finds, and rides along at random rapidly, unaccompanied by knight or squire. In her eagerness she makes haste to attain the object of her search. Keenly she presses forward in her quest, but it will not soon terminate. She may not rest or delay long in any single place if she wishes to carry out her plan, to release Lancelot from his prison if she can find him and if it is possible. But in my opinion, before she finds him, she will have searched in many a land, after many a journey and many a quest, before she has any news of him. But what would be the use of my telling you of her lodgings and her journeyings? Finally, she travelled so far through hill and dale, up and down, that more than a month had passed, and as yet she had learned only so much as she knew before, that is, absolutely nothing. One day she was crossing a field in a sad and pensive mood, when she saw a tower in the distance standing by the shore of an arm of the sea. Not within a league round about was there any house, cottage, or dwelling place. Meleagant had had it built and had confined Lancelot within, but of all this she still was unaware. As soon as she espied the tower, she fixed her attention upon it to the exclusion of all else, and her heart gives her assurance that here is the object of her quest. Now at last she has reached her goal, to which fortune through many trials has at last directed her. VV 6459 to 6656. The damsel draws so near to the tower that she can touch it with her hands. She walks about, listening attentively, I suppose, if perchance she may hear some welcome sound. She looks down and she gazes up, and she sees that the tower is strong and high and thick. She is amazed to see no door or window, except one little narrow opening. Moreover, there was no ladder or steps about this high, sheer tower. For this reason she surmises that it was made so intentionally, and that Lancelot is confined inside. But she resolves that before she tastes of food she will learn whether this is so or not. She thinks she will call Lancelot by name, and is about to do so when she is deterred by hearing from the tower a voice which was making a marvellously sad moan as it called on death. It implores death to come, and complains of misery unbearable. In contempt of the body and life, it weakly piped in a low, hoarse tone, "Ah, Fortune, how disastrously thy wheel has turned for me. Thou hast mocked me shamefully. A while ago I was up, but now I am down. I was well off of late, but now I am in a sorry state. Not long since thou didst smile on me, but now thy eyes are filled with tears. Alas, poor wretch, why didst thou trust in her when so soon she has deserted thee? Behold, in a very little while she has cast thee down from thy high estate. Fortune, it was wrong of thee to mock me thus, but what carest thou? Thou carest not how it may turn out. Ah, sacred cross, all-holy ghost, how am I wretched and undone, how completely has my career been closed. Ah, Gawain, you who possess such worth, and whose goodness is unparalleled, surely I may well be amazed that you do not come to succor me. Surely you delay too long and are not showing courtesy. He ought indeed to receive your aid whom you used to love so devotedly. For my part I may truly say that there is no lodging place or retreat on either side of the sea, where I would not have searched for you at least 7 or 10 years before finding you, if I knew you to be in prison. But why do I thus torment myself? You do not care for me even enough to take this trouble. The rustic is right when he says that it is hard nowadays to find a friend. It is easy to rest the true friend in time of need. Alas, more than a year has passed since first I was put inside this tower. I feel hurt, Gawain, that you have so long deserted me. But doubtless you know nothing of all this, and I have no ground for blaming you. Yes, when I think of it, this must be the case, and I was very wrong to imagine such a thing. For I am confident that not for all the world contains would you and your men have failed to come to release me from this trouble and distress, if you were aware of it. If for no other reason, you would be bound to do this out of love for me, your companion. But it is idle to talk about it, it cannot be. Ah, may the curse and the damnation of God and St. Sylvester rest upon him who has shut me up so shamefully. He is the vilest man alive, this envious malignant, to treat me as evilly as possible. Then he who is wearing out his life in grief ceases speaking and holds his peace. But when she, who was lingering at the base of the tower, heard what he said, she did not delay but acted wisely and called him thus: Lancelot, as loudly as she could. Friend up there, speak to one who is your friend. But inside he did not hear her words. Then she called out louder yet, until he in his weakness faintly heard her and wondered who could be calling him. 427 he heard the voice and heard his name pronounced, but he did not know who was calling him. He thinks it must be a spirit. He looks all about him to see, I suppose, if he could espy anyone, but there is nothing to be seen but the tower and himself. God, says he, what is that I heard? I heard someone speak but see nothing. Indeed, this is passing marvelous, for I am not asleep but wide awake. Of course, if this happened in a dream, I should consider it an illusion, but I am awake, and therefore I am distressed. Then with some trouble he gets up, and with slow and feeble steps he moves toward the little opening. Once there, he peers through it, up and down and to either side. When he had looked out as best he might, he caught sight of her who had hailed him. He did not recognize her by sight, but she knew him at once and said, Lancelot, I have come from afar in search of you. Now, thank God, at last I have found you. I am she who asked of you a boon as you were on your way to the sword bridge, and you very gladly granted it at my request. It was the head I bade you cut from the conquered knight whom I hated so. Because of this boon and this service you did me, I have gone to this trouble. As a guerdon I shall deliver you from here. Damsel, many thanks to you, the prisoner then replied. The service I did you will be well repaid if I am set at liberty. If you can get me out of here, I promise and engage to be henceforth always yours, so help me the holy apostle Paul. And as I may see God face to face, I shall never fail to obey your commands in accordance with your will. You may ask for anything I have, and receive it without delay. Friend, have no fear that you will not be released from here. You shall be loosed and set free this very day. Not for £1,000 would I renounce the expectation of seeing you free before the datum of another day. Then I shall take you to a pleasant place where you may rest and take your ease. There you shall have everything you desire, whatever it be, so have no fear. But first I must see if I can find some tool anywhere hereabouts with which you might enlarge this hole, at least enough to let you pass. God grant that you find something, he said, agreeing to this plan. I have plenty of rope in here which the rascals gave me to pull up my food, hard barley bread and dirty water which sicken my stomach and heart. Then the daughter of Bade Margu sought and found a strong, stout, sharp pick which she handed to him. He pounded and hammered and struck and dug, notwithstanding the pain it caused him, until he could get out comfortably. Now he is greatly relieved and glad, you may be sure, to be out of prison, and to get away from the place where he has been so long confined. Now he is at large in the open air. You may be sure that he would not go back again, were someone to gather in a pile and give to him all the gold there is scattered in the world. VV 6657 to 6728. Behold Lancelot now released, but so feeble that he staggered from his weakness and disability. Gently, without hurting him, she sets him before her on her mule, and then they ride off rapidly. But the damsel purposely avoids the beaten track, that they may not be seen, and proceeds by a hidden path. For if she had travelled openly, doubtless someone would have recognized them and done them harm, and she would not have wished that to happen. So she avoided the dangerous places and came to a mansion where she often makes her sojourn because of its beauty and charm. The entire estate and the people on it belonged to her, and the place was well furnished, safe and private. There Lancelot arrived, and as soon as he had come and had laid aside his clothes, the damsel gently laid him on a lofty, handsome couch, then bathed and rubbed him so carefully that I could not describe half the care she took. She handled and treated him as gently as if he had been her father. Her treatment makes a new man of him as she revives him with her cares. Now he is no less fair than an angel and is more nimble and more spry than anything you ever saw. When he arose, he was no longer mangy and haggard, but strong and handsome. And the damsel sought out for him the finest robe she could find, with which she clothed him when he arose. And he was glad to put it on quicker than a bird in flight. He kissed and embraced the maid, and then said to her graciously, "My dear, I have only God and you to thank for being restored to health again. Since I owe my liberty to you, you may take and command at will my heart and body, my service and estate. I belong to you in return for what you have done for me, but it is long since I have been at the court of my Lord Arthur, who has shown me great honor, and there is plenty there for me to do. Now, my sweet gentle friend, I beg you affectionately for leave to go, then, with your consent, I should feel free to go." "Lancelot, fair, sweet, dear friend, I am quite willing," the damsel says. "I desire your honor and welfare above everything everywhere." Then she gives him a wonderful horse she has, the best horse that ever was seen, and he leaps up without so much as saying to the stirrups, "By your leave." He was up without considering them. Then to God, who never lies, they commend each other with good intent. VV 6729 to 7004. Lancelot was so glad to be on the road that, if I should take an oath, I could not possibly describe the joy he felt at having escaped from his trap. But he said to himself repeatedly that woe was the traitor, the reprobate, whom now he has tricked and ridiculed, for in spite of him I have escaped. Then he swears by the heart and body of him who made the world that not for all the riches and wealth from Babylon to Ghent would he let Meleagant escape, if he once got him in his power, for he has him to thank for too much harm and shame. But events will soon turn out so as to make this possible. For this very Meleagant, whom he threatens and presses hard, had already come to court that day without being summoned by anyone, and the first thing he did was to search until he found my Lord Gawain. Then the rascally proven traitor asks him about Lancelot, whether he had been seen or found, as if he himself did not know the truth. As a matter of fact, he did not know the truth, although he thought he knew it well enough. And Gawain told him, as was true, that he had not been seen and that he had not come. "Well, since I don't find him," says Meleagant, "do you come and keep the promise you made me. I shall not longer wait for you." Then Gawain makes answer, "I will keep presently my word with you if it please God in whom I place my trust. I expect to discharge my debt to you. But if it comes to throwing dice for points, and I should throw a higher number than you, so help me God and the holy faith, I'll not withdraw but will keep on until I pocket all the stakes." 428. Then without delay Gawain orders a rug to be thrown down and spread before him. There was no snivelling or attempt to run away when the squires heard this command, but without grumbling or complaint they execute what he commands. They bring the rug and spread it out in the place indicated. Then he who had sent for it takes his seat upon it, and gives orders to be armed by the young men who were standing unarmed before him. There were two of them, his cousins or nephews, I know not which, but they were accomplished and knew what to do. They arm him so skillfully and well that no one could find any fault in the world with them for any mistake in what they did. When they finished arming him, one of them went to fetch a Spanish steed able to cross the fields, woods, hills, and valleys more swiftly than the good Bucephalus. 429. Upon a horse such as you have heard, Gawain took his seat, the admired and most accomplished knight upon whom the sign of the cross was ever made. Already he was about to seize his shield when he saw Lancelot dismount before him, whom he was not expecting to see. He looked at him in amazement because he had come so unexpectedly. And if I am not wrong, he was as much surprised as if he had fallen from the clouds. However, no business of his own can detain him, as soon as he sees Lancelot, from dismounting and extending his arms to him, as he embraces, salutes and kisses him. Now he is happy and at ease when he has found his companion. Now I will tell you the truth, and you must not think I lie, that Gawain would not wish to be chosen king unless he had Lancelot with him. The king and all the rest now learn that in spite of all, Lancelot, for whom they so long have watched, has come back quite safe and sound. Therefore they all rejoice, and the court, which so long has looked for him, comes together to honour him. Their happiness dispels and drives away the sorrow which formerly was theirs. Grief takes flight and is replaced by an awakening joy. And how about the queen? Does she not share in the general jubilee? Yes, verily, she first of all. How so? For God's sake, where then could she be keeping herself? She was never so glad in her life as she was for his return. And did she not even go to him? Certainly she did. She is so close to him that her body came near following her heart. Where is her heart then? It was kissing and welcoming Lancelot. And why did the body conceal itself? Why is not her joy complete? Is it mingled with anger or hate? No, certainly not at all. But it may be that the king or some of the others who are there and who are watching what takes place would have taken the whole situation in if, while all were looking on, she had followed the dictates of her heart. If common sense had not banished this mad impulse and rash desire, her heart would have been revealed and her folly would have been complete. Therefore reason closes up and binds her fond heart and her rash intent, and made it more reasonable, postponing the greeting until it shall see and espy a suitable and more private place where they would fare better than here and now. The king highly honoured Lancelot, and after welcoming him thus spoke: I have not heard for a long time news of any man which was so welcome as news of you. Yet I am much concerned to learn in what region and in what land you have tarried so long a time. I have had search made for you up and down, all the winter and summer through, but no one could find a trace of you. Indeed, fair sire, says Lancelot, I can inform you in a few words exactly how it has fared with me. The miserable traitor Meleagant has kept me in prison ever since the hour of the deliverance of the prisoners in his land, and has condemned me to a life of shame in a tower of his beside the sea. There he put me and shut me in, and there I should still be dragging out my weary life, if it were not for a friend of mine, a damsel for whom I once performed a slight service. In return for the little favour I did her, she has repaid me liberally. She has bestowed upon me great honour and blessing, but I wish to repay without delay him for whom I have no love, who has sought out and devised for me this shame and injury. He need not wait, for the sum is all ready, principal and interest, but God forbid that he find in it cause to rejoice. Then Gawain said to Lancelot, Friend, it will be only a slight favour for me who am in your debt to make this payment for you. Moreover, I am all ready and mounted, as you see. Fair sweet friend, do not deny me the boon I desire and request. But Lancelot replies that he would rather have his eye plucked out, or even both of them, than be persuaded to do this. He swears it shall never be so. He owes the debt and he will pay it himself, for with his own hand he promised it. Gawain plainly sees that nothing he can say is of any avail, so he loosens and takes off his hauberk from his back and completely disarms himself. Lancelot at once arms himself without delay, for he is impatient to settle and discharge his debt. Meleagant, who is amazed beyond measure at what he sees, has reached the end of his good fortunes, and is about to receive what is owing him. He is almost beside himself and comes near fainting. Surely I was a fool, he says, not to go before coming here to see if I still held imprisoned in my tower him who now has played this trick on me. But God, why should I have gone? What cause had I to think that he could possibly escape? Is not the wall built strong enough, and is not the tower sufficiently strong and high? There was no hole or crevice in it through which he could pass unless he was aided from outside. I am sure his hiding place was revealed. If the wall were worn away and had fallen into decay, would he not have been caught and injured or killed at the same time? Yes, so help me God, if it had fallen down, he would certainly have been killed. But I guess, before that wall gives away without being torn down, that all the water in the sea will dry up without leaving a drop, and the world will come to an end. No, that is not it. It happened otherwise. He was helped to escape, and could not have got out otherwise. I have been outwitted through some trickery. At any rate he has escaped. But if I had been on my guard, all this would never have happened, and he would never have come to court. But it's too late now to repent. The rustic, who seldom errs, pertinently remarks that it is too late to close the stable when the horse is out. I know I shall now be exposed to great shame and humiliation, if indeed I do not suffer and endure something worse. What shall I suffer and endure? Rather, so long as I live, I will give him full measure, if it please God in whom I trust. Thus he consoles himself, and has no other desire than to meet his antagonist on the field. And he will not have long to wait, I think, for Lancelot goes in search of him, expecting soon to conquer him. But before the assault begins, the king bids them go down into the plain where the tower stands, the prettiest place this side of Ireland for a fight. So they did, and soon found themselves on the plain below. The king goes down too, and all the rest, men and women, in crowds. No one stays behind, but many go up to the windows of the tower, among them the queen, her ladies and damsels, of whom she had many with her who were fair. VV 7005 to 7119. In the field there stood a sycamore as fair as any tree could be. It was widespread and covered a large area, and around it grew a fine border of thick fresh grass which was green at all seasons of the year. Under this fair and stately sycamore, which was planted back in Abel's time, there rises a clear spring of water which flows away hurriedly. The bed of the spring is beautiful and as bright as silver, and the channel through which the water flows is formed, I think, of refined and tested gold, and it stretches away across the field down into a valley between the woods. There it pleases the king to take his seat where nothing unpleasant is in sight. After the crowd has drawn back at the king's command, Lancelot rushes furiously at Meleagant as at one whom he hates cordially, but before striking him he shouted with a loud and commanding voice, "Take your stand, I defy you, and take my word, this time you shall not be spared." Then he spurs his steed and draws back the distance of a bow shot. Then they drive their horses toward each other at top speed, and strike each other so fiercely upon their resisting shields that they pierced and punctured them. But neither one is wounded, nor is the flesh touched in this first assault. They pass each other without delay and come back at the top of their horses, speed to renew their blows on the strong, stout shields. Both of the knights are strong and brave, and both of the horses are stout and fast. So mighty are the blows they deal on the shields about their necks that the lances passed clean through, without breaking or splintering, until the cold steel reached their flesh. Each strikes the other with such force that both are borne to earth, and no breast strap, girth, or stirrup could save them from falling backward over their saddle bow, leaving the saddle without an occupant. The horses run riderless over hill and dale, but they kick and bite each other, thus showing their mortal hatred. As for the knights who fell to earth, they leaped up as quickly as possible and drew their swords, which were engraved with chiseled lettering. Holding their shields before the face, they strive to wound each other with their swords of steel. Lancelot stands in no fear of him, for he knew half as much again about fencing as did his antagonist, having learned it in his youth. Both dealt such blows on the shield slung from their necks, and upon their helmets barred with gold, that they crushed and damaged them. But Lancelot presses him hard and gives him a mighty blow upon his right arm which, though encased in mail, was unprotected by the shield, severing it with one clean stroke. And when he felt the loss of his right arm, he said that it should be dearly sold. If it is at all possible, he will not fail to exact the price. He is in such pain and wrath and rage that he is well nigh beside himself, and he has a poor opinion of himself if he cannot score on his rival now. He rushes at him with the intent to seize him, but Lancelot forestalls his plan, for with his trenchant sword he deals his body such a cut as he will not recover from until April and may be past. He smashes his nose guard against his teeth, breaking 3 of them in his mouth, and Meleagant's rage is such that he cannot speak or say a word, nor does he deign to cry for mercy, for his foolish heart holds tight in such constraint that even now it deludes him still. Lancelot approaches and, unlacing his helmet, cuts off his head. Never more will this man trouble him. It is all over with him as he falls dead. Not a soul who was present there felt any pity at the sight. The king and all the others there are jubilant and express their joy. Happier than they ever were before, they relieve Lancelot of his arms and lead him away exultingly. VV 7120 to 7134. My lords, if I should prolong my tale, it would be beside the purpose, and so I will conclude. Godefroy Delaney, the clerk, has written the conclusion of the cart, but let no one find fault with him for having embroidered on Chrétien's theme, for it was done with the consent of Chrétien, who started it. Godefroy has finished it from the point where Lancelot was imprisoned in the tower. So much he wrote, but he would fain add nothing more for fear of disfiguring the tale. Endnotes, Lancelot endnotes supplied by Prof. Forster are indicated by F. All other endnotes are supplied by W. W. Comfort. 41. Return Marie, daughter of Louis Roman VII of France and Elena of Aquitaine, married in 1164 Henry I, Count of Champagne. On the poet's own statement below, she furnished him with the subject matter, mater, and the manner of treatment, san, of this romance. F. 42. Return. The situation of Camelot has not been certainly determined. Forster places it in Somersetshire, while F. Paris identified it with Colchester in Essex. F. 43. Return. The high value here set upon K by King Arthur is worth noting in view of the unfavourable light in which Chrétien usually portrays him. 44. Return. This enigmatic exclamation is addressed to the absent Lancelot, who is the secret lover of Guinevere, and who, though he long remains anonymous as the Knight of the Cart, is really the hero of the poem. 45. Return. It was not uncommon in old French romances and epic poems for knights to be subjected to the mockery and raillery of the vulgar townspeople, cf. Ale, 911 to 923, ID 2579 to 2733, and even Molière in Monsieur de Pourceaugnac, F3. 46. Return. For magic beds with descending swords, ca. Hurtle, Versorbit, Oetlichkeiten, etc. p. 69 f. Hanover 1908. 47. Return. The wounded knight is the defeated seneschal. 48. Return. Medieval knights were such early risers as to cause us astonishment. 49. Return. Lancelot has constantly in mind the queen, for whose sake he is enduring all this pain and shame. 410. Return, i.e., the Queen. 411. Return. Nothing can here be added to the tentative conjectures of Forster regarding the nature of these unknown remedies. 412. Return. A great annual fair at Paris marked the festival on June 11 of Saint Denis, the patron saint of the city. F. 413. Return. Doms equals Doms is the reading chosen by Forster from a number of variants. None of these variants has any significance, but a place name rhyming with Toms in the preceding verse is required. Modern Doms is the name of a former principality in Burgundy, between the Rhône and the Saône, while Pampelune is, of course, a Spanish city near the French frontier. F. 414. Return. The topography of the kingdom of Gora, the land where dwell the captives held by King Beyd Margu, is much confused. One would suppose at first that the stream traversed by the two perilous bridges formed the frontier of the kingdom. But here, v. 2102, before reaching such a frontier, the captives are already met. Forster suggests that we may be here at a sort of foreground or borderland which is defended by the knight at the ford, v. 735 f, and which, though not within the limits of the kingdom, is nevertheless beneath the sway of Beyd Margu. In the sequel, the stream with the perilous bridges is placed immediately before the king's palace, cf. Forster's note, and G. Paris in Romania, Roman 21, 471 note. 415. Return. For magic rings, ca. Hurtle op. Cit. p. 62 f. 416. Return. This dame was the fairy Vivian, the lady of the lake. F. 417. Return. a good example of the moral dilemmas in which Chrétien delights to place his characters. Under the displeasing shell of allegory and medieval casuistry, we have here the germ of psychological analysis of motive. 418 Return. The legendary origin of this ointment, named after Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Mary Salome, is mentioned in the epic poem Mort Amory de Narbonne, ed. Ancients Texts, p. 86. F. 419 Return. The universities of Montpellier and of Salerno were the chief centers of medical study in the Middle Ages. Salerno is referred to in Cleges v. 5818. 420 Return. The hero of the poem is here first mentioned by name. 421 Return. The classic love story of Pyramus and Thisbe, told by Ovid et al., was a favorite in the Middle Ages. 422 Return. Here he have the explanation of Guinevere's cold reception of Lancelot. He had been faithless to the rigid code of courtesy when he had hesitated for even a moment to cover himself with shame for her sake. 423 Return. The expression or est venus qui honora less literally means who will defeat the entire field. Though Chrétien refers to the expression as a current proverb, only two other examples of its use have been found. Cf. Romania, Roman 16, 101, and Z. Tisch, Four Romanish Philology, Roman 11, 430. From this passage, G. Paris surmised that Chrétien himself was a herald at arms, Journal des Savants, 1902, p. 296, but as Foerster says, the text hardly warrants the supposition. 424 Return. The evident satisfaction with which Chrétien describes in detail the bearings of the knights in the following passage lends colour to Gaston Paris' conjecture that he was a herald as well as a poet. 425 Return. According to the statement made at the end of the poem by the continuator of Chrétien, Godefroy de Lagny, it must have been at about this point that the continuator took up the thread of the story. It is not known why Chrétien dropped the poem where he did. 426 Return. Bade equals Bath. F. 427 Return. The situation recalls that in Aucassin et Nicolette, where Aucassin confined in the tower hears his sweetheart calling to him from outside. 428 Return. The figure is of course taken from the game of throwing dice for high points. For an exhaustive account of dice playing derived from Old French texts, cf. Frans Semrau, Werfel und Werfelspiel in Alten Frankreich, Bayheft 23 of Z. Tisch, Four Romanish Philology, Hall, 1910. 429 Return. Alexander's Horse. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed, creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the general terms of use part of this license apply to copying and distributing project and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use copies of this e-book. Complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. Distribution of electronic works by using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full www.gutenberg.org/license. Electronic works. Electronic work You indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1. E8. Used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1, see below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this electronic works. See paragraph 1, below. Foundation or PGLAF owns a compilation copyright in the collection works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as works in compliance with the terms of this agreement, for keeping the comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the you share it without charge with others. 1d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work, or any representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1e1. The following sentence with active links to or other performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book. Are derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder. The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 or trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1e8 or 1e9. With the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. License terms from this work or any files containing a part of this one. E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1e1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1e6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official www.gutenberg.org, you must at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the 1e7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying unless you comply with paragraph 1. E8 or 1, E9, 1, E8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that /he license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue works you provide. In accordance with paragraph 1(f)(3), a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy. If a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work, you comply with all other terms of this agreement for free. 1. E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing forth in section 3 below. 1(f). Effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the project electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1(f)(2). Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund, described in paragraph 1(f)(3). The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1(f)(3). You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1(f)(3). Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1(f)(4). Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1(f)(3), this work is provided to you as is with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1(f)(5). Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, The agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this defect you cause. Electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure archive foundation, and how your efforts and donations can help. See sections 3 and 4 and the foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. 501. C. 3. Educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 41 Watchung Plaza #516, Montclair, NJ 07042, USA, +1 862 621 9288. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact Literary Archive Foundation. Public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff, methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and volunteer support editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S., unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep e-books in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. Org, Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new e-books, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new e-books.